Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は217日目です。It's day 217. Windows update. Had to redesignate the mic. Alright, let's get into our topics. We are kind of running out of material now. And then we'll go back to our SRS related things. Let's look what we have at lesson 9. I think we did the first two parts of lesson, right? Maybe. Eh? Oh, okay. Alright. So what do we got? That way is good. Talk about whether something would be better to do or not. Oh, this is the comparison, using comparisons, right? Yeah. Way is good. So hoga ii. Alright, in this topic we're going to learn how to give advice about what is better to do or not using the phrase hoga ii. This phrase can be used in combination with verbs in a few different forms. Yep. With different forms implying different things, right? So
早く始める方がいい。
So better to start, to get started. And then early is hayaku. Hayaku in the adverbial.
もっと強く押した方がいいよ。
This is past tense, right? So oshita, and then motto is adverbial, like adverb. So more. Oh, I guess motto is an intensifier. I'll call it an intensifier instead. Degree into your tsuyoku, adverb, past tense, right? And then what do we have here?
今は仕事をしない方がいい。
Negative, right? The negative form, and they used a suru here. Shikoto wo shinai. Okay, what do we have? Past tense with ogai. Caution, because this phrase is quite direct, it would be better to use a more polite phrase like bai, the using conditional and e. Interesting. What's the grammar point for that? Oh, not studied yet. Okay. We'll come to that bridge. And then the opposite, right? Better not to. Alright, as mentioned on the grammar point page, Olga-yi changes nuance based on the exact way it is used. Sometimes we did not see something we did not see is that Olga-yi can also be used with nouns and adjectives. That's fair. Let's compare the uses and check the nuances. I'm warning you, as we've just learned, using the past tense of a verb before holgai can sound like quite a direct, strong piece of advice. It can even be used as a warning without going as far as a full command. However, using the dictionary form of a verb with holgai makes a general statement of preference or much lighter generalization suggestion. Okay.
野菜を頼んだ方がいいよ。
Yasai wo tanon. Oh, for request? Or order? Tanonda. That's very strong, right? That's supposed to be a very strong example. And then
今日決める方がいいよ。
kimeru as interesting. It's interesting that they didn't stick to the same one to soften it. And tanon yesterday, what was the point? Tanon is far more casual? Or was it? Yeah, it's more direct than Probably kimeru as well. But why are these two different, and why is the past tense used to give advice about the future? But the top one. The answer is that auxiliary verb doesn't just mean the past. Wait, I thought this was a... Oh, it's not actually. Well, oh no, it's not. Wait, no? Well, this is tanomu, right? The conjugation of past tense, and this is still considered... Oh, interesting. That's still considered the same auxiliary verb. Doesn't just mean the past, it can also represent a hypothetical completed state. Sounds about right. When you use ahogai, it is essentially like, oh, could this be viewed as a and da, and then this is simply the... No, that can't work. That doesn't work the same way. It is essentially like asking someone to imagine the reality where they have completed the action, then saying the reality is the better one because it describes a specific realized outcome. It feels urgent and strong.
ケーキはお母さんが切った方がいいよ。
Mm-hmm. So kita, that's kiru in past tense. When giving negative advice, right? We should use the non-past tense as opposed to the nakatta or something like that. Rather than imagining, or yes, rather than imagining a completed action, the expression evaluates the preferable state as simply not doing the action.
理由は話さない方がいいよ。
I prefer it if. So this is where we use yori to give a list of things, or like out of the list of things. When we learned about the pattern yori holga, we saw how holga can be used with nouns and adjectives. Oh, this also applies in the case of holgai when it is being used to make general statements about preferences. Oh, not from a list. Okay. To recap, because ho is a noun, right? It follows the expected noun connection rules here. Standard form verbs connect directly. Oh yeah, because it's a noun. Yeah, na adjectives connect with na. E adjectives connect directly. Right, and nouns connect with a case marking particle. No. Yep. Okay. Oh, that explains. Okay. That is definitely another way to think about it.
もう少し机を引いた方がいいよ。
But this is with a verb in the past tense. Fairly strong tone.
子供は元気な方がいい。
No adjective. Genki. Genki no.
彼女は可愛い方がいい。
Right. The adjective. Kawaii.
金の方がいいよ。
And then noun. Kane no. Okane no. No honorific on that one. Okay. So, a working holiday. Listen to this here.
リエ、家は向こうに行く前に決めた方がいいですよね。アキコ、向こうに着いてから決めた方がいいね。時々部屋が狭かったり、駅から遠かったりするから、自分の目で見て確かめる方がいいよ。リエ、そうですね。住む家は綺麗な方がいいです。アキコ、でしょ？リエ、はい。仕事は着いてから見つける方がいいですか？アキコ、そうだね。オーストラリアはレストランもカフェも多いから、まずいろいろなところに行って、自分がいいと思ったところにするのがいいと思う。リエ、わかりました。アキコ、仕事を探すのは早い方がいいよ。リエ、頑張ります。
Okay. That last one was a little bit adorable exchange. So Rie, Rie. Um, okay. Home, right? Have you decided, or is it better to decide on, I guess going in that direction, in the direction of like decide on the house in that direction. So going over there before going over there, yeah, before going in that direction. Yeah, this is over yonder. So I typically like wave my hand and say in that direction. So we got the gai, right? So ho gai, and then it is kimeta. Kimeta is to decide. So decide on, and this is before. I wasn't sure if it was going for before or like a time or position, and this is before going. So I was inferring. I stopped here momentarily. I'm like, is it position? Like, because if you go somewhere, it could be the position or the time before, but this is referring to before going. Yeah, before going over there, as in like a time situation. Either or kind of just works out when you hear it. Then, so while going over the before, like, is it, it's better to decide, from arriving, once you arrive over there. What does that mean? From arriving over there? I guess it would. Oh, is that? I guess before is fine, right? Or is that after? This is before arriving. Yeah, it's good to, because they're confirming, so good to arrive to decide before arriving over there. So tari is a list of things. I don't think it's in a particular order, right? So you have to okay, so what? Need a so the place was cramped. The room was cramped. I don't know what they're going for with this. The room was cramped, and it was far from the station, right? The station, and it would have been it is better to ashikatemeru like to make sure to see for yourself, right? To make sure to see for yourself or confirm it with your own eyes. Yeah. You should decide after arriving over there. Oh yeah, it is after. Huh. Yeah, it is after. So that's interesting. I just realized that kara can contextually be before and after, because it didn't make sense the person would say to decide before arriving, because arriving is always after. And then oh wait, yeah, arriving is always arriving is always or generally after, so that's kind of interesting. Obviously there's a negotiation if this was, because I was stopping on this because I didn't know if it was. I have to get back on. I have to I have to look back on this. This is definitely like this specific phrase here. ついて kara. Can it even mean before arriving? Would it use mae instead? Huh. So that's probably the weakest part in there. And then Ria says, of course, or right. It's good, it's better that the house you live in is pretty. Or is clean. Right, clean and pretty are the same words, kire. Or oh yeah, you could say ho as well. That's fair, actually. You could say you hope the house you live in is clean. That is certainly another way to phrase "hogai." And desho, right? As a confirmation. Yep. And then is it better to I guess search is it better to search for a job after you arrive, right? Would it be better to search for a job after I arrive? Right, so that same thing again, the tsuite kara. Then Akiko says yes, right? Apparently Akiko is the seasoned person. Soldane. He swapped up tones. Even stronger. Or even more emphatic, I would say. And then as though this person had more experience on this part, I suppose. Because there are a lot of cafes, because there are also cafes, restaurants. When it comes to Australia, there are a lot of restaurants and cafes. First, mazu, or mazu, next. Yes, next there are there are a variety of places you can go to, right? And then I thought, or Akiko, I thought that you have to decide on a place. What? How does this work? I thought you have to decide on a place by yourself, basically. Or think it's good for yourself situation. Yeah, since there are lots of restaurants and cafes in Australia, firstly, oh no, it is mazu firstly, okay. I wasn't sure if it was like first or next, because the person made a comment, sense, then it would be either the next thing or the first thing, right? So making a comment, it's like, okay, the next thing I want to mention, or firstly. I know mazu can be raw, think of as first, or the pivot next. I think it's predominantly more so first than next. However, we're talking about in terms of sequencing. So mazu is being used as sequencing. Right, you should go to various places. Oh, did I say could? Yeah, you go to various places. And then there's a then off of the sequence because it's using a te form for then, right? So as in a sequence, you can go and then expect another thing. This one was a little bit harder for me because the 自分がいいと思った right? 思ったところ. So it is using it is good for self. I think it is good for yourself. A place. So it's the place that is you think is good for yourself, right? Good yourself. So in a way, I was thinking I couldn't really phrase it in English, and the English here says then go with a place that you think is good yourself. So I was thinking like basically it they think that it is good that you should decide for yourself the situation. Like you should think you should find something that's good yourself in person. So it's a little tough to gather this sentiment, how this was phrased. This or the generalized sentiment is there, but the literal sentiment was very, very tough for me. Then wakarimashita. Right. It's almost as though Rie is asking for advice while Akiko is the seasoned person. And then it's better to, and then they contrast, it's better to look early, search early for a job. Right, look for a job early. And then ganbarimasu. Actually, maybe she's yeah, she's referring to, or Rie is referring to themselves in this ganbarimasu. As opposed to inferring we or something like that. Okay, so the toughest one is probably this. I wasn't sure if it's before or after. Some of this part is also unsure of before or after, so I gotta brush up on my before or after. Whether time, place versus direction as well. A direction of time and position. For both cases. And then kirei na. Okay. The Holgai is alright. We have an example of a non-adjective, kirei na. Then we have the forward thing, kimeta, past tense, right? Past tense verb. It was an example of mitsukeru, which is to search or find in front of Holgai. Did we have a negative? They did throw in to omo and then gai combination with a no. So no nominalizing no next to it is good and as well as to think. Actually, they nested this. So this is like a nested phrase, which to me is even it's actually more confusing in English. It's harder to phrase in English for myself there. And then we have a e adjective, right? Hayai hou ga ii yo. No negative. All right. Move on to the next topic. Hou ga ii, pretty solid. Probably a bit need to get a bit used to when it comes to being before like a noun or an e adjective beforehand, or an adjective beforehand, e and non-adjective. All right, sugar and spice and everything nice. A Powerpuff Girl reference. Become familiar with a wider range of ways to list things. Oh, we got ya. Do we have to? I think we have to and yori, right? Those are our, maybe they'll mention this. In this topic, we're going to learn about the parallel marker ya. Ya is used to make non-specific incomplete lists of nouns, right? So this is non-exhaustive, right? Non-exhaustive. We will also compare ya to the other ways of forming lists that we already learned, right? So they will cover all of them, which is lovely. I think that's due diligence, constantly, cumulatively, right? Cumulatively. I really like topics to continue to cumulatively upkeep these things. And take a look ahead at some more advanced list making grammar points. Advanced list. Like she, probably she.
近所にステーキやワインが美味しい店があります。
Okay. We got any fun caution? Ya cannot be used after verb phrases. This is done with tari and or toka. Oh wait, it's tari that I'm thinking of. Then what the heck is yori? Oh no. Well, they're gonna go over it, so that's good. As we've now learned a few different ways to list things in Japanese, let's review what we know and also take a look ahead. The thing I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to actively recall them, to like produce them. When I read them, that's a different story. Like when you read them, you can confirm what they are. So when you hear them and see them, right, it's confirming. What I'm trying to do is actively recall what they are so I can produce them. Noun and noun and noun. All right. So besides ya, we have learned about using to, right, to make lists with nouns. As we now know, ya is used with non-exhaustive, right, non-exhaustive, and to, or incomplete lists where other unmentioned things exist, and to is used with exhaustive lists, right? Whenever it's mentioned, it means that those are the only things there. There's nothing else, right?
地下鉄やバスを使いましょう。
Which I would use. I use ya far more than I use to, because I typically have this precedence to suggest that I don't know that everything is there, right? So, to is something that I typically use. To is what I know, like skills that I know can be exhaustive. Like I would say, 日本語と, right? 日本語と英語, right? 英語を話せます or something like that. Maybe like 少し日本語とたくさん perhaps たくさんの英語を話せます I was trying to say something like small amount of Japanese and a lot of English. I'm able to do that, at least speak that.
隣の家に男の子と女の子の赤ちゃんがいます。
Oh, it could have been de. Actually, now that phrase could have been de by the means of which I speak. But then I wouldn't use quantity. Sorry, I'm thinking about how I would express it. So this one would be, wait.
隣の家に男の子と女の子の赤ちゃんがいます。
Okay. Yeah, tonari no ie ni. Way to say neighboring house. In N4, we also learn about, toka. Toka is used for incomplete lists, and then tari is exhaustive, right? Uh-oh. I think tari might be exhaustive, or and then the other another list way, or perhaps a list way for verbs would be to use te form for sequence. Sequence is still a list. Oh. And okay. So toka is,
海とか山に行ってゆっくり休みたい。
and you don't use another toka if it's after the last item. You don't use toka.
海とか山に行ってゆっくり休みたい。
Okay. Although it's much more casual and versatile than yacht, making it very okay. It's also for incomplete lists. I see. Oh no, that can't be that's not contrast with a verb list. So toka is more casual. I'm comparing verb lists with noun lists, but these things are compared across, not they're compared analogous to each other, not in like contrast in terms of complete and incomplete. Verb and verb and verb, right? So importantly, we got ya to can be used as nouns, as we know. If we want to list verbs, then we can use either te, which is the sequence of verbs, and then tari for, I'm gonna say no particular order. Oh, so yeah, the te and tari is not necessarily exhaustive. It's generally exhaustive in both cases. Te has a sequence, tari does not have a sequence.
あそこの信号を渡ってまっすぐ歩いたところに学校があります。
There's a school. When you walk, right? When you cross the light over there and go straight or walk straight ahead. Okay.
みんなで火を囲んでゲームをしたり話したりしました。
Right. As study implies a random sample of representative adjective activities, it is unnatural for strict routines that happen in a specific order. For that, we use te.
僕は毎朝顔を洗ったりコーヒーを飲んだりします。
Slightly odd for a fixed routine. Yeah, unless you're implying that routine is not fixed. I'm suggesting this because when people drink coffee and wash their faces, sometimes you want to assume that is a fixed routine. I mean, for me and like maybe your old hat, your unks, right? Your unks and perhaps the Japanese environment. I like to think that most people do this in a fixed routine. I have been humbled before, or like sobered up, that actually even something like this is not a fixed routine for quite a lot of people, or a lot of young people. Like sometimes they wash their face, sometimes they don't, and then sometimes they drink coffee, sometimes they don't. The situation, or drink water or have breakfast. It's pretty haphazard, regardless if this is considered. Yeah. So you could argue that someone might say this specifically because they were attempting to infer that it's not a fixed routine when they wash their face and drink coffee. Oh, but if they said every morning though, then it would be unnatural. If they say every morning would be the context for the routine, right? It could be like, I don't know, tokidoki as opposed to every morning. Like sometimes I do things like wash my face and drink coffee, but the every morning does help quite a lot. It would contextually fix it into a routine.
私は毎朝洗濯をして犬の散歩に行きます。
Okay. It is also important to remember that in proper writing or formal speech, that's interesting that those are grouped together. Like the way they, the adjectives that they use, proper writing or formal speech. A tari list must always end with suru. Oh yeah, because suru can be omitted. That's right. Or a form of suru. Despite this, in casual, the final suru is regularly dropped. You know, I just realized that tari changes based on the thing before it. So nonda. Okay, so this is the da. It is like the ta da thing. Okay, I don't know if I remembered that detail. Oh, there, Mark.
昨日は図書館で勉強をしたり、友人の誕生日ケーキを買いに行ったり、忙しかった。
Oh yeah, that certainly looks like a busy day. All right, let's see what we have here. We have no illustrations for these last couple.
あいや、今年の夏休みは家族でおばあちゃんの家に行ったり、川で釣りをしたり、近所の公園で野球をしたりしました。
Oh,
私
interesting.
の家で友達とクッキーやアイスクリームを作って映画を見たり、動物園にも行きました。新しいペットも飼いました。白い鳥と黄色の鳥です。まだ小さいですが、すぐに大きくなるとお母さんが言っていました。鳥が大きくなって言葉を話すのが楽しみです。私は木を使って小さい門を作りました。鳥がその木の上で遊んでいるので嬉しいです。家族や友達や鳥たちと遊んで楽しい夏休みでした。
Dang. That's a lot of things. What were you describing? Like, how long? I guess they were really just describing their summer vacation, but that's a lot. Okay, well, so, funny enough, the way this is described is like, this is a deep cut. The way this is described reminds me of like over 70% of how a younger person, at least in my opinion, a younger person describes what they did in a summer. And what I'm saying is it's not a coincidence, in my opinion. It's not that much of a coincidence. There is a lot of correlation where it sounds like there's also a language limitation, like a language expression limitation, which I have in Japanese, because this example demonstrates that what happens when you avoid any conditionals, right? Avoid any conditionals, any transitional phrases, any ordering, right? Transitional and ordering are slightly related. They are related to each other, but requires those, right? And conditionals explain reason and cause, which includes like motivation, and then it is void of any emotions, so no emotions, and cause and effect, like passive and causative. So this example is like purely to do this exercise, right? Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because when I speak to people, when they're expressing in English, when they're expressing something in English, despite them having the capacity, the ability to express themselves, usually this is not a form of expression. Like, this is half of the expression, which is to describe everything that you did, not why, how, what happened, what does it make you, like, how does it make you feel as you're doing these things. So this is like what I feel is normalized in youth today, at least the ones that speak English, to like the ones who talk about how, I have problems being expressive, or people don't understand me very much, or every time I talk it feels like no one understands me, or the older people, the unks in the world and the aunties in the world, would constantly like tell the younger persons, like, I don't understand, like, you seem to not tell me what's on your mind and whatnot. This is what I mean. So this is an example of what I would hear in English, and plus or minus the ability to do so. And when you are younger, like when you learn English, even English or anything, usually this is the level of English that you would also use. Like, I went to the park, I saw a tree, then there were birds. Or you don't even use then. It's like, there were trees, there were birds, there were lakes, it was cold, it was hot, I got like, or not even I got tired, or sort of like that. It's like I spend 3 hours, I run 3 hours, I walk 2 hours, right, with sequences and ends and whatnot. And then I would ask them, so Was it good? Like, did you feel good about it? Was it rewarding? Why did you go to the park and go to the river and got a tiny small bird? So that's what I mean. So like this is it reminds me coincidentally what it's like to be younger and also limited in expression. Now the question is, are you supposed to be able to add emotions, transitions, and stuff even though we're in the N5 block? The answer is yes. It, like, based on what we have covered up to this topic, this could have thoughts, emotions, desires. We've already covered all those topics too. So that's what I mean by it's very tough. It's not obvious. Like, what I'm saying is, when I'm talking to younger people over time, it's actually not that obvious for them to say, what do you mean? I explain things, right? Like, when I ask them, you know what you told me? I get all of that. I get why you want to say those things. However, those are the things you see, right? Those are the facts. They're the objectives. However, I'm asking you to express how you feel, like express what you think, like, and whatnot. I'm not getting an expression. So how could I understand you if I have to guess so much, right? So oftentimes you have younger people talking to each other and all they ever say is what they did, like observably. And what they hope for is that they're in an echo chamber long enough that when they say, oh, I played Persona, right? I'm gonna use Persona as an example because I'm playing Persona all the time. So someone would say, oh, I played all the Persona games. Great. Like, and then the person who might be younger, much younger, who's inexperienced, they would presume that the other person would understand how they feel by literally just saying, I played all the Persona games. And my first thought is like, is there something you want to tell me? Like, does that make you proud? Like, do you want to talk about the Persona games? Like, what is it that I know you stated a fact. However, you didn't express anything to me. So oftentimes what I do in order to like try to point out if I could get someone to be more expressive is I follow up with questions. So I would say, did you enjoy beating all the Persona games? Like, can you tell me a very interesting moment and what it meant to you in Persona 3? Or, you know, like something like I would say, oh, I'm currently playing Persona 3 and I thought this scene was very interesting because this is what it means to me. Do you have a favorite scene or something that you enjoy while beating all the Persona games, including Persona 3? We can relate and empathize based on that. Otherwise, I think most of the time nowadays, kids communicate by inferring they all have the same experience. They all have the same reasons, motivations, and they expect that it's all inferred. So when someone comes up, it's like, oh yeah, I beat this boss. To another kid, right? To another person. And the other kid would say, same. That's it. Or bruh. Right? Desho? Right? Like, ine? That's it. That's where it stops. There's no form of expression. So if there's any form of miscommunication, it's never talked about. So then when later down the road, when they actually have to express like disagreements with each other, they just ignore it. It's easier to avoid and ignore and just assume the other person's on the same page. And then when something happens and they're not on the same page, they're surprised. They're like disappointed, surprised, angry, betrayed. And my first thought is like, both parties don't express anything to it. Like, if you go if you go home to your loved one, right, and you say, I worked today. I worked 8 hours today. And then it's like, oh, I worked 8 hours. And that's it. The conversation ends. Like, oh, good. But yes, like this is more me making a hand gesture, even though I'm attempting really hard to normalize what I typically see and hear. I'm still adding like emotions to it. I'm still adding like a nonverbal cues because it's inherent to me that you have to express certain things to normalize it. Like, how does someone know you're okay if you just state things you do and never say anything about which one's okay and which one's not? I can't understand anything. Like, a person doesn't learn more about you when you only state the things you do. Like, you still learn something, right? Like, that's what I usually do. I would say, okay, you've mentioned your schoolwork a lot to me. Can we talk more about your schoolwork? Like, how does it make you feel today? Is it inconsistent? Is today a good day for schoolwork and then yesterday was a bad day for schoolwork? Please describe that to me so then I can learn more about your expressiveness. It's tough. And this is what I mean. When I ask someone to journal, this is what I get. So they often say like, I don't get it. Why when I journal, I'm not learning anything about myself. I don't feel any different. I'm simply just writing down the things I already know. I'm like, yeah, because you're not exploring. The journaling is not triggering an exploration of yourself. Like, when I write down and I see myself going to the park 10 times 10 times in a week, I start thinking, maybe the park is very important to me. I should invest some time in it. And then you were right. It looks like I go to the park very often. Maybe I should decide and explore what I can do in the park because it clearly is more important to me. That's what I mean. So I'm not saying Bunpro, the person who wrote this, is shorthanding something. This is for the exercise. I'm just merely saying this is what this reminds me of. It reminds me of me reading a journal of someone who thinks that this is explaining to people. This might be excellent for explaining like a course of action, right? Like if you're gonna catalog all of your things you did, that's perfectly fine. And then when you're expressing it to someone else, if you're trying to be expressive, this is like the opposite of expressive. This is like talking to a robot. Like, what did you do, robot, today? I did 1,000 repetitions of editing typographical errors on a spreadsheet. Then I processed the spreadsheet and transcribed it into multiple languages. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Did you like it? And then if you were asking a robot, they would be like, I don't know what you mean. I explained what I did. I'm like, okay, but you didn't express why you did it. Like, so you could add something like, this, like, 今年, right? 今年の休みは、楽しい, right? 楽しかったです, right? Then they would start off by saying, oh, this year's summer vacation was great, or was nice, was fun, and then proceed to list. But here we're just seeing the exercise, and it's a lot easier to read, by the way, to not have to add ともがいい, 方がいい, right? Like talking about like something bad happened, right? Or throw in like a bunch of adjectives and adverbs. This is like your typical bare bones stuff, and it's easy to read, which kind of why it's also easy to type in more than one language when you're just basically listing what you did. It is, and I'm not trivializing this, it can be, when you don't do it very often, it can be very difficult or feel difficult to be expressive, right? Like literally I could have said, oh, I read this example and it's a good example. Instead, I just spent the last 15 minutes talking about what this reminds me of and why I'm mentioning it and how it's involved in my life outside of the lesson. So tell a story. It does make things more memorable in the long run. All right, so this year, right, in the Aya is basically listing stuff they did. This summer vacation, they went to their Oba-chan, their grandmother's house, right? Their grandma's house by like their family's grandmother's house. Wait, what? How does that work? How does this work? Well, they went to their grandmother's house and then went to fishing, right? They went fishing at the river, non-specific river. Then they played baseball. They played baseball at the park, I guess at a park place, at a nearby park place, or the neighboring park, right? So on summer holiday this year, you did things like, oh yeah, and we have to say things like because it's no particular order, because that was one of the examples. This is tari, so things like to be rigid, right? We gotta keep vigilant. Things like as a key indicator that this is no particular order. Like my grandmother's house. Yeah, so kazoku de oba-chan, right? Oba-chan no ie. It almost, I'm not sure why. I guess they wanted to specify oba-chan using kazoku de. Okay, and then go fishing in the river, play baseball at the local park. Yeah, so to give an example, which I can't do fluently in Japanese yet, right? You could be a little bit, maybe you're a reserved person. It's like I think my summer vacation was pretty fun. I did a lot of exciting and I did a lot of fun, or maybe say something like I did a lot of varied things. So you're adding a bunch of little modifiers here and there. Like I had a blast at my grandmother's house. I caught a lot of fish while I fished at the nearby river, right, neighboring river, and I had I don't know, I'm trying to think of, and because I like baseball, we went to play baseball at the local park, right? So you could add those phrases in Japanese. I'm thinking of the Japanese phrases that I would add here and there to make it sound like I have an opinion about what we're doing. Like, was it fun at your grandmother's house? Did you catch a lot of fish while fishing at the river that made you happy? Or you were happy that you caught a lot of fish, right? And one of your favorite sports was baseball, so you were able to go play baseball at the local park. You can still kind of fill these in around this statement or within the statement. It would be very long if it was filled within the statement. So making a list, typically the before and after is when you explain the why you do certain things and whatnot. Anyways, then they said that they went to see a movie, right? Oh, actually, this is sequence now. So first, with their friends, at my house, right? At my house, the Aya's house, with a friend. They made something. They made cookies and ice cream. Ice cream. Okay, yeah, they made cookie and ice cream, and then right, they watched a movie, right? So and this was seriesed. So this was seriesed while saying like at the house, like making cookies and ice cream, right? And then watching a movie. And then doing then they went to, or and the other likes is they also went to the zoo, right? So I made cookies and ice cream at my house with a friend and watched movies and things, right? So this here, the not we're trying to be like vigilant here. So made cookies and ice cream came before watching movies and things. And the second statement is and also went to the zoo, which is a like thing. It's a not, this is two activities that are not related to, like related in sequence, but these two are related in sequence. It doesn't appear that way in English because there really isn't. I mean, you could write like and then watched movies and things, or oh no, actually it's actually implying this is a sequence. Oh, so not actually. I'm not sure if now that I think about it, maybe the te gets override by the tari. Intriguing. Anyways, you kind of feel the flow, like make cookies and ice cream at our house, then watch movies, and then also went to the zoo. Too many ands, really. Okay, so they bought a new pet, right? We or I also bought a new pet. It was a yellow and white bird. Or was it a white bird and a yellow bird? Okay, yeah, both yellow and white bird. So this is to, and it's exhaustive. So they only bought a white bird and a yellow bird as to. And then next, like or because they're still small, like young. Chisai, right? Chisai desu ka? Because they're still small. Mother said, right? Okasan itte imashita, said to Sugi ni, like, to wait till they become big. I'm not sure where that's going. Or saying that they will get big. Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, saying that they will get big. Oh, okay. I'm like, mother said that the event, like, next they'll get big. Yeah, okay. That's a little bit better. Yeah, they're still small, but mom said that mom was saying that they get really big quickly. Oh, sugini. Oh, I can see how that means. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I can kind of see where that means quickly. Interesting. Okay. So I did miss this. Sugini, like, almost in the manner of immediately. So, growing big. Okiku naru to, right? Or just oki naru, right? This is a quote. It's getting big in an immediate sense, right? Sugini, like this is the adverbial ni, and sugi meaning like intensely, or like it's an intensifier. So quickly, I like, okay, as opposed to like hayaku, right? Haku. Interesting. So so this is the weaker one. Okay. Then after they get big, right? After they get big, or it's not implying after, but you could say atode, but they get big, right? When the birds get big, or just the birds get big, notice that I keep injecting transitional phrases like atode or toki ni, right? Like when they get big, instead of constantly writing in sequence. So they got big, so they get big, the birds get big. I look forward to, I don't know, hearing their words, hearing them like big saying words. Yeah, get big saying, like making noise, right? Making noise. I'm looking forward to birds getting big and making noise or saying things. I'm guessing we're talking about mimicry birds, right? So then I guess they say that they'll use a tree or have them use a tree, right? They'll use a tree, and I'll make a small door. It really does sound like a little kid describing their summer vacation, like in a class. So I can imagine the illustration right now. So they make a small door. It's really cute. This is a really cute thing. And then they'll be happy because they can hang around on top of the tree with like the birds can do that, right? In that tree, or in that tree. And then wait, I build a small gate, right, using wood. Oh right, mon. I see what they mean by kiyotsukatte, right? I understand now. They're using wood, ki, as opposed to like use a small tree. Although kind of works out that way. And then they'll be happy because the birds can play on top of that wood or tree, sort of. So this kind of get a mixed bag from me. I need more contextual understanding. And that was a enjoyable summer, hanging out with the birds and friends and family, right? Hanging out with friends, family, and the birds, with using ya as no specific list of nouns, like non-exhaustive list of nouns. So this reminds me of maybe like a grade school teacher in front of the class, and then asking the students or a student what they enjoyed about, like what they did in their summer vacation, and then how they would list it. And I want to say it's grade school, middle school, and stuff, but honestly, this happens very frequently with high school students and even college students now, where in my opinion, the internet has normalized a lot about what things can be seen. So it's generally about things that are objectively seen and observed, and they rarely have used conditionals and modifiers other than outside of, I think it was good. I think it was nice. It was all right. It's fine. Right? And that is serviceable. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. It's more like do they have any incentive or motivation to be more elaborate or want to be more expressive? And oftentimes it becomes a problem, or it becomes a visible problem, because they give me the impression that they're upset that other people say they don't understand them because they're not expressive. So that's what I mean by when this becomes a problem. If it's not a problem, then rarely you have an incentive to have to go beyond this. I would like it for me, like, to example, it's not efficient either. The things that I'm saying to do or I'm encouraging others to do, it's not efficient. It requires a lot of effort because you either haven't done it or it takes a lot of time. Like, for example, during summer vacation, I would pick 2 activities and I would talk about how they make me feel, why I did them, and the details that were important to me and what it reminds me of in my previous life. Like what I'd done previously. So it would take a very long time to say all the things that happened, because with everything that happened, I would talk about how I did it and how it made me feel, right? So that is the development cycle of sharing a story. When you're telling a story and it's void of motivation, it plays like an action video game without a story. Right? Like, how do someone describe to me what they did in the video game? They're going to tell me exactly what was in the video game. They're not going to tell me anything beyond what's exactly in the video game. So when I ask, oh, what's your favorite moment in Persona 3? They would literally describe the scene that I may share with them. And then they say nothing else. And when I mean they, I'm talking about that more than 50% of my interactions with youth online, maybe even like on the older side, I don't usually talk to people more than 30 years old. So in the lower side, right, because of the nature of YouTube and live streaming and I play video games, it tends to be those ones. In my opinion, the people, I would say it's not a good or a bad thing. I simply hope that being able to constantly express and talk about this, like I'm literally talking about a very large deep cut about a Japanese lesson that could be brushed over for like in 10 minutes for someone. But this is what the Japanese means to me. Like I want to be able to say these things, and then I want to be able to say more than this. Like I want to say why I went to my grandmother's house, what happened at the going fishing in the river, why did I choose to go to fishing in the river, and how did it make me feel, and why of all the sports I picked baseball and why the local park as opposed to going to watch a baseball game. That's what I want to tell myself. Okay, I'm learning Japanese. I still have to learn how to do all the other things. I need to incorporate what I liked about it, what I want to do, what I wanted to do, right? How I affected other people. Like grandmother, for example, I went to my grandmother's house. My grandmother was really happy to see me. And I was also really happy to have time to spend with her, right? That's what creates the expressiveness. It informs other people, even by exposure, that you value something, right? If I spend a lot of time talking about my grandmother's house and how my grandmother makes me feel, then that is more expressive intuitively. And you start other people, like it's kind of a double, it's a kind of two-way streak. When you're more expressive, the other person may be inclined to be more expressive, and you don't have to be like an over-analyzing, thinking, calculating, manipulating person, a politician, to be able to intuit like, oh, hey, you talk about your grandmother a lot and how she makes you feel happy, right? Like excited. I hear that a lot, so I thought maybe I should go and visit my grandmother and talk about. That's what I mean. Like, It's a two-way streak. Unfortunately for me, or maybe fortunately, perhaps, I might be out of a job, quote unquote a job. I would have less to talk about, maybe. Who knows? For myself, I spend like more than 50% of the time talking about how to do this thing, like the thing that's absent here, which that's what the internet does, in my opinion. Right now, the internet kind of sounds like a hyper-focused, objective feedback loop for most people. When I ask them how's their day, they would literally just tell me what they did in the day, and I would have no idea whether it's good, it's bad, and they're saying it as though it explains all of that to me. Like, it explains, if they say they beat from a FromSoft game, like they beat Elden Ring, somehow I'm supposed to know how that makes them feel and what they like about it and all of that. And it could work. It could work when you are in a Discord with people who grind Elden Ring. So does that make you better at expressing things because you decided you don't have to explain anything? That is one of the core, quote unquote, problems that are presented to me. Not the other way around. I don't actually see the problem of it. Like, I'm not saying that it's a ongoing problem that I foretell, like I foresee. I saw this retroactively based on the problems that were presented to me. So most people are saying like, I really love this game, but the community sucks. Like, I can't relate to the community. And I'm like, so how do you relate to the community? And they would say things like, well, they always talk about how you should play things and how they played things and there's only the right way to play things. I'm like, okay. And do you understand why they want people to play this way and that way, and then why you disagree with them? And it would, you would get the very sharp answer like, well, I just disagree with them. I'm like, okay, so what do you do with that? Like, what are you gonna go do with that? Are you gonna can you find other people who relate to you when you express these things? And unfortunately, the really tough reality is no, it's actually quite difficult to do that, since the young little potatoes out there, right? Very endearing potatoes out there still have the problem of communicating with each other. So it's not just the person's problem, it's everyone is doing the same thing, so everyone assumes the same thing. So if you have a point of disagreement, then you're not going to have abilities to sort the disagreement. I don't know where this is going to take us into the future. For myself, I'm probably not going to be alive that long, like live that long to see the complete breakdown of an inability for humans to express their own emotions, motivations, and feelings to each other. If it happens, I actually think conservatively, at some point this is going to reach a critical mass, and then there's going to be a pushback. So at some point, humans typically have a balancing point, right? When I imagine in the next couple of years, there's going to be a catastrophic or like a critical point, a threshold of unfeelingness and lack of expression that will cause a resurgence, a renaissance. It's going to be a renaissance, not the Enlightenment, right? That's a different story. An Enlightenment deals with like the explosion. We're talking about the Western European Enlightenment, when there was an explosion of objective thoughts and observational empirical observation. But there was also the Renaissance, which is when expressive arts, and we could use Japanese examples like the Meiji period, right? The Meiji period, in a cultural explosion versus the Industrial Revolution. I don't actually know what the Japanese Industrial Revolution is called the period. But there was a industrial revolution as well, the enlightenment of the industrial revolution in Japan. So we're talking about the explosiveness of art and a heavier emphasis on, hey guys, let's. Japan is not the greatest, like in my opinion, not the. It's a hard sell for Japan when it comes to like being expressive arts, but it exists, like right, like geisha performances, kabuki, flower arrangements, tea ceremonies, many weird festivals. So those things do exist despite in a really highly pragmatic group cohesion country. Chinese would be another example. Despite like there's quite a lot of resistance to expressive art over pragmatism. It's pretty neat. All right, let's do. Oh, all right. So let's do our bonus topic for the day. Wait, why is lesson 9 so short? Wait, did I screw up? Hold up. What? Oh no, we're at the end of lesson 9. Oh, we're gonna run out. We're gonna run out of topics to talk about. All right. In this bonus topic, we're going to step into the real world and learn more about how real natural interactions go. You know me and words like real, right? Real, not necessarily world. World can be like virtual, you know, like a virtual world. Real is a tough one. Natural is another tough one, and native, natural, and real. Very. It requires exactly the problem that was, in my opinion, the problem that I was talking about just now, where it's inferring, these words are inferring a connotation that is presumably normalized. In my opinion, we're in a societal shift, especially when it comes to like Bunpro, like their user base, what real natural interaction like infers, right? So we're going to go step by step through 3 customer service situations. Okay, customer service is a solid way to narrow the focus in order to create like a more applicable way of inferring real and natural interactions that may encounter in Japan. Now we really narrowing it down even further, right? At each point, we're discussed that each person is saying and why, right? And why, so that we know exactly what to listen out for in the wild, right? One of the here's my plug for expressive thoughts. Context is expressive, right? Context often contains the why, how, and whatnot. So if you're thinking about how to express in a target language, and that target language happens to be very context-based, and you're wondering something like, why is it so hard for me to know what to say next and how to say it or whatnot, again, it can be very difficult if you haven't practiced it, if you haven't been incentivizing yourself. For myself, the most interesting part about language is the expressiveness, like the why and how. So the topic section is arguably one of my favorite things because they're always explaining why, not necessarily the mechanical things. Now, you do have to buckle down and memorize the mechanical things, right, if they're foundational. So that's certainly, I'm enjoying what quote-unquote limited Japanese I have, right? So N5 maybe to half of N3-ish, but I can use that for a very long time to explore why and how in Japanese, and through that I'll acquire other Japanese concepts possibly, or I can continue to do this. It's perfectly sufficient for me, because there's so much you can master by building on top of foundations. Obviously, you can also rush to the end and feel satisfied with that too. It's not my particular approach to appreciating things. Details. So check-in time. If you visit Japan, check-in time, punctuality. Yeah, punctuality. Now, hear me out. I often find these fun stereotypes. So, there's this stereotype about Germans, right? And I think it's very cute to do these skits. German, typically punctuality deals with like being on time, like in time, as in if you're early, you're still being early is inappropriate, right? And then being late is obviously inappropriate. Now, in Japanese, my impression is that is at least being on time whether you are early or not. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is when it comes to my Chinese background, that's usually the case. You often rather be early than on time. So there's like the check-in time situation, the fun characteristic things about, and then you might be thinking, oh, is this a Western versus Eastern thing? No, not really, because there's also Indian time and like other Asian, like Thai and Vietnamese, they have different customs, and or like people would mention Spanish, where like, or Italian time, where some of them would be like, oh, when they say 2 hours, they mean 30 minutes after, right? Versus like, oh, if you say 8 p.m., my parents will be there at 7:30. That type of thing. So in Japanese, this is a fun topic. I think this one is pretty great when you interact with cultures around the world. What it means to be check-in time, like to be on time. In the United States, for me, I'm a bit of a mixed bag. I typically am not as extreme as my parents. My parents usually arrive 30 minutes before. They always keep a 30-minute gap between the assigned appointment. I would keep a 15-minute gap. However, I would set something to do 15 minutes before at the same location. So like I would do a 30-minute to an hour activity 15 minutes before being at the appointment. So I would set a task to do next to the location of the thing I have to do it. So that's kind of how I would keep myself on time. So if someone says I need to be at the football stadium at 8 p.m., I would already be near the football stadium an hour ago with the 15-minute gap. So because I would be doing something around like a football stadium in order to be nearby to make to my appointment or my meetup, since I'm going anyways, right? I'm going there anyways. So that's kind of my take on check-in time. How do you get ready in check-in time? I do an activity, and you might be thinking, well, no one's gonna always go and do some big thing beforehand. I bring a book, right? So like if you have to go to the emergency room, or not the emergency, but if you have to go to get a doctor's checkup and the wait is like 40 minutes, well, I've already planned 30 minutes of book reading just sitting in the waiting room. That's kind of what I mean. Like, it doesn't have to be a big thing. It can be a big thing. The idea is to constantly be on time. I combine the elements of my parents being 15 minutes wait time before, or like being a particular wait time early. However, I would be occupying myself in advance as well. I'm not sure how Japanese goes about it in terms of like the pre-gaming. Pre-gaming. They are very punctual though. Like I would say my overall impression is that it's very similar to Chinese as represented through my parents, that you typically arrive either early or on time, and then you make yourself seem occupied until the time comes, so that it is inevitably consistently punctual. Versus I have plenty of acquaintances that come from a subculture where when they say 7 o'clock, they mean 7:30 or 8. And when they tell you it's 6, like the party's at 6, technically it already started. Technically they already started at 4. Like that's kind of the opposite thing. When you're telling someone a specific time, you either expect them to arrive later because you're preparing at that time, or you have already started, so then you be ready for them. It's like a weird thing when it comes to time. If you visit Japan as a tourist, there's a high chance you'll be checking into a hotel, right? Check-in, right? Check-in and check-out. This can be intimidating, but the script is normally straightforward. Let's look at a typical interaction between a customer and front desk, uketsuke, right? Uketsuke, uketsuke when checking in. So we have the kyaku, the guest.
客、今日から23日まで予約しています。
Right. And tenego, obviously.
ホテルの人、ありがとうございます。名前を教えてください。
Right. Please tell me your name. Right. 教えてください。ください。
客、伊藤です。
Right. Your name. Polite.
ホテルの人、伊藤様、ありがとうございます。
Right. So the super respectful language sama, because you are the guest, right? The honorific suffix. Once the customer has identified themselves, the staff can find their details on their system and check them in. From there, it is normal in Japan to have you write your information such as name, address, and so on, right? In the check-in book.
ホテルの人、こちらに名前、携帯の番号、住所をお願いします。こちらは朝ごはんのチケットです。レストランの受付の人に渡してください。
Yep. So, breakfast tickets are a thing. I haven't ever been to a place like in the United States that do the breakfast ticket thing. They typically just tell you when the breakfast is, and then you simply come down, right? However, I am aware of the whole breakfast ticket thing vicariously in Japan. And then you hand it to the restaurant when you're ready, right? The restaurant reception. Right? Yeah, I don't, in the United States, at least from my experience, I've yet to see the ticket system. Maybe, possibly, I'm not sure if I remember there were tickets in like Vegas or something. But generally speaking, breakfast is complimentary, and you just walk into the area, and they specifically, like, to compare and contrast, they tell you when it's being served, and then you simply be awake and go there. How do they tell your hotel staff? That's a good question. They don't. This is interesting. Let's go shopping. So this type of thing I am very accustomed to. However, when I'm playing video games, when this scene comes up, it's like, oh yeah, it's like bread and butter situation. However, man, whenever I'm playing video games, I'm like, when they're trying to explain the consequences of removing a paranormal phenomena by rescuing and surveillancing the current suspects in an investigation of a murder, like, I'm like, okay, we're just gonna place hold some words, and all right, they're doing relations. That's usually what I'm doing. This stuff, when the context meets the appropriateness, like the context that occurs most often, they are typically pretty easy on the ears and helps me feel a bit some affirmation on Japanese, and that's typically when they go to a store or like someone's upset and they're trying to comfort each other. There are quite a lot of common contexts that I'm very familiar with. Going to a store is definitely one of them. So like checking into a hotel, staying somewhere, commerce is pretty. I agree. This would be a fantastic. This is a great lipness.
ホテルの人、
Oh,
こちらに名前、携帯の番号、住所をお願いします。こちらは朝ごはんのチケットです。レストランの受付の人に渡してください。
okay, let's go shopping. Our next situation is in a clothing store or any place you need to buy stuff because you can substitute the vocabulary, right? We have a customer browsing and a clerk ready to strike up a light conversation to check on their needs. Let's see how this sort of scenario could play out. Actually, I wonder how many people say scenario versus scenario. I kind of flip between scenario and scenario. Pardon me.
店の人、そのスカートかわいいですよね。
Mm-hmm. The clerk strikes up polite conversation, right?
客、かわいいです。
Right. Because you're confirming on their thing?
店の人、赤と青と黄色がありますが、この色が一番人気です。
Yep. So they will tell you what they have, right? What they have, and then which one's most popular. They could straight up ask you like, oh, you know, we have these. Which one do you prefer? Or like, or do you have any thoughts, right? Or, like, I don't know, a choice, and then just say like, do desu ka, right? And you could say, then you could say, ichiban ninki, how do you say, no, it's not which. Usually when you're offering two choices, dochira, I would like pick two and like, dochira wa ichiban ninki desu ka? Right? Like which of these two, I usually try to narrow down my choices and I ask like, so which one of these two are more popular if they don't mention popular, or ask them what they recommend or like what other people recommend, like susume, right? Susume wa. Now that the ice is broken, the customer wants to try the skirt on, okay? Japanese uses a variety of different verbs for wearing clothes. Oh yeah, that's right. For things worn on the upper body, right? So like on the upper body, so shirts, like anywhere in the upper torso area, that would be kiru, right? We have kiru, this character, kiru. It also means difference, I think. Pretty sure. For items worn on the lower half of the body, such as the skirt, trousers, or shoes, that's haku. Haku is used, which that also it revolves around covering up something. For things worn on the head, right? Oh wait, actually, maybe haku doesn't have a covering up thing. Let me think about it. Does it have a cover? I'm reminding myself of my character studies. That's usually something I practice when I'm looking at kanji. For things worn on the head, that's cover too. This is involving a cover. So you're doing a kaburu. Kaburu. This is for covering up something. In fact, the root of this is also a somewhat of like a blanket related thing too, like to cover up blanket. There are even more terms than this, but we'll learn about these in N4 and beyond. Yeah, we certainly do. There's also attachment, right? Skeru, to attach accessories to places. And then depending on what type of accessories, like a necklace, bracelet, a scarf, there may be variances of how they are worn too. And then there's also like accessories in which you hold, like an umbrella. technically, I don't know if I have an example where accessories like extensions of your stuff is considered wearing. Like you don't wear an umbrella, you hold an umbrella.
客、履いてもいいですか？
Moi is one of our topics, right? Is it okay? Right? And then we would use the polite.
店の人、はい、こちらへどうぞ。
Yeah, こちらへどうぞ. So this way, please. こちらへ. And then どうぞ for please, thank you. It's very very versatile in a commerce area. The lost wallet in our final situation. Oh, losing things. Oh, that's important. Yeah, John has lost his wallet. Let's pay particular attention to how John Smith, John Doe, John speaks with his acquaintance Sakura. His use of plain language suggests familiarity or a position of authority, right? Sakura's use of polite language suggests a deliberately placed distance or level of respect, right? I would typically do that. Default to that.
John, 財布がない。
Rip. Even beyond familiarity, sudden panic naturally forces out the standard form because it is unfiltered, instinctive reaction. I don't think I've developed this yet. Not yet. I can feel it though when you play a video game, right? That's in Japanese, and there are lots of situations where the characters are exclaiming. And whenever they do, I chuckle to myself. Like Junpei Iori is a very expressive person, and he's very derpy. Like he don't think before he acts, and he speaks very compulsively, right? Meanwhile, like Mitsuru Kirijo is very calculated, so she tends not to do these blurting out things. So Iori is a very good example. Even Akihiko is fairly tame. He's pretty composed. So I would use Junpei. Junpei contrasts a lot with the cast, and in English he does too. In English, his speech is very unfiltered. So Junpei speaks very directly in English. His diction is very homely, bro style, right? Bro style, reactive language, which is largely indicative of like the new age, like streamer influencer voice thing. They're very reactive type of English. Meanwhile, whenever I hear this from a Japanese like game or Japanese person, I kind of laugh because it's not, in my opinion, while it is natural to force out these things when people are panicking, it is also very uncharacteristic for, at least in my opinion, Japanese / maybe even Chinese people to openly be expressive. So whenever I hear these phrases, I kind of laugh because now I understand like the intent behind it. So I understand the language that makes it expressive, but at the same time, I'm like, I chuckle, like legitimately, I reflexively chuckle whenever I hear like a very direct exclamatory Japanese phrase. Meanwhile, it's business as usual whenever people talk about things.
さくら、最後にどこで出したんですか?
Yeah, that's a good question. Oh, okay. 出したんですか? Okay. Yeah, どこで? And then it's usually 最後に, which is the last place you looked at, right? Maybe, yeah. 最後にどこで is almost like where was the last place, right? Where was the last place you had it? Obviously they use 出したん as opposed to like you took it out, or maybe you could use adan desu ka, maybe, or something like that, like where it existed last, like to be even more general, or the last time you saw it, Nitan desu ka? Where did you see it last? The last place you saw it? Okay, and then
ジョン、コンビニでお弁当を買った時だと思う。
oh, that's cool. Yeah, the time when they bought the bento box, right? I think. Yeah, tomo. The tomo, the time, right? And time is a noun, so da requires da. And that time is characterized by when you bought it. Obento o katta. Ne? And then where, right? Where this action is happening. Konbini de. Ne? Okay. Then
さくら。じゃあコンビニに行きましょう。
Then let's go. Let's go to the convenience store, right? Yeah. Well then, go to the convenience store. Next, John is in the convenience store looking for his wallet. Notice how his language shifts, right? Now he's speaking to people like service and strangers, right? As he is speaking to a stranger, he uses polite language to keep a respectful distance, right?
ジョン、すみません。今日の2時半くらいにここでお弁当を買いましたが、黒い財布を見ましたか？
Alright. So, excuse me, right? At around 2:30, right? 2 or 2:30, because that is what 2:30 kurai. Around 2:30, I was here buying a bento. And have you seen a black wallet anywhere? Did you see? Did you see? And this is what I meant by, oh, yeah, this is what I mean by mita up here. Instead of saying get out, maybe like when you last saw it.
店の人、小さい財布ですか？あります。これですか？
Aww, this is it?
ジョン、
それです。ありがとうございます。Yeah.
店の人、お客さんがレジの前で拾ったんです。よかったです。
よかったです。Yep. That's nice. A customer picked it up at the front register. Yep. This is what I would say. Oh, and then now they just yeah, these sections are not written in yet, the transcript for these sections. Okay. Let's listen.
たける、今日は僕がご飯を作るね。さっき、ありがとう。何を作るの？たける、料理のクラスでピザを作ったからピザにする。さっき、いいね。今晩は月が綺麗だから外でご飯を食べましょうか。たける、いいね。今日は中よりも外の方が涼しいね。さっき、9時から雨が降るって言ってる。早く家に帰ってご飯を作らなくちゃ。
Okay, I forgot the second item that they were talking about. Let me listen to it again.
たける、今日は僕がご飯を作るね。さっき、ありがとう。何を作るの？
They
た
talk
ける、
about making pizza.
料理のクラスでピザを作ったからピザにする。
Oh, they're
さ
gonna
っき、
decide on pizza?
いいね。今晩は月が綺麗だから外でご飯を食べましょうか。たける、いいね。今日は中よりも外の方が涼しいね。さっき、9時から雨が降るって言ってる。早く家に帰ってご飯を作らなくちゃ。
Yeah, so they were talking about what they're gonna prepare for a meal, and they or what to make for a meal, and They said konban, so evening. So they decided on pizza, and it was about to rain, so she was like hurrying him along to go grab the stuff to make the pizza. Now, I didn't gather like every single detail because it's really hard at the moment for me to remember every single detail, and usually that's something that I need to work on even in English. Like I tend to look for the motivation and look for generalization when I'm listening. So it is important that I do see the transcript, right? Reading is a different task than listening and interpreting. So I could listen to this again and try to transliterate the whole thing, but generally I don't do it very often. I'll listen to it one more time, see if I can pick up.
たける、今日は僕がご飯を作るね。さっき、ありがとう。何を作るの？
Like, what are you gonna make?
たける、料理のクラスでピザを作ったからピザにする。
He has a recipe for pizza, so we're gonna make pizza.
いいね。今晩は月が綺麗だから外でご飯を食べましょうか。たける、いいね。今日は中よりも外の方が涼しいね。さっき、9時から雨が降るって言ってる。早く家に帰ってご飯を作らなくちゃ。
Yeah, so they were talking about the weather, right? Kind of cool. She said it was like kind of nice here at the moment, but it's gonna rain eventually. Like the rain's gonna happen, so you want to hurry up and get stuff to prepare, like inferring that. I do want to see the transcripts of these things, so hopefully they add the transcript. Let me see. Maybe it's just the bonus topics that they don't add. Oh no, it's just some of them might be. Maybe they just decided that either they forgot it or they just decide that, hey, here's a bonus listening thing. It doesn't have I think 2 or 3 of the points don't have the transcript. They don't have the transcripts on them. Whoa, what is this? Sorry, spoilers. What? Oh wait. Oh, is that the summary? It's probably the summary, right? Wait, was that the summary? No. What? What is this chapter? Oh, this must be like the end or something. Look at the is that like a lesson 1? Oh yeah. Okay. That was a summary. So the last chapter before the last bonus, the last like section before the end of the last lesson, right? They incorporated all the lessons together, or did some sort of summary incorporating the lessons. This was fantastic. I kind of get bittersweet because I could do this for days, for reviewing, because we're gonna do the N5. We're gonna be doing the one of the N5 that they provide, because they have 5 of them. We're gonna be staggering them as we're going, so we'll be doing the first N5 practice test just to see how it goes as a exercise. And I haven't decided how I'm gonna incorporate the timing. My initial tentative plan is to simply focus on it, do it live, and if anyone makes a comment, I'll try to be discreet as quickly as possible, and then continue. How much? What was the time limit? Time limits are rough for me, right? Like 90 minutes. I've been keeping my lessons and focus at least greater than 90 minutes, just so I will be at least stamina-wise be ready to think about stuff at 90 minutes. We'll see. I haven't taken like a timed exam related thing, even if it's self-imposed, for quite some time now. Alright folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro yourself, and you're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, chill. I monologue to myself a lot. I have internal do internal conversations with myself, but you are always more than welcome to come on by and chime in, trigger a digression, right? I practice this a lot orally, and for the record, I do this orally and vocally because it's to express my thoughts. Sometimes it serves for the purpose of slowing down my thoughts and then being able to explain my thoughts outwardly. However, when I'm not streaming per se or recording, I'm actually not dictating anything. Like when I'm out and about in IRL, I don't have to open my mouth and utter those words. I can simply process what's right. I want to make that clear that I don't go around talking to myself out loud around people. However, I practice this because you can't, for the sake of record keeping, you can't, it's not telepathic. You have to output something. So I do this, and it serves a multi-purpose. It does help slow my thoughts down. My thoughts are far more rapid, maybe like 3 or 4 times. Times is not that great to appreciate, but whatever my thought speed is now that people talk about when I talk to myself, discuss topics with myself, and link topics together, and maybe the occasional digression with like pro call and whatnot, those things happen. Imagine maybe 4 or 5 times that speed. That's usually how I operate when I'm out and about. If I ever like be in a situation like going to customer service or taking care of my errands that I had to do earlier today, etc. Usually it helps me slow down, and slowing down allows one to challenge oneself to explain things, what's in your thought, and it can be kind of cathartic. When your mind's racing and you're overwhelmed by your own mind, which is something that I do experience on a daily, when I'm left alone to my thoughts for a very long time, I've come to realize that without writing, recording, expressing them, or channeling them into some sort of application or legacy building, I really do mean when I was talking about that journaling earlier in that one topic, that's not very, I went through a period of my life like that, where it's constantly record keeping for the sake of pragmatism, and meanwhile all the other things are racing in my head, like the concerns, worry, anxiety, compulsions. All of those things are left unchecked. They are not managed, cope with, right? That type of stuff. I genuinely do believe that when you try to do something, apply something, and explain it to someone else, it can help you slow down and appreciate how to, in a way, make your actions feel slower, but also elevate its meaning, the quality of its moments. Nowadays, when most things are felt parasocially, right, vicariously, you are left to your own devices on how to manage that. I wish for the world and everyone who lives in it that they do have people they trust, support systems that are around to help you slow down and maybe even counterbalance you or balance you in some way or synergistically support you. However, that's not usually the case when you spend a lot of time on the internet establishing like 90% of your interactions with internal, like just consuming things parasocially, right? So for myself, this is my act that I tend to do or practice. Not act as in pretentiousness. We're talking about routine. My routine is to at least dedicate a sufficient or satisfactory amount of time to instructionally practice something. Largely because if I spend like 14 hours a day in my own head just consuming internet material and information, I would go bonkers too, in my opinion. I would probably buckle under overwhelming, complex overthinking and compulsory, nihilistic anxiety, right? That type of thing does occur. And spending more than half my life trying to manage that stuff, I usually don't use trigger words like attention deficits or high functioning anxiety or nervousness or mental breakdowns, panic attacks, I don't typically use them very likely, largely because when they are mentioned, it is to encourage how to manage them, right? As opposed to mentioning them as a way to soften and excuse yourself from having to do things. So this is kind of my indirect way of saying most of the things that I describe and I see in other people, or trends that I have seen and that I talk about very often, it's not uncommon that I end up encountering those people, and those, whenever I talk to those people, they find me relatable. It's largely in retrospect. I have experience with them, and usually I continue to experience those things. Now, whether I display them to the world or, you know, act them out and then like unload those burden onto other people, it often is reflective of how well you manage these things or channel them, take advantage of them. So I might not seem like the manic person when it comes to emotional suppression or emotional outburst, right? However, that is arguably the testament to why that doesn't happen is everything else I do. How vigorously I talk about the subject is how reflects how long or common that subject is to my life. I typically do say this over and over again. Protocol constantly challenge this. My most favorite topics tend to be the most frequent and recent things, right? And that means that also includes the bad things or what people think are bad things. Like my public speaking ability and my discussion flow, how I form ideas and create loops in order to keep people engaged, like in a discussion way, not like engagement when it comes to doom scrolling and algorithm specific things, but more like intimate engagement or personal engagement and discussion of people's problems. That strategy is practiced on a daily basis because that is how I learn to manage rapid thoughts, overwhelming like influx of ideas, and try to be deterministic a bit about what I should talk about. You can have a lot of ideas. If it's all jumbled up there, rarely is something coherent comes back out of it, right? So while I'm having a single discussion with maybe 3 or 4 variables where I tease apart someone's argument, which Proko and I typically have a interesting back and forth, I'm jostling like 20 or 30 variables in my head. What I speak, I have to determine what I'm going to say in the flow of the conversation, right? Like this very moment. All right, folks, you're more than welcome to come on by, yap, challenge yourself, encourage yourself, right? Safe space. Hopefully it isn't just a stranger online that can make you feel safe like that. I hope that interacting with maybe a chance with a stranger or someone else who's uncharacteristically welcoming, that would allow that person to find other people who they can develop friendships and relationships to form a support system that allow you to practice these things. I think it's one of the very highly underrated quote unquote potential solutions to people, to the source of many people's problems online that I hear: social anxiety, public speaking, trust. They form, the activity of interacting with humans sufficiently through self-motivation and whatnot can offer maybe intuitive and conscious solutions to those problems or perceived problems. All right, until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第570天 is a 570. Sorry, I had a nosebleed just now. It took a little bit longer. Okie dokie. Let's get into our lessons here.
磕碰
Ke peng. Ke is to knock over, right? Okay. Knock. That's a special ke. The pass plates. Peng. That does look like a peng with stones. So what is that? Peng stones is probably bump. That's a super early peng. Let's go look at the conjoined twins. Heck, conjoined twins. Maybe we use line up instead. Line up is Bing though. Side by side. That's fine. Bing. Gotta Bing this. Peng. English manner. Okay. 我的脚磕碰到椅子了。Interesting. Ouch. 他不小心磕碰到门框。请小心避免还是避免or 避免磕碰墙壁墙壁。Oh, it is 避免 not 避免。避免。Bit of a 50-50 on that one.
磕碰
Oh, that's fine.
媚俗
What? What? 媚俗 eyebrow? Oh no, Mei is flatter, and that's a custom, yeah. 媚俗 kits? A quiche? A kitsy? A kits? The heck is this? Oh, it's an art and design that's perceived as naive imitation? What the... Wait, is this the right one? A loan word from German, right? This looks German. What exactly? Art design or decorative item considered to be in poor taste because they are overly cheesy, sappy, or cheap? Flattery custom. Interesting. I have no idea. Hang on. Kitsch?
Kitsch.
Okay. A kitsch. I think it's that. Is it the? Oh yeah, it is. the dog, the dog table art thing, a kitsch. Didn't realize. Didn't realize it was considered overly cheesy, sappy, or cheap though. Just identified it as one of the artworks. Itchy. Let's see. Yeah, it's describing artwork. I see in design. Interesting. 这件装饰品看起来有点媚俗。Negative connotation, right? 有点 meaning it's less desirable. 有点媚俗。这幅画被认为sounds better if it was 认为是媚俗艺术。Yep, 认为 as opposed to 认为。我不喜欢太媚俗的 design。设计 establish
媚俗。蘑菇云。
蘑菇云。蘑菇 mushroom and cloud 云 okay 蘑菇云 is a mushroom cloud. Oh no, I know what a mushroom cloud. Yeah, 蘑菇云是报价力量的像symbol 象征 no 象征 which one is that? Oh, okay, I misread this little tiny part. How does that translate to symbol? Oh, this part makes sense. Or this part carries a meaning. Yeah. I guess a symbol does solicit attention. To solicit. Interesting. 我们在远处看到天空中的蘑菇园 ，make sense？ 爆炸号升起一朵巨大的蘑菇园。Man, it's door, not dough. What am I doing? I flipped the. I heckin' flipped the U and the diphthong. Door. 一朵。Wait. More? There's more. Ooh. Yeah.
蘑菇云。
蘑菇云呢？菇云。
欧姆。
欧姆。Oh, like ohms, like resistance stuff. Omu, and this is transliteration, so we're just gonna go with the omu. 欧姆。电阻yeah electric resistance 电阻。电阻的电力是oh no 电位是欧姆电阻electric blockage electric resistance 单位 how does the way work? Oh, these two things are unit is tough. Yeah, so I guess position is just a holder and then a list holder. That kind of sounds like a unit, I suppose. 这个电路的电阻是10欧姆。老师解释欧姆定律law 定律。Oops.
欧姆旺销，
旺销旺 is prosperous. The sun with one. And then 销 is to spend. Process and to sell well. Oh, ooh, that's the opposite of what I thought. To buy well instead of spend well or sell well. Okie dokie. Let's see. What is this? I think it's 这款小鸡在市场上很旺销。So Quan is a counter as well for like devices. Interesting. This has like funds or supplies at the moment. The meaning of this character. 这家店的是这样店的衣服一直旺销。对，这款so it's like an article or something. I see. 这款鞋子因为舒适 no 舒惠还是舒适。I'm gonna say 舒适而旺销。The other way to say comfortable.
旺销，
Okay.
磕碰，欧姆，旺销， 媚俗，蘑菇云，
All right.
徐州，
Xizhou. Oh goodness, where is Xizhou? I don't know. Do they historic yeah, it's not helpful. 我明天要去徐州旅行。他从徐州来的。徐州是一座历史名墙。名墙。
徐州，
Either you know it or you don't.
黑牙，
黑牙。Hay is what? The fetus or embryo? Okay. And then ya is a sprout. How do you get germ? Okay. Okay. This is almost kind of like a you know it or you don't. Hey ya. Hey ya. 全麦 Yeah, I think that's my 全麦面包 contain 含有胚芽全麦 yeah, 麦 as in wheat. 胚芽含有很多yeah, this is like germ wheat situation. Oh goodness, nutrients 养什么养？营养。So, isn't this camp? It is, but it also could mean something else. Interesting. Okay. 胚芽是种子的一部分。Oh, 种子 no, 种子 Okay. So that didn't change the tone. I thought for every part of the plant, when it's ever used as a plant, it could be for, but in this case, it's still 种子, or saying a part of a plant thing, so seed. I've come to appreciate that 种 deals with plants and 种 is being used as type. However, it looks like the type defaults to plant-related things. Okay.
胚芽，烈焰，
烈焰 that's烈 is intense and 焰 fire and oh, that's flame, right? How to make flame powder. This is how I remembered it. So intense fire. Oh, raging flame. That makes sense. 烈焰 heck, color something 红了天空 red the sky. How I read the sky. What is that left one? Xiao No. Yes. 萧红. 萧红. Okay. 烈焰烧嗯烧毁了降作森林. Oh no, it's 降作. What am I doing? That's a 3. That's not a 4. Yo, pep. Okay. So the whole unit, double whole unit, so entire. 他被烈焰包全. Oh no, 包围. No, 包围五路. Oh, 五路可调. Whoops. No, 可逃. To rhyme. I mispronounced it. Oh, it's Wu? Oh, yeah, it's Wulu. Wulu. What is Wulu? No way? No way to escape. Oh, I see. Wulu, no way to escape. Yeah, that literally says no way to escape. Okay. How does Bao work? Surround? Okay.
烈焰
Okay.
渊博
Yuan oh goodness. Abyss. Yuan Bo, which is well informed. Another erudite. So like depth. Abyss for depth. So well informed and deeply well informed and erudite or extremely knowledgeable. Yuan Bo. 他的学文 I said 蒙 结文很结文很渊博。这位老师十分渊博。十分 perfect, like very extreme, satisfactory, full of very. 这是一位渊博的学者。
渊博杂碎
杂碎 is to pulverize or smash. 碎 is to smash, do, or break. Or something that's broken. Sway is rough. Largely because it's a pivot from sway. I think tway is more frequent with this. Got the stone, right? Made of stone. And da is weak. Although it is the box of towels, hanging out the box of towels. Okay. 他不小心把瓶子打碎了。请小心别砸碎什么？砸碎玻璃 glass. It's crazy. 玻璃 as in 玻璃 Okay. 他用石头把窗户砸碎 window. Okay.
砸碎。徐州。砸碎。烈焰。胚芽。渊博。
哎，
吉兆。
吉兆 we have lucky 叫 omen. Yeah, lucky omen. 吉兆 fair enough. 这是一个吉兆，梦见花朵是吉兆。Oh, interesting. 他说梦是吉兆。Okay.
吉兆。侦查。
侦查 Gun would be to scout, and then cha to investigate or examine. So scout is fine. 侦查 Bing, right? Or this is Bing. Oh no. 是 This is 士兵 right? 士兵被I'm gonna say 派去 Ooh, that doesn't seem right. Is it? 派去侦查什么？侦查敌情 Oh, it is Paichi. Okay, everything's fine. It is as it is. So I guess this is sent thing, and to invest a scout enemy. Oh no, maybe this is condition. I actually don't know where the condition is. Oh wait, 定情. I guess you could say enemy condition. Yeah, 情 their situation. Okay. 我们需要侦查一下close by 附近 right 附近的情况 right situation as well. This is also sort of condition, the nearby areas condition. 附近 for close. 侦查任意 No 任务很危险。任务 is mission or duty or something like that. Objective. Okay.
侦查。
Okay.
孟春。
孟春 the first month of spring. Yeah, first month of spring. That's fair enough. 真春的天气开始变暖 right 暖我们在 曼圈去看花，很多鸟在闷春会来 or return。曼圈的脚上脚上有 no 还有 yeah 还有 gotta make sure 还有一点is it 亮 oh no lang dang it lang yeah I'm saying cool not yeah
孟春
曼春
抽屉柜
抽屉柜what the heck? Chow is it's kind of like polling. They're using polling. Oh, chow take out drawer tea gui. It's like a cupboard, so you have chests of drawers. Okay. Yeah, any form of like polling. Chow as a instead of like yi. They don't use yi. Use chow. A bureau as well. I'm surprised this doesn't mean cabinet, like a bureau cabinet. Oh, okay. Cho is doesn't help that I'm pretty sure that my default is Cho Yen, which is to smoke. Yeah, Cho Yen. Alright. You do look like Wei. What's wooden? A cupboard, I suppose. And then tea. You don't quite look like tea. You look more like die. Yeah, you look more like die. Or shi. Tea. I think this is probably the toughest character of these three. 这个抽屉柜很旧。抽屉柜里有很多衣服。Fair enough. 我把我的钥匙 really？ 那钥匙放在抽屉柜里。哦，钥匙。Wait, this is 10? Oh, it's an alternative read. Okay, interesting. I mean, that makes sense. 十 and 池. Wait. Did I misread this? Yeah, 钥匙. 十 and 池 shares this meaning. Interesting.
抽屉柜嗅探犬
嗅探犬 smell on search dog sniffer dog yeah 嗅探犬可以oh no ears next to I thought that was like 明区赌瓶 when One? Oh no. Hold on. What was the other one? Alright. When, here. I'm looking for doors. Oh, this is gonna be disgusting. Oh no, it's not actually that bad. What am I thinking of when I'm thinking Ming? Oh, this is what I'm thinking of. Okay. Yeah, when. Like, 新闻. Oh, can detect 文区 interesting. 就是一只训练 no 训练 this Xing. I'm gonna say 训练有 elements. Heck, 有表 that doesn't seem right. 有表的秀贪权有素 yeah, 素 is element. Oh yeah, 训练 interesting. Well trained. Oh, 素 it looks like biao is the it's not right. The biao, the bottom radical is different. I already knew that. I just needed to settle on one read or something. I wasn't gonna linger too much. 机场有秀探权在巡逻 patrol 巡逻 not 巡逻
嗅探犬
What? Oh, wrong tone. I think.
侦查 嗅探犬
Heck. 急 do
抽屉柜 孟春 吉兆
Alright.
骄阳
Yang. So yeah, that's the positive or the sun, yang. And Jiao is magnificent or proud. Oh. Or like something so blazing proud. Radiance, probably. But not radiance in terms of light, but proud as in forward. Blazing sun. 我们在骄阳下散步。Oh, yeah, 散步。骄阳让让人感到头晕。Interesting. Yeah, sure. 骄阳要 Oh no. 叫什么？ illuminate and light feather. I'm gonna. Oh no, I can't. Oh, I don't remember. 武灰昏昏者. No, it's Yao. Dang it. Yao to. Oh, bright. Yeah, that's bright. Yao. Dang it. Yao to da di. It's bright, illuminate and bright. Yen. Yao. Actually, should be brilliant. Oh, show off. Dang, that's a rough one.
骄阳，蜜橘，
蜜橘. The heck? Oh, honey. Honey tangerine. Oh, tangerine. Okay. 蜜橘. G is wild. G is rough. 我吃了一什么一颗蜜橘. So ke is I'm starting to appreciate ke as a counter. 这些蜜橘看起来很新鲜，对，fresh。妹妹不喜欢吃蜜橘。
蜜橘，跪坐，
跪坐。跪 is kneeling. 坐 is sit. Okay. Is sit kneeling? Okay. What happens if I said to kneel sit? Okay, it would. Okay, sit kneel. Or to kneel and sit. Okay. 我尝试过跪坐，可是脚很酸，很酸。no, not 很酸。Yeah, 很酸。Is it 很酸? No, 很酸。腿。Heck, that's 腿, not 脚。腿。Oh no. This. 贷款 or 贷款 I'm gonna say 贷转筒. I'm gonna say 债转筒记事中人们常常跪坐wrong tone. And it's Chuang, dang it. Chuang. On Tong. I don't know, Tong is okay. I screwed up on pronouncing it. Chuan. I was torn between Quan, Juan, Chuan. But that's the wrong tone. It's to on to what is that? To turn into or to pass through. No, pass through unity is traditional. Oh, okay. T-shirt ceremony. Let's see. Ooh. 是他习是 或者习惯哦，他习惯跪着吃饭，习惯习惯，sorry，习惯 is custom to
跪坐，屈从，
屈从。Chi is yield or bend, which is like yielding to, and then chong to follow. Okay, to bend and okay, fair enough. To submit, to bend and follow. 他屈从了老师的要求。正义下no 正义不应该屈从于 bad. What is that? The heck is that? 压恶 Nope, 邪恶. Dang it, that is 邪. Oh my gosh, I forgot evil. 邪 is an exception. This is an exceptional character. 正义不应该屈从于邪恶. Okay. 他不干预. That doesn't sound right. 干 request 干预屈从于压力. Yen. Yeah, it didn't sound right when I said it. 愿意. What is yen? Desire? Origin? Yeah, or willingness, yeah. Kind of desire, I suppose. Willing.
屈从，起床，
起床. Several 床 for buildings as opposed to builder Joe. Oh, well, that's interesting. Or a counter. Buildings. Oh, no, wait. That's, no, I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, that is building. That is building. 这里有几幢大楼. You traveled to Japan this summer? You traveled to... Oh, so you came back. How was it? Give me some highlights. Common... what? 他们盖了几幢办公楼. 盖了 built. Interesting. 它几幢楼很高. Okay.
起床，骄阳，秘诀，屈从，跪坐，起床，
Okie dokie. Okie dokie artichoke. Alright. Well, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by. Yeah, discuss, talk about things, especially multicultural events. That's always lovely to share, discuss. So until next time, right? It was really good. You went to Universal Studios, Ghibli Koen, and Nintendo Museum. Sadly, Duolingo Japanese didn't help you a lot. That's interesting. I'm surprised it didn't. What didn't? What? You didn't order water, or sushi, or learn how to say wo kudasai? Eh? You say English more than Japanese? Oh, I see. I think the first 10 sections of Japanese would be used immediately. That is what Duolingo was supposed to do. At least the 10 first sections would be used. You didn't take the opportunity to use it? Like, mizu o kudasai. Right? Sushi o. Like, ohayo. Right? Arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah, right. You use Japanese mainly in restaurants. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? As a tourist, you would go to restaurants, and then when you're visiting, the first thing they would do is like sore, kore, are, right? Koso ado, and then you have doko, the interrogators, right? So kore wa nan desu ka? Right? Those are some of the first phrases. And then your very common places, konbini, right? Depato. That's interesting. When you said Duolingo Japanese doesn't help you a lot. I mean, the problem is it's predicated on memorization. Yeah, that sounds cool, but after that, you can't understand. Yeah, but you said sadly Duolingo Japanese didn't help you a lot, but you're expecting it to help you with things it didn't help you with. So, like, I want to be frank about this. When you say sadly Duolingo Japanese doesn't help you, your expectations are that it did something it can't. Exactly. It didn't teach you how to understand the response. It taught you how to use it. So, there are two different things. Sadly means that you expect it to do something it didn't. When it comes to that, you change back to English, that's perfectly fine. But it has nothing to do with Duolingo not being able to help you. I just want to be very clear. Like, you don't expect something when you don't do it. Yeah, Duolingo doesn't ask you questions or like provide you with information or that you initiate. There, you only learn the initiation stuff. That's perfectly understandable. I don't think they have any conversational things yet. They occasionally like it's like a year in before they even do ask response things. You only reproduce through output. So you would need something like a So here's my hot take about conversational. Yeah. It's useful, used a lot. Oh, the check. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, to ask for the check. I think when it comes to finding conversation, like understanding the response, I don't think many applications do that at all. Like, because you either are stuck with exposing yourself for a stock response, which doesn't account for human. Like, the one thing that I feel most people expect when it comes to, and the numbers is also very useful. That's fair. That's fair. Like Bunpro by coincidence today covered common restaurant etiquette and common service etiquette. Even that I feel is very rigid. The rigidness of conversation is much like learning English. When nowadays when people talk, they still treat English like it's rigid too. So whenever I think about like, oh yeah, it helps you say something, but then you can't understand their response, it's usually because the response is dynamic. You're interacting with a human being and you're not following textbook. Now hear me out. Here's a really interesting normalization. In Japanese, you are more likely when you're studying a classical response, like a natural response. I'm not talking about Duolingo anymore because Duolingo doesn't do any responses until much, much later, and those are really stock responses. Like Bunpro gave a stock response example too. And in order to understand what the response is, you would need to be flexible enough, not rigid. So you're not like expecting them to say exactly the examples. The problem with that is that comes with experience, right? And often people are like, oh, you got to immerse. Well, it depends on how you immerse. If you keep watching the same example happen and happen again, and you keep thinking they're going to say the exact same thing, it's pretty good in Japan. Japan, actually, I mean, like, if I had to take a silver lining, in Japan, they're more likely to say the same thing. In English, that's a whole, like, different perspective. So, if you already speak English, which, Jiao, you speak English incredibly well, or at least you type English incredibly well, it's interesting that someone who knows English kind of expect to be able to anticipate what the response is in Japanese, when English it's usually very. You're not complaining about Duolingo, you like it, it's really needed to listen more. Yeah, I'm not saying you're complaining about it. Well, that's like, or you're telling me you're not complaining about it. I'm not sure entirely if you're inferring that I'm saying you're. So in no way, I'm talking about how you said sadly. Duolingo doesn't help you a lot. The thing I was trying to point out is I asked you, what do you think the Duolingo does? Or like I was asking you in which way you're going to use it, right? You can't expect something that doesn't do it to help you with something it doesn't do, which is pretty much what I'm saying is hopefully you find something else to get you to do the other stuff, because Duolingo doesn't actually do any of that. Like it does happen a lot where someone would anticipate that if they remember a bunch of phrases and then they can mirror a bunch of phrases, it means that you can listen and comprehend the stuff. Usually the answer is no. Kind of like saying, teaching someone to say hello in English and then how are you? And then when you go to someone and say, hello, how are you? And then someone's like, what's up? And you're like, wait, you're supposed to say how are you back because I don't know what what's up means. That's kind of how I feel about language when you're not practicing response or comprehension. It's neat. Were you learning with something else, Zhao? You learned a lot of stuff. Kanas also help you read. Yeah, were you learning a different way too? Did you use something else? Like any conversational stuff? I don't use any conversational stuff yet. I actually still read and pretend I am my own dialogue person, so usually I don't initiate anything. I just simply listen most of the time. No, you only play with duo? Oh, interesting. Huh. Hear me out. Duo does eventually, Duo is going to do the whole AI thing. And I don't know how that's going to play out. But even then, the mechanical nature of AI would still give you enough opportunities to try to mix and match some responses. And another, there are a lot of kanji in Japan. Interesting. So, as a Chinese, you can understand a lot. Oh yeah, definitely. I know what you mean. It's been a very long time, but I did, we are past the 4,000 mark. Like, I think I'm at roughly, with HanziHero and other things, I think I've seen over 4,100 Hanzi, and we've covered the common Hanzi. So like kanji is around 2,100, and we're just sticking with constantly finding ways to use the 2,100, and then the 4,000 plus the 4,100 traditional characters. It's been a blast to see the characters in the wild. It's so interesting to use 3 languages at the same time. I know, right? Right? 面白いです。面白いですね. Right? Very, very fun. Very fun. Now you just gotta throw them all together and then throw people for a loop. Honestly, I think it's a lot of fun. Can't even say how. How does one say interesting? Well, what is a way to express interesting in Mandarin? How's my Chinese or Japanese, by the way? It's okay. We are kind of trying to find ways to apply the Chinese and Japanese as opposed to for reading comprehension. We're basically straying more and more away from input. Input is we're kind of over the input stage. So nowadays whatever I'm doing is heavier and heavier on output, because I personally don't believe that input input early is excellent, but then when you transition into intermediate, output to me is king personally. So we're basically studying things on output. We're outputting our character studies and putting our listening skills and reading skills to the challenge. I haven't been strictly learning things for some time now. Like strictly learning things, like reading stuff like, oh, this word means this, or something like that. Recently, it's fun to tell my parents, like yesterday, my parents was like, they were asking me what this container said, right? Like, it was seedless sapphire, like grapes, especially purple grapes. And they said, my parents were having an argument, and they're like, 几什么 right 什么他说的是葡萄 right 葡萄 right 葡萄 or boro right, and I was like, or my father was saying they're grapes, and my mother was saying they were blackberries. And I'm like, 不是黑莓，是葡萄 or boro in Fujianese, right? So that's the way it's been going. Like when it comes like 3 languages in typical fashion, it's usually 葡萄, yeah. Boro is Fujianese. And my mother was saying blackberry, which is heimei. It's a blackberry. Yeah. And the reason why she thought it was a blackberry is not because she didn't know what a grape was. She thought blackberry meant grape. So 葡萄 was, you know, yeah, my mother said boro. I mean, my mother said blackberry, sorry. My father said boro, which is buto, right? Buto for Japanese. It's closer to Japanese, which is Fujianese uses the Kanto grape. And it's closer to Japanese, which that's the funny part, right? Now we have intersection of 4 languages. The Fujianese oro is close to the Japanese grape, and which is closer to the Cantonese grape. The Mandarin grape is far away. And then the blackberry I could say by combining hei, right? Hei for black and mei for berry. I didn't need to know whether heimei is going to lead to a blackberry, because if lan mei is blueberry, then heimei must be blackberry. And the funny thing is, when I told my mother that it's heimei, ni gong heimei, which is blackberry, like now I'm speaking 3 languages, right? I literally told her that, like, ji ine blackberry he heimei, oro he grape. And that's kind of like the fun part of it. So, and it made it unusually it made it a lot easier to explain to her. So to her, immediately when I said May and I put a color next to it, she knew it was, oh, that's what a berry is. And I'm like, yeah, that. So I don't know if you've ever seen sapphire grapes, but sapphire grapes are pretty delicious. And the United States have cultivated sapphire grapes. Sapphire grapes look like this. So they look like tubes. They're not like grapes, like this type of grapes. But if you ever find them in season, sapphire grapes they're dewdrops. They're like the shape of dewdrops, and they're quite delicious. So yeah, these are really popular now, and they got cultivated. They came from somewhere else, and they are I think California is one of the main states. So sapphire grapes are absolutely delicious. Like these dewdrops, they are specially bred. They're like proprietary bred. So if you have these, I actually think these taste like the balance of these things are. Oh, this is a bit of a hot take. I might actually prefer these over your standard grapes. So if you ever get those, it's pretty in, I guess, in season. It doesn't really have to be in season. Pretty wonderful. Yeah, we have them. We buy fruits around like the seasons. Did you eat any Japanese fruits, by the way? Like fun Japanese fruits? Let's refocus on your Japanese trip. Did you eat things? Because that's what you're gonna do, right? I know what's at Universal Studios, Ghibli Park. Like I really would love to go to Ghibli no Koen for sure. Nintendo Museum, yeah, it's okay. And then you had food, right? Momo? Oh yeah, peach. Yeah, Momo. Momo. I don't know what a mango is in Japanese. We're just gonna go with mango. I don't know. Hang on. What is Japanese like mango? Mango. Okay, fair enough. Mango. Yeah, mango. Mango. Just longer. Interesting. Of course it is. What's mango in Chinese? Mango. Mango. Of course it's mango. Of course. I mean, that's good. It coincides with Japanese, honestly. It's not too many foods come to mind. Japanese is really good at food. I know, right? Do you ever you grew up, so you're Chinese. So do you ever do you have the skepticism that my parents have? Sometimes my parents have these, while Japanese have a lot of wonderful foods, there are a bit of clash of culture when it comes to, like, there's some cultural aversions between Chinese and Japanese, and one of them is things like sushi, right? Sushi, tamago, things dealing with tamago, like eggs, and like the way some of the different takes. I don't know if you enjoy, like, my parents often have like suspicions when it comes to, I'm not one of them. I'm like second gen, so whenever it comes to exploring cuisine, Japanese cuisine is pretty novel. It's a great novelty. So I imagine you did all the tourist stuff, like la mian, right? 日本 la mian, right? Ramen, maybe like, did you go to a izakaya? Oh wait, I don't know. How old are you? Sorry, I just realized. Were you able to like participate in nightlife and stuff? Like walk into a izakaya, do a little. I don't know if you ended up socializing with. Oh, you did a omakase. Oh, interesting. Sashimi, right? Sashimi and ramen. Izakaya is like one of the nightlife pubs. Like, going to, they look like, this, and it's a very small place. It's a very small place, and then inside you have like probably stools very close to the counter, right? Guy, and it's kind of like a shack. It looks like rows and rows of shacks. Typically izakayas are like really close together and packed along a river, along a riverside. I don't know if there's an age limit for those things, because usually it deals with light. I'm not sure if you partake in like light drinking or things like that. That's why I was saying like, oh wait, I'm not sure how old you are. Are you 21? Are you 21 plus? I think Japanese still has a... Japan is along with the United States, right? The drinking age. Oh, it's 20. Actually, not 21. Oh, it's Hatachi. Hatachi is... You're 24? Oh, okay. And no drinking. I see. One of the things, I don't drink very often. However, I think one of the things about the Japanese culture that adults tend to try to experience is the izakaya. So the think about going into these areas, you might not have to drink. I'm talking about like the ambiance of trying to interact with Japanese people when they're, let's just say, a little bit more loose, right, in the nightlife things. I'm more of an unk, so I like to think about when I can interact with Japanese people, and typically when you're out a little bit later in the day, sounds just like a bar. Basically, izakaya is like the dive. So it's the Japanese, like the American, you know how the American dive bar, right? You have the dive bar where like maybe it's after, I don't know, after 9 p.m. works out, and then you go into this like hole in the wall. Yeah, a Japanese pub. Yeah. You saw a lot in Japan? Did you go in and go chat with some locals? I don't know. I think that would be a fantastic way to experience another side of Japan. It's legitimate. It's like baked into the nightlife when it comes to like pubs and stuff. Is one of those things you see a lot of. Me and Drama talked about it quite a bit because there's a lot of shows. There are a lot of shows that are based around that type of thing. You didn't, but you can see and hear from outside. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think whenever someone want to interact, some have a big window. Yeah, that's why I was drawing the this like shack thing, right? And usually there's like a huge window here, and then you have a slide-in door, and they usually have like thatch roofs, and then they're like oftentimes they're lined up, and they form like two walkways. Like if you were walking down the hallway, like this hallway, there would be like izakayas lined up this way and izakayas, so you're like walking through and you hear a lot of like people chatting and whatnot. I always thought that would be a really pleasant way to. Also a karaoke. Yeah, karaoke. Oh, did you go to a karaoke, like a karaoke ken? Man, I have so many questions. Whenever someone visits Japan or anywhere, really, I know quite a lot of things about Japan vicariously, so I haven't gone to Japan yet. One day, soon. Like maybe in the next 2 or 3 years. Yeah, that's one side of Japanese culture that I don't typically get a chance to talk to because these silly goobers are really young. You tried one karaoke ken but didn't join in. Why not? It's too different to Chinese karaoke? Oh, can you tell me how it's different? Yeah, I do know a bit about Chinese karaoke as well, so I didn't compare and contrast them though. That's a good point. Huh. Intriguing. Were you? Oh, let me see. You said Djibouti Park, right? Djibouti Park is in. Where? Was it in Aichi? So you were in Nagoya, right? Wow. And then where was the Universal? Which do they have more than one Universal Studio? No, you were. Oh, okay. Oh, there are. Okay, there are. Okay, and then Universal Studios probably you went to the Gifu area, right? East of Kyoto. Or there are multiple ones. There might be one in, oh, there's one in Kobe, near Kobe as well. Oh, it's probably the Kyoto one, I imagine. In the Nara area, around west of Nara. The Chinese one is a privacy room, but Japanese style is just an open air. A lot of people Oh, I see. That's what you mean by your route was Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya, and Tokyo. Okay, okay. Oh, so you went from west to east. I see. Well, roughly speaking, roughly west to east. That's so neat. Was this your first time, y'all? Only Chinese, and then finally why go to karaoke increase courage in Persona. I was not aware it was that open. The karaoke ken was that open. The depictions that I saw, they had at least like, somewhat of a smaller room, but that's so interesting. That brings up a great, yeah, like, Ryuga Gotoku depictions of karaoke can kind of suggested that there might have been some privacy filters, but man, interesting. First time? Oh, they don't? I see. Still in middle of Japan, not very west and east. Oh, I'm talking about from west to east. Like, Osaka is west, then Kyoto is traveling east, and Nagoya is east of Kyoto, and then Tokyo is east of Nagoya. So, I'm familiar with their geographic location because of video games. Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya, and Tokyo are locations in Like a Dragon games. Yeah, you were heading from west to east. Far west though, man. Do I know any? Am I familiar with any place vicariously far west? In Kyushu? Probably Fukuoka. Fukuoka is the farthest that I can think of. Which, again, we're extrapolating from video games here. Like a Dragon, Fukuoka is furthest west. And then furthest east, technically, anything in Hokkaido is technically further east. Which, again, Sapporo is probably furthest. There is still like I'm a little bit of a historian. I don't know how accessible Fukushima is, but going north of Tokyo, there'd be the Fukushima, right? I think recently Fukushima was reopened after the disaster, right? The unfortunate incident. So I did see that Fukushima was open. And then above that was probably gonna be like Sendai. But then you have to travel really far to get to like Sapporo in Hokkaido. You visited a lot of familiar names. Shibuya, oh yeah, in the greater Tokyo area. You have to hit like Shibuya, Shinjuku, Akihabara, Ginza. Ooh, Ginza. I always want. I really like. Did you go see a kabuki show by any chance? Kabuki in Ginza. That's what I think about when I think about Ginza. I think kabuki is a thing, and then Akihabara. Enough said about Akihabara. Did you go to a maid cafe? Maid. Oh, you did? Nice. That is the way. Yeah. Shibuya, I mean, either Shibuya or Akihabara, probably like some your anime youth culture stuff, electronics related things, probably. Shinjuku. What is Shinjuku? Shinjuku is, I mean, just get on a train to Shinjuku and you're good to go. You have a Japanese experience there. There was a lot of adult things. Yeah. Wait, Which adult things? Are you talking about Ginza, like old Unk adult things, or the questionable adult things like in Akihabara and Shibuya? Like which type of adult things are we talking about? Oh, Kabukicho. Oh yeah, Kabukicho. Yeah, exactly. Those adult things. Yeah. The red light district. Right. Kabukicho. Again, I'm extrapolating because of my passion. And Kabukicho is the base reference for Like a Dragon games. So I can only imagine. It's so interesting. Tell me something. Did you have any culture shocks? Did you go to an onsen? Like when you were in like Kyoto, maybe. Like maybe you walked a little bit outside of Kyoto. Did you go to an onsen? Osaka, did you go watch Manzai? Did you go? There's a chance. Did you pick up a Manzai act in Osaka? Onsen, yeah, springs, like a hot spring. Kyoto, when you go slightly outside Kyoto, I imagine there are gonna be some pretty nice vistas for onsen. And then Manzai in Osaka would be a thing. That's the classical comedy, what Osaka is very deep into, like a comedy show. I mean, obviously, I don't understand like Japanese even remotely quick enough to follow Manzai comedy, but I think it would be one of those novelties. Like you can probably feel the energy. You need to translate to Chinese to get them. Oh, okay. I see. Well, hear me out. No onsen because it's summer. Oh, that's fair. I didn't even consider the. Oh, yeah, that is fair. So, how about. Oh, did you go to a. Oh, you had soba, right? Maybe like a traditional soba by a lakeside. Oh, man. I don't know what they're called. They have a specific name, but. Classic cold noodles. Buckwheat noodles. Oh, man. That's a wonderful summer treat. There's so many things. I don't even know how one would decide going to Japan. What you would do. You ate soba in Japan? Really good? Yeah. Sounds amazing. Especially for the summer. Did you visit a beach? Yokohama. Go slightly south of Tokyo and go into Yokohama to see the beach side? Or the shore side? Or did you go to like any shore side area? The most like quote unquote touristy one that I can think about is either like Chiba or Yokohama around Tokyo. I mean, Osaka is, Osaka flanks rivers, so that's kind of the way to go to. You went to Fuji. Oh, Fuji-san nearby. I didn't see the mountain. Wait, you went to Fuji, but nearby because it's a foggy day. Oh, the majestic Fuji-san. Yeah, that's true. You didn't do any mountain climbing, I imagine, or hiking. The other two that I remember said that they visited Japan. You can climb, or climb. Yeah, you can climb Fuji-san if you want, if you're into that. I haven't decided what I was gonna do if I was gonna go to China though. Now that I'm thinking about these things. Gonna happen soon, like at least obviously Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, but then we would have to like start traveling north. I'm more of a southeast person because it'll bring us close to Fuzhou. Anyways, in Japan City, it's like you are doing hiking on. Is it? That sounds amazing. It feels like hiking when you're in the metropolis, in the various metropolis in Japan. That's fantastic. Oh yeah, because of the. Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, have you ever like, did you ever randomly go into the residential areas and then like look at the, you know, all the different depictions of the residential areas? I feel like that would be an experience just to like walk around, all the depictions of your standard Japanese, like, you know how they always talk about like the maze like architecture of Japanese, the metropolis, the greater metropolis area. I want to reference some anime, but Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Shanghai, Hangzhou, and yeah, and then we were obviously, no matter if we were to definitely go back to China, we would at least stop by Fuzhou because of place of origin. There's also like, man, you have to travel such a long distance. Do people get in a plane? Yeah, you have to get in a plane for these things, don't you? Yeah, it's so big. It's kind of like the same reason why whenever someone says, "Oh, we're going to the United States," and you're like, "Oh, so where did you go?" And they're like, "California." And I'm like, "Did you go anywhere else?" Because you would have to take a plane to travel in the United States. Much like when I'm looking at this map of China, I'm like, yeah, you're just gonna have to take some planes here. Yeah, yeah, the village in Japan, like countryside, or even the like the residential, like the city residential areas. You saw some residence areas, but not really different. Not really different. Oh, interesting. And then there's also countryside. I imagine, did you travel by train? I imagine Shinkansen. You also want to visit village, but oh, you didn't have a chance. Okay, yeah, like a countryside, or have a time to host somewhere. Well, you can always go back, right? There's still Okinawa. You can scratch out Okinawa and the whole countryside thing. Visit an island. Neat. So that's where you've been. How long were you there? How long were you in Japan? Shinkansen to travel from, yeah, from place to place. Got it, got it. How long were you in Japan? That sounds like a 2-week thing. Doing this. Maybe 2 weeks. Lucky. Chikatetsu to travel, yep. Between cities and states. 10 days, okay. A bit shy of 2 weeks. That's jam-packed. Very jam-packed. Thanks for sharing. I would love to hear more as you're going. Now you have a now we have point of reference for all these. Like how you made that reference to Persona. Honestly, I would totally visit. So, a Persona 4, which I haven't gone to. We're about to like switch over to Persona. Persona 4 takes place in a very small like countryside place. I wonder if people ever visit Japan just to go to an unmarked. I'm kind of curious if the place is even popular as a like a tourist destination. Which prefecture was it in? It was inspired by Fuefki, right? The Yamanashi prefecture. Where? Let me make sure I know where prefecture is. Oh, you would have crossed it. I see. It's also close to Fujisan. It's right in between Nagoya and Tokyo. Wow, it's closer to Tokyo than I thought. I have a bunch of national parks there. Yeah. It's where Fujisan's located in Yamanashi prefecture, I think. Like right at the edge. It might be the next province over actually. Or next section over. It might be just slightly north of it. You recommend to stay a week each area, both Osaka area and Tokyo area? Yeah, for myself, I actually when I visit, it's gonna be it's gonna be like the maximum stay. So we're gonna be doing like a week to 2 weeks in Tokyo, and then Osaka probably like 2 weeks each, or maybe like a week and a half each. I forgot what the maximum visit is. It might actually be a 2-week max. I don't remember, so I would have to check that. But generally speaking, we would visit Japan multiple times. Yeah, we want to wander. I'm a wanderer. I'm a bit of a person who, like, half the time will be scheduled things and the other half will be wandering things. We like embrace the discovery process. Already started planning with another person. Maybe we can gather more peeps. Thanks for sharing. Was it life-changing, Xiao? Was it life-changing? It's kind of humorous that I'm telling you, like, I'm speaking to you this, but technically you coming back here, right, like in the United States, you're still abroad. How long has it been? Has it been a year now? Like, the first time I spoke to you, you've only been here, right? Like, I forgot how long you've been in the United States when I first talked to you. So technically you're still abroad. It is funny that you're in like the stereotypically arguably the most boring place in the United States. Not that that's a bad thing. Like, if you want to go retire somewhere, you know, peaceful and the great outdoors, you could pick a very boring place. But that's really funny that you're technically abroad, but you're also abroad in a very low-key place. 2 years in the US? Yeah, it's been 2 years. You don't have the time and money, so oh yeah, that's fair. And you believe you want to go again? You found me just when you came to the US, so it's been 2 years. Dang. Well, I have to compare and contrast and talk about things. It's crazy to think that your life, like, I didn't have, like, I'm not really close to you've experienced 3 different cultures, right? I've kind of experienced culture adjacent. Like, what I mean is, in actuality, I experienced culture adjacent, like Canadian and New Zealand, right? Although I do have to admit, when I was engaging in the Maori culture in New Zealand, that was like, it's like going to a different world. Like, it's just different, right? And that's what I mean. Like, I imagine you had that feeling at least sometime during your Japanese experience. I hear me out. It's probably I'm gonna have to, you have to take this with a grain of salt. But if in the future, which is in like the next 3 or 4 years, when I go to China, right? When I visit to China, it's going to be like the first time I returned or visit like a Chinatown situation where it's very interesting to remind myself that there are arguably even more people that share like the parts that I don't get to talk about or engage in very often. So like going to Japan, seeing a lot of Japanese people, right? At the same time, going like you're in the United States, right? I'm now for 2 years. You probably have that. I'm not sure how much you feel that feeling, but at some point in my life, I come to realize that I kind of just forget sometimes that there are places in the world where if you go around, you would look like other people, right? You would have certain connections with other people. So, going to maybe even Japan and China, I might actually end up feeling like, wow, this is the part that I usually live with, but I don't usually experience. Oh, thanks. Um, in actuality. So like in the United States, there's always quite a bit a part of my life that is difficult to express or empathize with. Agree, that's the purpose of your trip? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Like after a while you kind of like I sometimes when I go back to China, like when I life feels it be extended. Exactly. There are parts of me that if I go to Japan or go to China and stuff, it kind of I know that Japanese people and Chinese people are distinct enough in situation. However, it's closer to a part of me that is rarely experienced when I'm in the United States because of a westernized society and whatnot. So I look forward to hopefully we get to keep to know each other long enough to share in these little cross-cultural things. I imagine your 2 years in the United States, you probably had many thoughts about your like the other side of your culture now, like since you're now deep into the multicultural environment, so you're always like balancing between code swapping and stuff. You also want to keep connected. Yeah, me too. You're already ahead of me, so I can't wait to go to Japan. It'll be interesting to see how long, as long as you're streaming, you can find it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Very neat. I would have to pick your brain about honestly, like I don't even know what it's like to live like in the Midwest. That's also an interesting thought. Like what are Asians like in the Midwest? Are there Asians in the Midwest? So take it with a grain of salt. Like, the United States, much like China, is a very large place. So you can live an entire lifetime in the United States and still not go to parts of the United States. I don't know about Chinese people. I imagine they can still live an entire lifetime in China and still not like want to visit the rest of it. Oh, Indiana, you think you can say it? Oh, Indiana? Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if you were comfortable with that. Yeah, Indiana. I know a couple people who are from there, but yeah. What do I know about Indiana? Did you watch NASCAR? Did you go to did you did you go to a NASCAR event? I've never been to a NASCAR event. So, like if we were gonna apply the same passion we have for like China and Japan and whatnot, right? As we're talking about language learning, multicultural, like I don't. There are so many things I know about the United States, and I've never done any of those either. A NASCAR, like racetracks, like those. I can't draw like a representation, but cars going left, NASCAR. that's that's what I think about when I think about Indiana. Am I crazy? Hold up. Hang on. Doesn't Indianapolis? I feel like Indianapolis. I swear, Indianapolis. Yeah, the NASCAR Cup Series. Indianapolis Motor Speedway is one of the things that Indiana is known for. Oh yes, it's famous here, but you're not into. Yeah, it's one of those. What I mean is one of those things like, if you go to Japan, you're not really per se into those things, but it would be kind of fun to do it just to see like, oh, this is what people do here. Like that's what people do. I would bring ear protection or something, but I've never been to. That's how I feel if I were gonna travel soon, right? I'm going to travel soon, and if I go to China or go to Japan and whatnot, I would be like, huh, I wonder what people do here. So I would just do it, like the once in a lifetime thing. And in the United States, that's what I have done when I did travel in the United States. There are only a couple opportunities in my life that I traveled in the United States, like San Diego, California, right? San Diego, we had like tacos, right? Tacos or things that deal with the Mexicano and Americano like mix area. So we obviously visit the wharf, the beach, and had tacos. You wanted to do same things, yeah. You saw the track when you first came here in the Uber. Oh, I don't even know what like. I actually haven't been to a racetrack before. Have I? No, yeah. Like I've actually one earlier while you were still traveling and whatnot. Drama's from Germany, and Drama recently talked about he's gonna go and participate in his first, actually soon, in his first like cycling race, like motorcycle racing. And I was talking about it, and I thought about it, like I've seen depictions of it in video games. Like I played a lot of like rallycross, and I know a lot and observed a lot about motorsports. However, me and another person, Mark, we talked about our concerns about these type of things, and I'm not particularly into it, but at the same time, I've never been to one, so it's hard to. It's one of those things, like if you've never been to it'd be interesting. For example, I thought I didn't like baseball, for example, like American pastime baseball. However, when you're interacting with people to go to an event, it's pretty electric. Yeah, if you have a chance, yeah. Like when I was 22. What? No. When I was. Oh yeah, I was fairly old. 28. I think 28 was the first time I went to a baseball game, and I went with my school, the graduate school, and when we were like showing college students, prospective college students around, and we went to Camden Yards, and not that I wasn't really paying attention to the baseball game, but being there was kind of it's one of those things like I would definitely do it to get like to hang out with the locals, so to speak. Neat, very neat. Well, we'll keep on doing what you're doing, man. Like, that sounds. I genuinely find it like hearing people do things, especially in your at your age, right, Jiao? It sounds like you're living your life, like living up your life. I can't tell you how refreshing it is because I still feel that the vast majority of people that I listen to, it's really difficult to encourage them to even want to do any of those things. Like they really are by far just content with staying like in their bubble and their routine. And oftentimes when they talk about their routine, the day to day, they're very bored. They're constantly bored. And then when they do the things they do, they rarely ever talk about it like they enjoy doing it. It's like to pass the time. So it's awesome that there are still youngsters, at least in my opinion, like people in their 20s having opportunities. I know you mentioned like not having like needing resources to do so. It's great that you still do it or try to do certain things. I think if we were ever to meet, which it is possible, we are able to meet, totally food trucks. Like that's what we would do. We would go to a food festival and get a food coma from because Americanized food is heavy, but we would definitely go to a food festival or something. That's and then watch how the food truck mix up all of the ingredients, you know? And your aura appeals similar people. Yeah. Yeah, true. True. I think you're my aura. Did you pick that up? Aura? Silly Gen Z. Picked up the word aura and using it unironically. What you call it? Yeah, we'll have to. My thought in the future, you saw a lot on X. Oh, the aura. Yeah, I could imagine. You're like picking up the Gen Z colloquialisms. It's practically like saying what is a Chinese phrase like what's a Chinese what do you have for what is the tell me a Chinese phrase that kids say. I don't actually have any idea what like for example I was playing Persona 3. It's still so hard to learn Gen Z phrases. I could imagine. So, for example, Persona 3 Portable, which I'll start playing soon again in a bit here. They had a character. They had an online character who typed like the old school online English, and it's like very difficult to read for me. Still like OMG, all that other stuff. But I didn't change it to Japanese yet, and I'm genuinely curious, like, what is that like in Chinese? Like, so yesterday we were going through this character's social link, and I'm like, man, I'm so tempted. We need to save a spot and then go through it again in Japanese to see how they like write out the Japanese, right? Because what do they say? Does it just look like standard Japanese, or is there like all these truncations everywhere? Like how do you like turn right Hanzi and Kanji into like Gen Z terms? In English, it because of the nature of how English is written, you can tell. You think it happens everywhere? Yeah, and I don't know what it is. Like have you grown up like during your time when you were like still in China? Did you like notice that, oh man, this is how Gen Z, you know, this is how Gen Z talks online, and then this is how like unks and aunties talk IRL. And I don't know what that is like. For Japanese, I haven't had the opportunity yet. However, later down the road in November, when I play Persona 3 Reloaded, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna toggle the Japanese to see if that character that was typing in like really, really aggressive, like online English talk. I'm genuinely curious how the Japanese is represented. That's kind of when there are a lot of ways in Hanzi, similar shapes, similar phonetics. Oh, okay. So they use, I see. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, okay. Huh. Similar shape and similar phonetics. I'll have to see it. I think I'm gonna spend some time. You also use some letters? Oh, okay. In Chinese. Oh, I wonder. Huh. Because I could see in Japanese they would use kana, right? You could use kana to hirakana, like the memetics, to do some of the stuff. So that means that you could probably manipulate the sound and the shape, because the shape and the sound are connected in Chinese. Okay. Guess what YYDS means in Chinese? YYDS. Because pinyin is using English letters. Oh, okay. YYDS. I have no idea. It's so so hard for me to look at it as English characters. No. What else could it mean? A common phrase, YYDS. All I can think about is like 一点是 or something like that. What? Oh, Yong. Oh, okay. Forever God. Or like goaded, yeah. On God. Wow, Yong. 永远的神. Yeah, 永远的神. So, forever God, yeah. Immortal God. Yeah, on God, like goaded. Makes sense. Wow. Interesting. I'll have to catch them. Another interesting case. Yeah. Maybe like what I was thinking of is like very common phrases, and they would be phrased like that. So like, for example, YDD, for example, like how you would abbreviate a common phrase. So YDD would be like 一点点, right? Maybe like something for like very, very little, because in English you would try to find very common phrases and then shorten them. Like I'm so bad at abbreviations. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. For idiots. Oh, getting around online censorship. I see. Using things that sound like each other, using homonyms. I see. A paratrooper. That's funny. Okay. So I'm curious. What if they start doing this as a euphemism? Like an emote, like they evolve into an emote use, kind of like in the English. In English, a lot of these like euphemisms start evolving into a GIF, right, or emoji. Just have this. Like we already understand like Papega, right? You have that. You have that frog guy, right? Right. Whenever you see like the frog face guy, that ends up being like Pep, right? That I feel like this type of thing can totally happen as well. I don't have good Japanese examples other than what is the standard Japanese example? Sa? Probably just a bunch of sa. The grass, right? Sa. That's the only exposure I tend to have over and over again. It's this. Anyways, that's pretty neat. I'll have to think about it. You don't, in the United States, maybe. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah, have the army helmet. Yeah, the army helmet and the umbrella, right? Obviously, here's the old ones, like an eggplant. Like don't forget the eggplant, right? The eggplant. And right now in English, there's like so many of them. They're like turning into emojis at the moment, and the basis for them is off of the abbreviation for like a string of words that would combine it. A lot of horse for ma in a bad way. Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna say those phrases, but obviously growing up around Chinese, you don't have to explain more beyond the horse thing in order to get around, in order to be strongly aggressively suggestive. Actually, in my opinion, most of my exposure to that type of thing was Cantonese. I'm not gonna. There is this one comedian. What's his name? He can speak for what I've been exposed to. What was his name? Jimmy Young. Yeah, Jimmy Young. I don't know if you ever seen his stuff, but that's how he was exposed to Cantonese is how I was exposed to Cantonese, which is my parents and like Hong Kong, Shanghai, right? Shanghai in entertainment related things, and how Cantonese people socialize. The friendlier they are, the more vulgar they are with each other. So all those phrases kind of like are ingrained in my brain, and I'm not gonna say them obviously. Like for myself, I typically actually don't. I stray away from vulgarity, not because I don't like. I think other people who use them are rude. Like they're friendly. Like my closest friends, they use like very particular words at particular moments to be funny, like using like the F-bomb for comedy related things. And this guy does it the same way for Cantonese, and that's my impression of Cantonese too. Like, how do you greet someone? You might say a phrase about their mother. I don't know. How familiar are you with Cantonese? My Cantonese is good enough to share a meal with someone. Like my Cantonese is good enough. Yeah, he's a stand-up comedian. Jimmy Young is a stand-up comedian. The thing is, his exposure, like the way he talks about his life and whatnot, that's he's Hong Kong American, right? You only listen to Cantonese music. Oh, interesting. I do listen to Cantonese. Yeah, I watched a lot of Cantonese programming, and then news reports. So my parents had a lot of people who are Cantonese or like they spoke Cantonese, sorry. There a lot of them are from Hong Kong, and my parents watch a lot of news programming, and news programming is often back then far more commonly broadcast out of Hong Kong. So my exposure to Cantonese is by listening, and I have yet to learn how to read, right? Despite the script similarities. And most of the time I just get used to intuiting. So the same problem with like Mandarin, where I can still respond to you and whatnot, but I can't really what you know, 我不知道, you know, like how don't I don't know how to output it. I can only output it when someone is speaking to me in Cantonese. It's the rough part, man. It's the rough part. Like, yeah. I watch a lot of Cantonese though. Like when I was younger, most of the Journey to the West stuff was in Cantonese, like TVB. Lots of TVB. Like lots and lots of TVB. I'm curious. I don't even know how to say myself. 我没识广东话. Right. No, I don't know how to read Pinyin either. I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, let me see if I can combine something. 我没识gong. I know gong is to speak, sick, which is to know. Like, I would have to piece them together if I'm gonna try to read them. Lots of Southern Chinese watch TVB, but you're in the middle. Oh, okay, listen a little bit. I see. Yeah, like, I have no problems watching the shows. They're really, maybe we could do some. There's something about Cantonese that is very close to Fujianese. So, ne gong, Guangdonghua ma, right? Something like that, or what? Oh man, now Mandarin is just all over it. Though every time I'm thinking of a word, it's just straight to Mandarin at this point. Yeah, every time I try to think of a word, I just think of the Mandarin. Okay, well, that's good enough on reminiscing, right? I'm gonna take a quick break here, as I was alluding to. We'll have to talk about more about your Japanese trip at some point. Two language branches, North Chinese and South. Yeah, for sure. North Chinese and South Chinese. I think the one characteristic that I would say that I kind of miss when learning Mandarin is the other tones. So, like can I produce it? Let me see. Sick. Sick is probably a good one. Sick. Gong. Gong might be one too. Gong. Something like gong. Ma. Like ma is missing. Like ma sick. Ma sick. Raw. Like there's like a couple like missing things here and there, and then occasionally when I'm reading sentences, sick. Yeah, sick. It's a glottal stop. Sick. Ma is also one. So the glottal stops are missing in like really sharp stops. Ni sit. There's sit. I don't know how to write sit. Is this sit? Maybe. It might be sit with a glottal stop. Like chur is sit. Why sit? Like why? Oh, it's why. I forgot. It's why. Why is I, as opposed to wa. Why? Yeah. It's well, it's Fujianese also. Fujianese has the same. My mother tongue has the same tones. So Fujianese and Cantonese have 7 to 8 tones. So whenever I'm talking, ngoi is missing. Ngoi, as opposed to wa. Ni, right? Ni is fine. I think ni is in Mandarin, but ngoi is interesting. And then there's like this way, this tone. I don't know what this is called either, where you go like you go up and then you go back down in the tone. So there's like a stop and this way. And I'm not sure what the other ones are. There are two more that I don't know how to represent at the moment. There's also like white. I don't know what that phrase is as, right? Bai. So it's kind of like bai, but it's like there's a W-ish. Mei right? Like mei right? Mei is mei, right? Like 没有. Mei something. Unknown knowledge area for you. We'll have to language exchange even more in the future. I think my Mandarin is okay. Like it's kind of all right at the moment for reading and listening. It's not enough for me to describe things. Like 我可以听到中文，没问题 ，right？ 没问题。但是说的中文不太好，不够好 ，right？ 水边casual 水边的聊，什么聊 ？Like 是聊 ？No, not 治疗 but 聊 chat, right? To chat, it's kind of okay, right? Good enough, Right, good enough. Not the greatest to use for learning yet. I think that's where we're getting to. So we're spending most of our time now to get to a point where we're basically just using the reading comprehension that I have to learn new things. So in the future, we're basically learning new words by having Chinese phrases describe the new word. Like, what's the definition for surveillance? You use a Chinese sentence to describe, you use Chinese words to describe, like a traditional Chinese characters to describe the new word. And that's kind of where we're getting at in the future. That's where I'm at the moment. It's kind of like a half and half. If I have to substitute, I'll substitute. Right. All right. I'm going to take a quick break and we're going to get back to Persona games. And also, by the way, you did mention Persona. Like, I don't know how many Persona games you're going to play, but the rest of this year and into the next year, it's like Persona all the time. So we can talk about Persona all the time. That's a great way to throw in some Japanese too. All right, folks. For now, again, everyone's more than welcome to yap. Pick up HanziHero, learn a few things, yap, discuss, share some experiences. If you don't think your life is interesting, well, I probably think your life is interesting. And then let's go encourage each other to do interesting things. Right. Until next time, 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in a bit. I'm gonna stretch, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Persona 3 Portable. Thank you. Oh, P4R and Persona 6. Yeah. We're gonna have to talk about that in the next coming years, especially next year for February. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone, to our 26th session with P3P. You played P3R and P5R, and you tried P4G, but not continue. Now and P4R is around the corner. Yeah, so our plan right now is we're about to, I think we're like 2 or 3 days out from me concluding and writing my candid conclusions for P3P, and then we're moving off to P4R within this, like, by the end of this month and into the next month. Then we're picking up P5R, and then we're coming back to P3R right in time for Stranger Than Heaven, technically, and then P4R. So each month we're gonna try to squeeze in our, so to speak, our fun little application of our language learning stuff. So let's get right into our yesterday by looking at our social link set. So what did we do yesterday? Magician Kenji is still sitting in limbo about marriage, attempting marriage. Yeah, take care, Zhao. We'll have to P4 hype, right? P4R hype. We're gonna have to catch up on P4R, and also like anything that you come up with, anything exciting. I do want to hear about what is it that you saw at Universal Studios in Japan, as well as like what was interesting about Ghibli Park and the Nintendo Museum, like particularly. So keep in touch. Enjoy, Jiao. Good luck. Good luck with all the school things too. Yeah. Thanks for the wonderful chat. So Kenji is in limbo right now. We don't actually know how he's gonna propose, I suppose, to Kano sensei, right? Fuka, we didn't advance Fuka yesterday. We're still at the point where she is evolving from the rice balls. Hidetoshi is right before the cigarette butt incident, leading to pressure by the mysterious teacher, which I feel like we're just gonna blame Ekoda sensei for everything. Hyrule haven't advanced past the rumors of the persimmon tree being taken down, right? I don't expect these three to change too much or have a vast difference. Don't know what we're at the point where Kazushi, the injury is out, right? The news of the injury. We did have the summer event was part of the swimming thing, and then we met Mamoru. So that's kind of flowing into the chariot thing. I don't know if the chariot is synchronized with the like summer like swimming challenge thing. Then Justice, Treasure, gonna go find out who she's gonna maybe inquire with the teacher that she gave the funds to, right? And what happened to the funds. Didn't advance Kesuke at all yesterday. We're still on the early days where he's a very caring, maybe doctor to be type of person and multifacetedly talented, right? Kind of your super humble but potentially too humble kind of person. Honestly, I relate quite a bit to Kesuke, what's depicted about Kesuke. Yuko, 4th graders and 6th graders showdown, and then we advance Michael because of Michael's. We're advancing Michael's social link is because it probably overlaps with Akinari's time slot. Like Akinari only occurs on Sundays, I think. Michael, we're at the point of Michael talking to her parents after attempting to run away. That's where we're at on that. And then Farosu is default. Comes by. Hello. And Bebe is in the kimono stage after the unfortunate passing of his aunt, right? Gourmet, weird interaction, but we went to eat gyodon with him. He's kind of a weirdo, but I mean, this is gonna sound a little weird already. I kind of find weird individuals endearing. Not that they may be like the most, you know, saintly of characters or the most damaged of characters. This is probably more my westernization. I do like seeing people express their idiosyncrasies. Now, we do have to contextualize it to the whole Japanese thing. Usually these things are fringe, right? They're very fringe and kept in personal circles. When you have very abrupt individualisms, they tend to be viewed as perversions, right? So we have to keep that as a bit of a contrast. For myself, Persona games do highlight things, different aspects than extremes, while we have to keep in mind that's probably not as, it's one of the more gamery, like anime side of things, especially the outwardly expression of these characters, right? Like even Mutats and Tanaka-san, they say things outwardly that you might not actually ever witness as a stranger when you're interacting. The Evangelion video games, yeah, the Evangelion of video games. So I enjoy how Persona games are presented in a way that they speak of unspoken things, and they do exist. However, the situation in which you encounter these things are anime, right? It's like, it's entertainment. It's for media things. It's kind of like when you, let's just say nonchalantly, always, like, GTA is around the corner, right? GTA 6 is around the corner, and there's gonna be depictions of all that stuff. Yeah, you can find instances of those things, but it's presented in an exaggerated way for entertainment. So I like Persona games because they allow you to imagine the unspoken stuff. And the only reason I am familiar with a lot of these unspoken stuff is because my life deals with those aspects. Now, whether you can reconcile them with IRL stuff, that's more up to life experiences. I talk about these social things a lot, and we're going to be talking about like Persona 4s and Persona 5s, all of those unspoken things, because that's kind of why I really enjoy these Persona games. Talk about the unspoken stuff, like how people manage being damaged, how people tolerate being in a vicious cycle with themselves, like life-related things, right? And then, of course, we have the last guy. Reading I said yesterday, I don't think I've lived long enough where I've ever been the last person. The person to hear the dying days of someone. It's technically not. Even my late grandparents, I was a bit distant with my late grandparents. I do not have any like living grandparents anymore. However, I did technically witness some of their last days, but we weren't like in a way that makes me really attached to this, but I can kind of project a bit of the feelings when you're hearing the dying words, right? I imagine in the next 10 or so years of my life, this will become more of a vivid talking point. Alright, so let's get back to it. Where are we? August 24th. I think we're at the end of summer vacation, so we don't do anything there. We don't have anything in the evening anymore. Let's advance here. Hello there, Alum. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, summer vacation. Okay. Oh, yeah. Film festival and what? No invitation. Tuesday. Okay. I think we can pick up the Hierophant stuff now. Their story reminds me of this Netflix show that I recently watched called Teach You a Lesson. It's a really fantastic Korean commissioned like a Netflix Korean commissioned show. Like, it's pretty fantastic. Actually, honestly, some of the wish fulfillment kind of lines up a bit with Persona because it deals with school, but from the adult perspective. Kind of like a GTO situation, like a Great Teacher Onizuka situation, where the adults are it's from the perspective of trying to help youngsters from the adult perspective, which is typically the perspective that I have now, being a unk as opposed to a teenager. And I like Persona games because of that perspective, looking from the outside now, looking in. When I first played Persona 3, I was a teenager. So I was 18, 19 years old, right around the time of leaving high school. It was actually slightly after high school. Do I listen to Persona OST on a regular? I do. I listen to video game soundtracks most of the time in my background. Like, I listen to Persona is a little bit more on the contemporary side, and I do enjoy the city pop things. The scene that I'm in now in terms of Japanese music is city pop. So I listen to quite a bit of city pop mixed with like rock adjacent. So city pop, rock adjacent. And the other type of typical things is you mentioned OSTs. So I do listen to soundtracks a lot. That includes movies and TV shows and video games. So like last year I listened to a lot of Clair Obscur, the Clair Obscur OST. Less artist related music, more so compositions as a whole. However, in Persona, it's a bit of a hybrid, right? Some of the stuff is composed like contemporary music as opposed to like a composition-wide thing like Clair Obscur, for example. I do like OSTs though, soundtracks, quite a bit. It's the whole package. It kind of like, even before video games and OSTs were a regular thing because of digital media distribution and like how it transitioned from the main of gaming, transformed from a niche niche like lifestyle choice to a standard, like most invested form of entertainment, there was musicals and stuff. So I used to listen to large compositions like Lord of the Rings and that type of thing, where because I used to perform in the orchestra, so I was a violinist back in when I was a teenager, and we played a lot of things like Disney production thing and like Pirates of the Caribbean, those type of soundtracks related. Lots of Disney movies. And lots of like Miyazaki films. And then for gaming, it would be like even earlier, like Final Fantasy games, right? Nobuo Uematsu would be a great composer. I forgot the guy's name for Chrono Trigger. I think he came back to do music for Sea of Stars as well. I think they managed to get him to do some Sea of Stars stuff too. Working on the composer names now. When I was a teenager, I was not great at remembering names. I'm still not that great now. However, we've been working on how to keep track of composer names and people who make music, compose music. It's a lot easier, or I would say because of frequency, it's a lot easier to remember artists, because artists release multiple things under their name as opposed to like the OST. Like an OST has on average like 5 or 6 composers by name, and then large group scale productions. Okay. Do you listen to Persona OST on a regular? Bellon? I really like Persona's like sweet spot of city pop. Like I am a big fan of city pop. Yeah. Like I jam a lot to city pop. P5, so tomorrow there's gonna be a P5X update for the Chapter 4 Phase 2, and it's no different, even if like P-Stadio is not the main developer. Like you just jam. I could sit here and just jam to this. So whenever there's a new piece, I would just let the game roll and listen to the music. I do it quite often in video games. Oh, I don't have my Hierophant on me. Or my Hierophant persona. That's alright. Alright, so where are we here? This is probably where we go and do the petition, right? Oh, Makoto-chan. We were just talking about you. I'm sorry for troubling you about the persimmon tree. I'll root out the truth. And good one, Makoto-chan. It's really nice having you around. I can make stupid puns whenever I feel like it. Indeed. Pun bros. That persimmon tree is a reminder of our son. Before his death, he was a teacher at Gekkokan High School. He planted that tree on graduation. Oh, that's right. That's where the tree came from. He planted the tree on graduation day with the students in his first class. They don't reveal quite how long ago it was, I think. That tree is about to bear fruit. Why now? Why do they want to cut it down now? I'm gonna go with... I'm just gonna share outright. Thank you, Makoto-chan. I wonder how long from planting of a persimmon tree to its bare fruit. I wonder how many years that is. There's this I don't know if Japanese have a ceremonial practice for this. However, there is, like, in the United States, I have encountered various customs, right? Where people from various backgrounds would plant trees to mark certain maturation, and then the tree becomes symbolic for the age, to keep track of the age of that memory. So I imagine that is, like, it's hard for me to imagine, like, so many other cultures also have their kind of analogous way, and trees would be involved in it. I don't know what the germination cycle of a persimmon tree is, though. Cherry trees would be one of the Americana related things. And then obviously we have the idea of the cherry blossom trees signaling the yearly cycle as well. Right. And there's also, like, cultural production things like vineyards and orchards and nurseries that deal with the cycle and season of plants. That makes me feel a lot better. It's very comforting talking to you, Mitsuko. Wow, Makoto-chan, you really captured her heart. I mean, we just say the nice things, right? Sometimes people just need to hear nice things, at least in my opinion. Cheapest way to make an attempt to liven someone up is to give a compliment, or in a form of encouragement. It's very cost effective, and it's often incredibly accessible. There is this longitudinal study, a couple of longitudinal studies about, like, raising people's spirits, right? Or like a win-win situation that's most classically accessible to people, and that's usually giving a compliment or a form of positive encouragement, right? Usually it actually it consistently rewards the person giving the compliment or the encouragement, as well as the potential of raising the spirit of the other people, right? One of the cheapest and most accessible way to acquire a win-win situation. You must be popular with the ladies. that beach, the summer vacation, on the other hand, right? My wife's no sucker after all. I feel I'm looking at myself when I was in my prime. It would be kind of fun to see a picture of Bunkichi when he was young. Sure. So many opportunities to expand the lore. It'll be fun to hunt for little details when we come back around to P3R. Don't worry too much about the tree. Just stop by when you get the chance. Oh, and take this. It's leftover, but still good. Shove something in your pocket. Crab bread. Take care. I think in my life I've encountered like one person ever who's like much older than me, and they would do the same thing. They would like shove things. It's like, here, just take this, and just like shove it into your hand or shove it into a bag. Like, all right, I guess it's now. I guess we're taking it now. Do we? I don't know. We didn't conclude any of these yet. Okay. You just gotta obey your elders, you know? If they say take it, take it. The old man is not concerned with hoarding material possessions. I know, yeah. Say, hey, I hope I get. I I would like. I imagine in my later lifetime I'd be like that. I strive to be something like that, where it's just like, hey, you know what? I have this thing. Here you go, kid. Like you could use it, or like pass it on, pass it on. How are we with seizing dates? I think no, Kenji's fine. Yuko is fine. Oh, that's right. We can start Mamoru. Mamoru. Oh wait. Do we need a star? Pretty sure Mamoru is star. Mamoru is in the strip mall. Where are you? Oh, there he is. What is he gonna sound? Hey, I've been waiting for you. Let's go eat. Sure. MMC or male MC, which do you prefer? They're different, so no preference. If they were the same, then I guess I would also have no preference. I don't really have a preference. If we're gonna evaluate based on their social link, I guess he's the last social link. I think a lot of the stuff that are more relatable is probably gonna be on the Kotone side. Xiaomi has it's interesting. Maybe it's kind of a toss-up here and there. There's certainly a way to pick and choose if you mismatch the social links. Like Saori, like Kenji is the magician, right? The magician arcana. Junpei, like Iori's thing about his father, that's a plus for me, like when it comes to sentimentalism. I'm not sure Yukari's link is probably similar. So I would probably evaluate the preference based on the social links presented. I would say that overall, at the moment, the unique ones kind of maybe teeter next to Xiaomi. Now, when you're asking me about preferences, usually I don't differentiate between them. Kind of like when you asked me, like yesterday when we were talking about Persona 4 and the other ones. It's all of the above. To summarize things very quickly, like maybe like the 3-minute edition of I answer these questions quite a bit. Usually when I think about experiences, it's all of the above. So if I'm a greedy person, so when someone asks me A or B, I would say both most of the time. And then when someone says like which one's better, like would you rather play Persona 3 or Persona 4, I would say both. And then when someone says, well, if you can only choose one or the other, then I would choose whichever one I have access to first, as opposed to waiting. So, and it usually doesn't answer the question. Yeah. So, I like things. I like things. If I had a preference, the preference is to play both. Which is good, because we can do that. Now, a more deeper question than that would be, since we, if we had a choice, right, hypothetically speaking, like P3R, for example, P3R chose to include Makoto Yuki and exclude Kotone Xiaomi. And then you could make a preference like, oh, do you feel that excluding FemMC as opposed to like Makoto Yuki, which one would you prefer P3R be about? The Xiaomi timeline or the Yuki timeline? And my first thought is, well, they already made the decision for me, right? ATLUS chose Yuki as the canonical whatever timeline for the P3 series, so I didn't have to make a choice. So if by preference, I would probably prefer Yuki because there is more experience with Yuki. But the really short answer is the thing that is most recurring, the thing that is most frequent, and the thing that has the largest impact on my experience is the one that I prefer. So usually when people talk about preferences, they typically talk about favoritism, like their personal taste, not necessarily based on like objectivity or something like that. And I don't really have a preference for them. They're one and the same. So if I play the FemMC, I'm not saying that I don't think about the FemMC at the same time I'm playing Makoto Yuki. They become the same thing. It's kind of like when someone says, do you like P3R better than P3P? If I'm playing both of them, they're both the same. Like they're part of the same thing. I don't have to choose. So that's usually the answer that I give if I don't have to choose. When people force a choice on me, I would choose whichever one I can do first. So whichever one that I can do. So if P3 comes first, then and I can't play, you know, if I can play Makoto Yuki, but I can't play Kotone Shiomi, then I would prefer Makoto Yuki. Alright, let's see who can eat faster. The loser has to run 100 laps around the city. Ready? Oh, competitive. It's kinda... That's how... what's his name? That's how Kazushi started out. But then Kazushi spiraled into the injury thing. I wonder if he stays as a rival. Full of confidence, huh? Oh, we're eating takoyaki. Num 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 num. What are those sound effects? We're not like fighting. Mamoru is eating takoyaki at an extremely fast pace. Apparently dealing with like using blades and the clashing of metal. This seems like a good opportunity for an eating competition, alright? What is your eating strategy? Swallow the takoyaki. Eat it before it cools? I mean, that's not quite a cool. Let's just swallow. That's the lightning swallow technique. Daunting but quick. Num 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 num. What is this sound effect? Mamoru began to forego chewing as well. You and Mamoru finish your meals at the same time? Alright. Phew. Looks like a tie. Kinda sus. All you hear is like clanking of metal. I'm impressed, Makoto. How many people can match my speed? I'm just gonna make him sound like a rival from a shonen show. I expected to lose actually? Nah, I thought I could win. Is that so? Well, I wasn't really trying my hardest anyway. He's impressed. You had a lot of guts to challenge me at takoyaki though. I'm impressed. You have a lot of potential. Okay. Alright, so we're just gonna make him sound like a shonen rival guy. The kind of forward and resounding. Make him guffaw a little. In my opinion, a tie might as well be a loss, you know? As promised, I'm going to start my laps around the city. You can do whatever you think is best. You put up a good fight today. See you around. Alright. Oh, you know what? That's since Akihiko was the star social link for Xiaomi. That kind of checks out though. They're both kind of meatheads, sort of. Akihiko is his social link end up being more about how he's a derp, how he's a potato with emotions, but that's kind of fitting the whole meathead role. I wonder what Mamoru's deal is. We'll find out. Over 15 years ago when I played P3, I mean, I wasn't that like, I didn't pay that much attention, so we'll see how much how many memories actually get triggered as I'm playing through this. Summer vacation. Bebe is fine. Chihiro is fine. I think we're gonna try to close up the Hierophant, Mamoru, and Michael, and we should get a Hierophant. Wait, do we need Moon? Not sure we need. We'll get rid of. I could just free up the Orpheus. I mean, Orpheus real. Let's see. Who are we looking for? Hierophant. I don't necessarily think we'll be locked out of any social links with time constraints. There's at least like plus 10 days or something like that. And with the extra charm bonus, it's not too strict. Alright. Don't you think so, Makoto-chan? What? Oh wait. My dear. What is going? Oh no, we failed. Yeah, we skipped on one of the points. Yep. Okay. That extends one of the social links by a day. Oh, I do need star. Got to grab a star. Star. The Neko? I think it's the Neko persona.
すまない、少しいいか。おはよう。今夜はまた理事長がいらっしゃるそうだ。夜になったら4階の部屋に集合してくれ。
I don't remember this event. Oh, it's probably for Kenji. It's about Kenji. Or no, not Kenji, just Ken Yamada. It just goes by Gen. Let's go grab a star. Yeah, we're just gonna... I don't even think I need a... Do we need to pick up a... I don't think we need a sick pickaxe. Oh no, wait. Did we finish strength? Oh, we didn't finish strength either. We're just gonna stick with... Yeah, it'll be fine. Star. Yeah, the Neko Shogun. And... Ooh... We'll place back... Oops. No. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, where are you? Alright. Alright, rival. Are we only doing food challenges? With you? Okay. Yay, and now I'm in with Mamoru. That aggressive slurping. Man, this is good stuff. If I had the money, I'd get some for mom. What? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that, huh? I get to eat for free here. Not just here, but any restaurant in the whole strip mall. They're all supporting me. I'm the only one who can eat as much as I want, wherever I want. Cool, huh? But I feel kinda bad about taking advantage of their sponsorship, so sometimes I pay the bill anyway. Someday, I'll pay them back for everything I owe. But for now, I gotta keep letting those restaurant owners spoil me. Someday I'll be famous, and then I'll be the one sponsoring them. That's really not how that works, but alright. No pressure, huh? Well, I'd be lying if I said there wasn't any. But you gotta have some pressure to keep you motivated, right? There are some deep cuts in there. What matters is how you deal with it. Absolutely. How you manage. How you manage. Seems to keep telling himself that. By the way, who do you consider to be your biggest rival? That's a deep cut right there. Hey, that's deep. I guess when you get down to it, we're all our worst enemies, right? You know it. There isn't anyone left who I want to compete with. The other guys in the club can't even keep up with me. I guess what I'm looking for is a good challenge. Hey, you should put more effort into swim. If we work together, we can push each other even further. I have this feeling we can drive each other to the limit. Alright. What do you call this? Brodemies? No. Not frenemies? I don't think frenemies is the word I'm looking for. Mutual sportsmanship. A friendly rivalry, right? We'll probably see each other in between training sessions. Later. Later, good. Alright. Are we gonna head back into the pool, or are we just gonna keep eating?
全員いるみたいだね。
Mm-hmm.
さあ入って。
Yeah.
失礼します。
Okay.
いろいろ調べさせてもらった結果、彼にも十分な適性があると分かってね。
Adversaries? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, yeah. Adversaries.
早速仲間に加わってもらおうと思ってみんなに集まってもらったんだけど。
待ってください理事長。彼はまだ初等家です。それに
何かな。彼のペルソナ能力は確かだ。鍛えれば十分戦力になりうる。
You start to wonder if Ikutsuki did this intentionally, for the very reason that he knows.
そいつ自身がいいと言ったんですか。
僕の方からお願いしたんです。僕にだってできることがあると思うし、それに僕になんで力が目覚めたのかようやく分かった気がするんです。
とまあそういうこと。だからお願いさせてもらったんだ。
足を引っ張らないように頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。こちらこそであります。
Wow, that was very polite.
ま、いいんじゃないっすか。俺らもついてるわけだし。たまにはきつい時もあっけど、やるからには頑張れよ。
はい。
It was more like, "Hey, wakatta." Okay. Yep. I did see, not sure if they changed his age much, but I did see Ken like drawn and rendered a lot older, appearing in the P4 Ultramax, right? P4U. So that's kind of an interesting. Honestly, what I would imagine Ken would kind of look like would be the radiant Motoha design in P5X. Be like a knight character. She has a really awesome, pretty great character model. Motoha from P5X. With a lance. Like a polearm related thing. Oh. The extra missing peeps. That's right. Chihiro. I mean, not Chihiro, Chidori.
もうマジすぐじゃん。つうか来年もう高3だもんな。なんか早えよな。あれ、あの子。また絵描いてら。
また来たの。
あ、いや。つうか驚いたな。覚えてたんだ、俺のこと。
そっちもでしょ。
いや、君ほら、割と目立つ格好だしさ。あのさ、何描いてんの？
絵だけど、それが何？
あ、別にどうとかはないけどさ。ただ、そうやって熱中できるもんがあんのいいなと思って。
意味なんてない。ただ描きたいから描いてるだけよ。
そっか。それ、出来上がったら俺にも見せてくれよな。
Unabashful, you know, innocence. Pure innocence. We're doing Michael, Mamoru, and Bunkichi and Mitsuko. I think this is a buy. Okay. Oh, and Akinari on Sundays. We gotta get ready for our melodramatic, wispy readings for Akinari. Dark hour. Oh, because full moon is coming?
や
Yeah, a week from full moon. Yeah.
あ、あと1週間で次の満月だよ。
はいは。
準備はいできてる？
準備？うん、準備です。
試練も残り少なくなってきたね。だからこそ気をつけてね。
はいはい。
また会いに来るよ。
はい、来るよ。Alright. Oh, Sunday. So Sunday we're gonna be chilling with. Oh, I don't think you need sun. Oh no, I don't even have a. Yeah, you don't need sun per. Oh, this is where. Okay. It's starting to settle down, I think. Thank you for coming. It's better when I'm not alone. Why do I have to face this alone? Other people don't have to deal with this sickness. I won't ever walk through a sunny field again because my legs and heart can't handle it. All that is left is to draw my sheets around me and count the beats of my heart until they stop forever. Why is this only happening to me? Of course not. No one knows. I don't even know. I mean, I understand why I'm dying, but why am I dying? There isn't any meaning to life that I can find, so perhaps I'm not missing all that much. He nods to himself. I wish I could run away, but if my body was capable of that, I wouldn't be here anyway. No matter what I do, my body is there to remind me I'm going to die. And there's nothing I can do. Please don't leave. Just yet. When I'm alone, it feels like it could end at any second. Try not to talk too much. I know, but I like to talk for a little bit longer. Tries to smile. I'm feeling a little bit better. So thank you. Your presence is comforting to Akinari. It's starting to get dark. Don't worry, I'll be fine now. It was good seeing you.
おかえりなさい。
Hi. Hi, hi, okay. So, okay. Mondays. Monday is next. Monday, Michael. Oh, right. Back to the port with Iori.
よ、またまた会っちゃったな。
そっちが勝手に来るんでしょ。
俺、順平ってんだ。君、名前は？この辺に住んでんの？はい、無視ね。ま、いっけどさ。なんだよその怪我。血出てんじゃんか。
ちょっと、この間から何なの？用もないのにつきまとわない。
You ever been mistaken? Have I ever been mistaken as the wrong type of Asian? Yeah, most of the time. Oh, actually, that's kind of an interesting question because, I think historically I've been more mistaken as the wrong type of Asian by other Asians. It's a fairly close competition, but here's the thought process behind it. Right, growing up in the United States, one of the more classical sensitivities for about like heritage backgrounds is to rely on statistics. So oftentimes when someone is unsure, they would default to statistics, and they are more than likely correct because I fall in the statistical norm. Now, when it comes to other Asians, right, like other maybe second gens or even native, they would make an attempt to discern the Asian type, which ends up being more likely a normal distribution. So it's not like they're any more accurate or less accurate, simply that normal distribution creates a spuriousness in type, right? So usually you stray away from Chinese, and usually like when you go around in the United States, those who aren't Chinese, right, in heritage or like Asian in heritage, they would simply default to Chinese, which is usually on the mark. And obviously this gets a little deeper than that, because when you think of a native, like say a native Chinese person talks to me, they wouldn't necessarily say that I'm a type of Asian. They would simply say I'm American. So that's another deep cut where yes and no. Sometimes the wrong type of Asian is kind of a fun little, there's a bit of a microcosm there. Those who attempt to decide what type of Asian that have Asian backgrounds, they tend to have a normal distribution. And then those who are not Asian, quote unquote Asian background, tend to default to the statistical likelihood. And it's far more statistically likely that I am Chinese of heritage. And then when you ever meet someone who is like Asian per se, like native Asian, if they don't make an attempt, they usually presume that I'm American, as opposed to talking about like Chinese, Korean, Thai, Vietnamese, Cambodian, Laotian, right, Japanese. It's usually not Japanese. Usually you get Korean quite a bit. Korean is because of like Manchuria situation, or the former Manchuria. The idea is like Korean and China, they aren't that dissimilar when it comes to descendants. So get Korean a lot more. Usually though, whenever I come across like a native Chinese person or anyone else, English is what gives it away. My English would make it so that I'm more prone to be identified as American. And then anyone else outside would presume Chinese, because Chinese is statistically more likely. And it's interesting.
そんなほっとけっかよ。
The times when there's a mistaken of the wrong type of Asian, it's more like contextual. I'm not sure if it's because of the way I look. Oftentimes when I'm like walking around in areas, especially like when I'm at an anime convention, for example, I tend to volunteer at an anime convention once every year, the same one. And whenever I'm standing around, right, and I would have like a shirt that would identify that I'm a staff member. Usually when I'm around other people, the Asian person who's visiting would approach me instead, right, based on how I look. And then sometimes you can infer that they subconsciously or like consciously made the wrong assumption. So sometimes they would come up and they would speak Korean, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't speak any Korean. And then they would swap to English, right? Nearly all the people visit, they're bilingual, at least bilingual to a sufficient extent. However, when they do come up to me and speak like Mandarin, I still respond in Mandarin. So it used to be how I knew when I was younger, when someone like comes up to me and asks for directions, it's like, oh, 你可以帮我探 right 探这个楼 right 这个楼 or something like that, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't, unfortunately I can't, like I don't speak, right? So that's how, those are the times. Nowadays though, it's kind of harder because usually when I'm standing around, they would approach me because they can identify that I'm Asian. And then Asian is out of comfort. So whenever I'm standing around and people have choices, like there's seven of us or something standing next to each other, and they could approach anyone, usually the Asian person would approach me. And oftentimes, like even if they did speak Mandarin or Cantonese or like Japanese, for example, I could at least respond in that. Now, I do later tell them like, okay, well, I can still help you. Would you prefer to, like nowadays, would you prefer to speak in a certain way? And that's kind of what gives it away then. And obviously when I start to speak, they would probably pick up on that I have an American accent or like an Americanized accent, which I still pick up. I also have like a particular accent in general in all of my languages that I speak. So I typically I'm not a person who goes out of my way to remove my accent, like my slight accent. I think when you speak of multiple languages, you tend to blend a lot of the accents. So like when I speak Chinese, I have there's a very noticeable accent to someone who's like native Mandarin speaker. It was probably gonna be like some here and there. I would have like some Cantonese endings and like Fujianese endings, and then whenever I speak Japanese, I'm gonna probably sound like a combination of something a little bit between Americanism and a Chinese speaker. So it's interesting. Are you multicultural? Do you ever end up in a situation where someone like out of comfort approach you because you appeared a certain way? Alone? I do have that quite often. I think it's kind of fun to I make myself available a lot of times, so I stand around in plain sight quite often. Like when I was on campus, when I used to work at a university or still studying at a university, I would walk around a lot and like be out in the open and standing. So oftentimes like other Asians who are visiting, like internationals, they would approach me out of anyone else, largely because I look familiar. Koreans though, they do happen quite a lot. Like other Chinese people would be like, oh, you can speak, and I'm like, I thought you were Korean. I'm like, oh, okay. Someone tried to scam you because you didn't look like a native. Oh, I see. That can happen. The one that when it comes to like the funny, you know, like some of those type of funny moments, it deals with like dialectic things. So whenever someone would talk to me, they would like speak Mandarin, right? And then they would default to a dialect, and whenever it lines up with my mother tongue, it would be like they just continue to talk, but I'm like I don't like I understand them. So that when they talk, they do their own thing in private, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, I don't fault them for doing that, in my opinion, because it's relatable. My parents do the same thing. So it also happens when it comes to Spanish speaking as well, where I like walk around or like I'm in an elevator and there would be like 3 people who's speaking Spanish and they are clearly talking about me. like yeah, or you have people who are very comfortable and they would speak in a different language, like really unfiltered, like unrestrained, and I'm like, man, it's a lot to me. I think it's very enjoyable to be able to understand people when they're like in their own comfort zone. I think it's, I mean, I obviously can't understand Korean, but Spanish comes up a lot when people start talking Spanish and they're kind of like very friendly, right, around, because the presumption is someone who doesn't look Spanish or of Latina, for example, or Hispanic is unlikely to understand them. And that's true if it wasn't for me like for myself being in the smaller percentage. Chinese happens quite a bit. Korean, I wouldn't know. Although there are times when someone, I'm not sure if they were talking to me, because like you could be standing next to someone and they would say something in Korean, and I look around and I'm like, were they talking to me? I know a couple Korean phrases now because of those interactions. Like they would, like, if to identify if they are greeting me or they are like talking to me or something like that. Not enough to like help them out or have a conversation with them. Spanish though, sufficient. They tried to scam you of what? What did they try? Colin.
ほら、手出せって。ハンカチで縛るから。
何を慌ててるの？
I don't know if you ever seen this skit, but there are quite a lot of content creators who live in multicultural countries like Malaysia, for example, and they do this skit. Oh, tickets. I see. They would do these skits where how people would dodge interactions or dodge questions by using a different language, and it's very funny when you happen to accidentally bump into someone who's multilingual. And I had many of those situations where like someone would presume that because I'm speaking English, like American English, that they would assume that I would not understand them just by appearing like it. So Jiao, I was talking to Jiao earlier. He's a native Chinese who is currently studying in the United States, and it's been 2 years. He recently visited Japan, and we were talking a bit. Some things that do occur is there's usually an assumption made that if you start speaking English, that also means that you don't preserve your mother tongue, right? The mother tongue is not preserved in the United States. So that stereotype, which is a stereotype that is statistically normal, where it is true that there's a statistical bias that the likelihood of someone who speaks with an American accent in English who appears Asian is likely to have limitations in speaking their mother tongue, be it Korean, Vietnamese, Thai, Chinese, and even rare Japanese, right? However, when I'm around personally, I am in even the lower percentage. So when someone starts talking to me and they're like, yeah, 他是美国人, you know, and they just assume 我不可以听到他说什么 right? And it's not the case. Usually a lot I think while the stereotype on the surface, the speaking part might be a lot weaker, like reproducing the speaking part. The listening part tends to be that heritage speaking is what I think that's what people, or what I come to understand it's referring to, which is where second generation people may prefer in the United States to respond in English or respond and output in the common language. However, when they're listening, that's a different story. They might be able to comprehend far more than they're speaking. So we're kind of in that situation when it comes to Japanese at the moment, where I spend most of my time reading and listening and far less of my time speaking. So despite that, it can lead to really funny, like the whole scamming thing. That's also a thing where, like, even if I respond in English, the natural inclination is the other person will presume that I can't understand them, especially if they came from a country that is selectively predominantly speaking and listening to a language. And my parents do this quite a lot with occasional relatives, or like when we're talking about customer service and whatnot, where the simplest task is to presume that I don't know how to listen or speak, because it's inconvenient when someone speaks a different language and listens to a different language, which is what I do far more often than speaking in the same language and listening in the same language. So the stuff about how people say, oh, you don't want to always get stuck translating, or you don't want to always get stuck interpreting in two different languages. That is like one of the comfort zones of me, where I'm very used to listening to one language and then outputting a different language. So I'm trying not to, I'm actually doing the opposite now for a different reason. So a lot of people would say, oh yeah, subtitles are a crutch, because I start to own, how people say, if I only have the subtitles, I'll constantly read the subtitles and just ignore what I'm listening to. My defaults growing up is that I listen to something and I have to actively translate it. And then if I want to produce something, I have to produce the word and then actively translate it, output into the target language. So that's my normal type of thing. So when I meet a native, and the native presumes that they would speak and listen in the same language. So whatever language I output first is the language they think that restricts me to understanding it. So that's kind of like my interaction with language learning. The idea is, I call this the difference between monocultural language learning versus multilingual or multicultural language learning. And that's me and Jiao had a moment earlier where he said that it's really fun, or it's interesting and fun to speak in 3 languages like at the same time, like bouncing between. And that's kind of how I feel when I was talking about, have you ever seen like skits about like Malaysians? There's a very popular one that I listen to. They're a Malaysian Japanese couple, and then there's also like a Vietnamese German couple. So oftentimes that's kind of the life that I'm more used to, and whether it leads to a bad thing like being scammed or don't look like a native, I usually leverage that to my advantage. It's kind of fun to have those moments. It reminds me that the world is very rich, filled with different combinations of people. Yeah, so this is my social norm. Oftentimes listening and trying to translate and output different languages at the, like, back and forth.
はあ慌てんだろ普通すぐ医者に見せろよてかついてってやろうか
変な人ね。千鳥よ。
ね。
私の名前、順平が聞いたんでしょ。あの絵、もうすぐできるから。私の描いたものは私にしかわからない。でも、そんなに見たきゃ、来れば。
Okay. Good old Junpei. What type of tickets were they? How'd you navigate it? Did you just straight up reveal your hand? Or did you play along? Most of the time I try, like in those situations, I tend to be neutral in those situations. I don't actually reveal my hand or anything unless like the person asks. So whenever someone mistakes me for something, either they discover it on their own or they ask me. I usually try not to be like directly trying to correct them, largely because if there's a chance that, say, an Asian person approach me, I already talked about this, usually Asian people approach, they typically come from a country background that is like very prideful and face culture oriented. So I don't default to trying to directly like unintentionally embarrass them or anything. So I tend not to correct them in public. That's kind of like the Chinese decorum situation or the Japanese decorum situation. So I try my best to help or do whatever it is that they intend by not necessarily playing along, but also not aggressively trying to correct them. Like when in the United States, though, when we're talking about like the sensitivity culture, usually the direct approach is more acceptable, right? It's less of a face culture, more of an individualized culture. However, then they won't really won't presume things. They would typically ask like, hey, you know, are you Chinese, by the way? That type of thing. As like, I don't want to assume, but are you Chinese, by the way? Meanwhile, when it comes to like natives, they would simply behave. That tells you that they're presuming something. Like a person would suddenly approach me and they would speak in in Mandarin, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see where we are at. And if I can do the thing, I wouldn't go out of my way to say, oh, by the way, I'm not a native Chinese. That's up to them to discover. Usually, it's to save face most of the time. And then when like a person who tries to scam me, let's probably not the word scam, but let's say like they try to sell me something. That does happen. Bartering is a very common thing, at least from my Chinese background. Bartering is a big thing. So my parents talk about it in quite a bit, where like, oh, like if you're not from the same region of China, they're just you might get the non-fair price, so to speak. So that's kind of what I can think about when it comes to selling things. It's kind of a cultural norm to barter. Whether it's a scam or not. Alright, Michael. Okay. Do I have enough? I'm kind of hungry. Let's go out to eat. What do you feel like eating? Japanese food. Oh, I think I'm gonna go with hamburger. Oh, I want a frog burger from Wild Duck. I would really like. I'm genuinely curious if there's such thing as a frog burger. You know, that duck is supposed to be green, right? Doesn't quite look green. So the other day, mom and dad, they talked to me about why they were getting divorced. I was sad, but I listened to what they said. Did I do good? You did great, man. You did great. Hee, thanks a bunch. Good old kids. So, mom and dad, they said when there's no love, it's hard to still be married. They said not to worry because they would always love me. I told them that they're still not allowed to get divorced. This is kind of a deep cut because marriage, divorcing is so strongly like stigmatized when it comes to. I'm not sure how stigmatized it is in Japan, or how progressive Japanese culture is now, but from my parents' influence, it's very like when they say there's no love is not a sufficient reason to get divorced. So this one is really interesting because Michael has a perspective that I've come to kind of normalize. Like duty is even stronger than the absence of love, especially duty to their child. Literally, like all the things that could possibly break my parents apart, whether it's an absence of love or compassion for each other, duty to their child, so me and my sister, kept them together. So this one is kind of an interesting, it's almost like an role reversal a little bit, like where Michael is the more she's making a lot of like commentary, but she's also well beyond her age, right? Because she's young to impress. There's truth behind not being allowed to get divorced when a child is involved. Even if you don't have love, you still have to try. That is what I mean. In fact, sometimes it's not about trying, it's about succeeding. You must succeed. Hey, so I have to choose whether I want to live with mom or dad. I'm curious if this decision changes with Makoto Yuki, but I can't choose that. You decide for me, okay? Usually you choose your dad, but in Shiomi's timeline, she ultimately chooses her mother. It'll be interesting if it changes. I love dad so much. He likes to buy me toys and stuff. But mom cries so much lately. I don't want her to be all alone. Maybe I should go with her. Hasn't changed. Oh, mom might move somewhere far away, so if I went with her, I couldn't play with you anymore. And that would be bad. I miss you too much. Michael seems to really like you. Yeah. Okay, so that hasn't changed. Man, having two characters, they could have done quite a lot of deviations. I better get home. Hey, will you hold my hand on the way home? Touching is another thing. Well, we'll talk about touching another day. Like physical contact is another deep cut into Asian culture, or at least even Chinese culture. Anyway, touching. Okay. I remember having a conversation about being raised without being touched, like having like hugging and the whole that type of thing, like patting on the shoulder or like was a bit of a there was a bit of an adjustment period for me. Wait. Oh, he has a separate? Oh, interesting. 2 separate tracks. Okay. They have 2 separate music tracks for the second half. Superconductivity, right? I don't remember if it's anything else. Pretty sure. Oh man, this is such a bop. So they had 2 separate, yeah, 2 separate tracks for the post summer period. The other one's intense, and this one's pretty intense too. Although the other one is a little bit more, I feel like it's a little bit more of a mood destabilizer than this one. We're gonna do HSK now that we're back in school. A music room. Oh, let's listen to this for a moment. The heckin' brass instruments, though. French? Dang. That is snazzy. The brass instrument line, the trumpet line is pretty great. The ba ba ba. Speaking of music tracks. Okay. HSK is all alone, huh? Maybe I should just quit. The club would be fine without me, and I'm not very good at playing the violin anyways. Makoto-kun, when did you get here? How long were you listening? Are you going to quit? So you heard everything, huh? My dad told me I should quit the music club. He said I need to concentrate more on my studies. I told him that the piece I submitted was selected to be in the finals, but he said that I was just wasting my time. Oof. Yeah. He said that because I'm his only son. Oof. It's my responsibility to take over the hospital. Yeah. The heir. My dad doesn't care about me. He only cares about his stupid hospital. And why does everyone think I'm going to be a doctor? Just because my dad's a doctor, that doesn't mean I want to be a doctor too. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. I have my own hopes and dreams, you know? Wow, I wasn't expecting... I thought he was pretty composed. Like, pretty chill and composed, but... Okay. So we're taking the... air approach. It's kind of interesting because we already have the female counterpart, because Mitsuru Kirijo is the female counterpart, right? The only daughter situation. Persona has often a stock character for this role. The role of what was the girl? I forgot the girl in red and black in Persona 4. So Chie something. No, that's not her. Not Chie. Chie is the other girl, the spunky girl. We meet her in this. Yeah, she's actually both of them are mentioned in Persona 3 in a bit. And then in P5X is Riko Tanemura is the character, like this archetype where a child of a prominent adult figure, right? Especially a parental. Complaining here won't help. Yeah, you're right. I have to tell my dad how I feel. I've got it. I'm going to make a bet with my dad. If I don't win the contest, then I'll quit the club. Just like he wants me to. But if I win, then I can do whatever I want. Yep, that's it. As soon as I get home, I'm going to talk to my dad. But please don't tell anyone about this, Makoto-kun. I don't want everyone to worry about me quitting the music club. So let's just keep it between us, okay? It's a deep cut because my parents gave me like the same response. Well, they gave me a more bewildering response, more so. The idea is like whenever I tell them, oh, I'm gonna do this, right? Like go bowling or something, which I did in my high school days. They're like, why would you do that? What purpose does that serve? That type of thing. It's a little different than being forced upon. In fact, the contrast here is my parents wanted to do everything possible for me not to follow in their footsteps. Because unlike Kishke, right? When you think about origins and passing on the family trade situation, like inheriting the family legacy, my parents were immigrants and they are trying to set new roots. However, the new roots are to break away from their present lifestyle. So my parents have consistently encouraged me and my sister to strive to do more so that we do not end up following in their footsteps. Like, they don't want us to become like a food service people, like run a restaurant and whatnot. What the dramatic irony here, maybe even in the future, is that I kind of love the idea of serving food to people. Like, even if they did all their power to want to like say, yeah, you like, I don't want a life where you're gonna work 13 hours a day every day to, you know, to meet the money demands and whatnot. And then now that well, at least for myself, now that I don't do that. I did do food services for a time though. oftentimes I think about like all the amazing, like how much amazing efforts and unbelievable things that they had to do in order to make this life possible, right? The life that they want for me and my sister at the compromise of their own. It's a bit of a contrast from this because oftentimes people who come from long legacy or those who live in the same country, or you have a long heritage, right? So like big heritage, well-to-do, privileged, well-established families in a country that has a long history per se, you know, a longer history. This type of thing comes up more often, and also it's depicted in the behavior. I talked to several people over these couple years where they are very prideful and you know, justifiably prideful in their heritage. Basically, they have long histories, they favor traditionalism, right? Origins, the original is the older the better, origin is where's the best, right? And then it would kind of draw contrast with my perspective, largely because multicultural people oftentimes is often the result of recent immigration. And that's like the people that I attract, right? Or because of the way I talk about things, it's more agreeable when there are people who are recent immigration, right? Recent immigrants, second gens of different countries and different combinations. And the whole root argument is to change the course of the lifestyle. So my parents wanted to change the flow of, by seizing opportunity to change up the family legacy. So the legacy is predicated on adapting a new lifestyle. So while this guy is confronting the opposite situation, they want to be progressive and break away from their family legacy. The parents would try to maintain the legacy, largely because of the long investment in traditions and whatnot. Meanwhile, I experienced the opposites, where my parents encouraged me, actively encouraged me to break away from the existing lifestyle that they have because they came to a country to seize the opportunity to do so. And somehow, because of what they did to make it possible, I have like a very endearing respect for that, which brings me closer to the whole idea of there is a fondness to wanting to do what your parents do, and at the same time there is a fondness for individualism. And that's kind of what, in my opinion, is a very relatable point in multiculturalism. And that's something that you aren't necessarily you don't necessarily have a choice in that. You are born into it. So much like this, the relatable core point of Keshke is you are born into many of your circumstances. And oftentimes, and I'm expecting this, they'll find a compromise of some sort. Maybe. We'll see. I'm going home so I can talk to my dad about you know what. Alright, see you later. Like, I do like the idea of making people smile and happy, at least momentarily, by serving food to them. Serving food that makes them feel alive and happy for the moment. At least the moment. Am I going to do that? Yeah, probably not. For the time being. Yukari and Ken are sitting in the lounge looking fidgety.
あ、帰ってきた。ちょうどよかったかも。ね
ちょうど何が？
え、フーカ、アイギスどうなった？
What was this about? Hey, friend, I've been lurking from time to time. Hello there, Beth. How are you?
どうかな。こうなったであります。
え？
Oh, that's right. I guess is going to school
どういう
too.
こと？
学校に行きたいって言うから冗談で先輩たちに話してたんだけど、理事長が即 OK しちゃって明日から高等部2年生ってことにね。
Did you just say okay?
マジ？ OK ってあの人いいのか？
Still around? I see.
コミュニケーション負荷の高い場所での活動が興味深いとかって言ってたけど、
Interesting. They use communication as opposed to social. How do you say social?
まあ OK 出てるならいいけどさ、それに結構似合ってるしかわいいんじゃね？
Listen, Junpei.
風花さんに装着していただいた学園用迷彩は完璧であります。想像以上に似合ってますよ。誰も特別なんて思わないんじゃないかな。
Oh, did you play the new update? I saw that there was a Wakotabi update. It's been like 2.5 months since the last update.
でもなんで学校なんかに？何もないですよ、多分。2学期の開始を受けて日中の活動を合わせたいと考えました。私だけここに待機していては任務に支障をきたします。よって同行を申し出たであります。任務に支障ね。むしろいた方が支障出るっぽいけど、至らないところは順次改善を図っていくつもりであります。あ、うん、そして
Yeah, she's I guess simply speaks with less prosodic stress and very, very formal. So she sounds stiffer. You sound like a bit robotic.
自分も学校に行くと言っています。
Yeah.
コロマル、さすがにあんたはここにいて。
Is there? You missed been looking out for it and hoping it was soon? Yeah, there's a new update. It's been 3 days, maybe? So, in short, no. Looks like I need to update. Yeah. I hope it's a good patch. I'll probably try to squeeze it in sometime in December. Like a vanilla run back. The NG Plus is still not there. I'm still waiting for the NG Plus feature. So we go through Wakotabi again. No. Koromaru can't go to school with us. We need a Koromaru spin-off game where you're just being Koromaru running around town, you know, running around. And also maybe a deep cut into his Koromaru's owner, former owner. Like the priest. Oh, this track is fantastic. Oh, pick up.
今日から仲間入りすることになった転入生よ。
You thought you looked the other day, but you'll look again. Perhaps we just cross paths.
じゃあ自己紹介してね。
アイギスです。皆様、一つよろしくお願いいたします。
Wow. Yeah, that's certainly an introduction.
アイギスさん。珍しいお名前ね。生まれは外国なのかしら。
Oh yeah, we totally forgot. Toriyumi. We concluded Toriyumi's social link by saying maybe we'll see each other. She just basically logged off and we'll cherish the memory, right? One of the themes in Persona 3 that's very well felt is that You create memories. However, all the social links can end abruptly or just simply end by the way fleeting engagements are. Like Michael ends up leaving you by choosing her mother situation, or Mutats just goes and chase after his wife and son. Like, the closures are typically not, it can end at any time because it's about the moments as not necessarily the closure, the necessity for closure. Not to say that Persona 3 doesn't have a lot of nice moments for closure.
他に特技事項は人型戦術兵器
She don't watch Henki. What?
なんかの間違いねこの書類見たもの聞いたもの全てが正しいなんて思っちゃダメよね
It sounds as ridiculous in Japanese.
そうですよね。
席はどっか空いてるああそこ空いてるじゃない彼の隣じゃあそこね
先生、そこは空いてんじゃなくてたまたまサボってるだけなんじゃ。
そんなのいないのと一緒よはい着席
この場所なら歓迎であります。私の一番の大切はいつでもこの人のそばにいることですので。ちょっとアイギス、なんでありますか？ゆかり、なんで立ってんの？なんでもう。
あらお隣同士仲が良さそうねでも授業中はちゃんとけじめつけなきゃダメよ
Yeah, this track is awesome. What was this, man?
一緒に来てもらいたいところがある。行くぞ。
Alright. Oh, yeah, the pills.
いい加減しつけるぞ。
事情が変わった。悪いが今日はノーと言わせる気はない。
ああ、
これわかるな。新しい敵が現れた。俺たちと同じペルソナ使いだ。
別に興味ねえな。
話はまだある。アマだが、俺たちの仲間に入った。
どういうことだそりゃ。
適性が見つかり、いくつきさんが認めた。今のあいつはペルソナ使いだ。
なんてこった。
Oh, this is the convince him to join because of
一つだけ聞かせてくれ。
the suitcase has the evoker in it.
仲間になったってのは。
な、自分から志願してきた。
そうか。ならそばにいねえとな。お前が現場を仕切ってるってやつだな。聞いておきたいことがある。お前は何のために戦ってる？
Protect someone, obviously.
そうか。はい。俺はすべきことをするだけだ。俺の部屋まだ空いてんのか？
It's still spoilers, but it's still crazy that they left it open that Shinjiro survived. Pretty much everyone survived except like the ones like they're fake outs a lot of time. Yeah, you think you checked the day before and this morning they did some bug fixes too? Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, so Shinjiro technically right at the end of the game you find out that Shinjiro wakes up. So that's really interesting. And Chidori was fine as well. At the more lost souls. More loss. I think we can do Lover now, right? We could have done Lover in court. Man, our schedule is so packed. Oh wait, is this Hermit? Oops. Oh no, that's Hang. Okay. I'm gonna start Yukari. I really like that brass part. Very poppy. Very triumphant. Conclusion. I think Kenji is pretty available. Yukari is probably pretty available too. Tomorrow's a big P5X update. I'm also excited about that. Kind of on the tired side at the moment though. Okay. Now let's see how Yukari changed. Because Yukari also has a romance string, so I anticipate there's something different. I think you need maximum charm or something. And probably, yeah, max charm. Hey, oh, never mind. What is it? Sorry, well, you might have forgotten about it already, but at, Yakushima, I said some stupid things. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. It's been bothering me all this time. Okay. It's hard not having a regular family, you know? Everyone else has a mom and a dad. Why do we have to be different? Why us? Sorry, I didn't mean to lump the two of us together, but I feel like you understand, and I have been looking out for me, Makoto-kun. At least that's what I thought. Is that just wishful thinking? That's how I really feel, though. Yeah. The lack of parentals. Makoto Yuki is orphaned. So. She still has her mother, per se. And I think they still run down the line about her mother thing. Kind of like the way Iori would run down. It's getting cold. Let's go home. Alright, off back to the dorm. Oh, we need a detour to tartar sauce. We gotta go and do a bit of an excursion in tartar sauce. Okay. I don't think there's any important missing people. Okay, you have now updated. It's both on devices. Weird, you had to update twice. Usually one update gets everything. Oh, okay. Maybe they like did a separate load for like the hot fix or something.
So. 根性見せるであります。
根性見せとあります。Yeah, I see how they're make her sound like a robot a bit. She's very stiff, and she speaks very like her tone is very mechanical. I really don't really know how to say much more than other than she's very forceful while also being she's like aggressively formal. Her tone is saying aggressive and in the like very military like, and her consistent attempts to speak in the formal term like detached makes her sound very detached, like unemotional. So I'd be curious if that performance changes as she becomes as she develops a heart. Alright. This is gonna be pretty quick. We have to get up to 114. And then everyone should still be cowering.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
These sections are a fraction of the time.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Oh dang. Quick floors.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Let's go over here. I'm feeling it. 3 for 3? Ooh, dang. By the way, thanks for telling you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to how you like the new update.
個別行動をとってください。
You're like my vicarious.
良さそうなものゲット。
You're like my vicarious update on Wakotabi.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Okay. So far, 100% hit. Dang. I like feeling. I'm like feeling these layouts, man.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Oh. First dead end.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Okay.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Wow. You were about to say something about having a look at it as well? Yeah, still waiting for the new game. Still waiting for the new game plus, basically. So probably at the end of the month, at the end of the year, if that feature doesn't come out, I'll probably do a Wakotabi update, like a year after update.
用心してください。
Kaboom!
これは
Okay.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Oh, dead end. Wait. Wait.
これは拾って帰るか。
Nailed it.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。よし、良さげなものゲット。みんな3回個別行動。
Oh. 50-50 on that one.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。よし、良さそうなものゲット。
I feel like I need to get some, maybe some eye drops. My eyes have been like
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
pretty dry at the 6.5 hour mark. I stopped blinking.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。習得物ありです。
よし、良さげなものゲット。
Why are you guys going backwards? Supposed to be searching for the staircase. You silly goobers.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Dang. All the stairs are like placed right in the direct path.
みんな3回個別行動をとってくださ
Or
い。
most of the staircase. Just gotta split it with the other members. There it is.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
何か拾ったぞ。後で持っていく。
人間を発見。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。よし、よさ。
Nope,
わかり
that's not it. Looking for the stairs. Alright. Sentinel. Kaboom! Oh. Uh-oh. It's okay.
ゆかりちゃんがまだ正気に戻ってません。
止め損なったか。
発射であります。
They don't have any levels, so completely reliant on Yuki.
これは
Super fast. Dang, the stairs are just like right there. Here we are. Pretty quick. Cut down the playthrough by a large fraction. Alright. Back to farming social links. And I think operation time is next. Do I have a... Oh.
よ、千鳥。この前の怪我、あれからどうした？あれ？傷は跡もない。意外と軽かったのか？
順平はさ、何をしてるとき自分は生きてるって思う？
さあな、息してる時とか？つか考えたことねえや。千鳥はやっぱ絵描いてる時か？
どうかな。こんなの全部ただの落書きだし、自分のことなんてわからない。
そっか。俺さ、実は一個だけあんだよね。まあなんつうか正義のヒーローをやってる時かな。今日と明日の間にある誰も知らない時間。そこは選ばれた力を持つ者だけの戦場。影の怪物から人々を守るため、ヒーローは今日も戦い続ける。とまあそういう感じでさ、充実の瞬間っすよ。鼻で笑って突っ込むとこだぜ。
それ、あなた一人で戦ってるの？
おいおい、真に受けんなって。
誰も知らない時間の中なんでしょ？ なら誰も知らなくて当然じゃない。誰も知らなくて誰も褒めてくれないのに戦ってるんだ。偉いね。ちょっと見直した。
そうかな。こんな話信じてくれちゃうとは思わなかったな。
ねえ、それもっと聞きたい。
なんか不思議だよな君。まあいいか。じゃあこれ絶対秘密にしてくれよ。ペルソナって超能力みたいのがあってさ、それ使えるやつだけが怪物を倒せんだ。けど誰でもペルソナ使えるわけじゃなくて、だから選ばれた何人かで戦うしかない。仲間はダチとか先輩でさ、こう見えても俺入ってからは連戦連勝なんだぜ。
へえ、楽しそうね。順平が来てから連勝ってことは、順平はチームのエースみたいなもの。
まあな、リーダー的な役割ってとこかな。とりあえず俺がいないと始まんないって感じ。作戦始まったらみんな俺の指示で動くんだ。結構大変なんだよな、リーダーってのも。
ありがとう順平、楽しかった。
そっか。
でももう時間。また明日会いたいな。
また明日か。よし。
I believe I have. Yep. Oh, wait, we're in the bookstore. That's different. You went shopping with Fuka. There don't seem to be that many cookbooks here. Sorry, I guess people bought all the good ones? I should have called to ask before we came all the way here. Fuka seems to be feeling guilty. Do you remember what I told you, Makoto-kun? That it's been a while since I've been in the bookstore. Do I remember? I guess. Well, about that, something happened in the bookstore that I want to forget. It was last April. Someone took a picture of me stealing. Well, I'm short. And when I was reaching for the top shelf, I accidentally knocked some books down. Somehow they landed in my bag, but when I went to take them out and put them back on the shelf, some girl from our school took a picture of me with her cell phone and accused me of stealing. Oh, that's different. She threatened to show my parents the picture. You probably think that sounds ridiculous. Probably think I should have defended myself. Well, you're right, but I couldn't say anything. All these negative thoughts were running through my head. I thought that no matter what I said, it wouldn't do any good. But I feel like if I'm with you, Makoto-kun, then I can. I feel like if you're around, I won't think so negatively. That must sound so selfish, but... Luka is staring at her feet. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. It seems like I'm trying to take advantage of you, doesn't it? That's not my intention. I guess what I'm trying to say is... I think we're gonna avoid the conflict of interest, right? It's okay, just calm down. Makoto-kun. I've come to really depend on you, Makoto-kun. I just want to say that I appreciate you. Okay. I'm not sure if you can encounter conflicts of interest here. Yeah, the whole you might get upset situation. Sorry, I'm not making any sense. I'll explain to you how I feel when I understand it myself. I'm really sorry. There she goes. There she goes. I forgot the rest of the lyrics. It's what I think that band is a one-hit wonder. I forgot what the song is called. What's the title of the song, anyways? I think we're into our next full moon, right? What was this one? The Polonia Mall one? What was that? Hermit? Oh, it's Hermit, yeah. The electric one.
千鳥、今日いなかったな。やっぱもっぺん探してみっかな。でもさすがにまずいか。作戦あんだしな、今日。作戦か。考えてみりゃ、あの子を守るための戦いでもあるしな。なんかそう考えるとやる気出てきちゃうな。つか、これこそまさに正義の戦いってやつか。よし。
動かないで。
え？つか、この声。うわっ！
Poor Junpei. But he's got it. He knows. He follows through.
今日でもう6度目の満月だね。敵は見つかったかい？
はい、多分ポロニアンモールのあたり。なんだかモールの周辺からぼんやりと感じるだけで範囲を絞ろうとはしてるんですけど。
今回のシャドウの能力ってことか。
わかりません。
十分だろ、そんだけわかりゃ。
天田か、どうだった？
順平さんどこにもいません。カバンもないし、今日はまだ部屋に戻ってないみたいです。
あいつ満月って分かってんでしょうに。
寮の近くにもいないようですね。念のため少し時間を使って探してみましょうか。
いや、いいよ。若い君らだ。そういう気分の時もあるだろうさ。とにかく今は目の前のシャドウを何とかしてほしい。
うん。
ここでくすぶっていても仕方がない。とにかく出動だ。
行くぞ。
俊平のやつ何か言ってなかったか？ならいい。
どうだ？
このぼんやりした感じ、こんなに近くに来てるのにどうして。
よし、あとは手分けして探すぞ。時間はかけられない。急げ。
待ってください。お願いします。やらせてください。ルキアの指がくれる土の答えだ。髪がくれる風の答えだ。唇がくれる水の答えだ。
Interesting. That is very different.
この霧のような姿は何？
おい、大丈夫なのか？
集中の邪魔をするな。
これは足の下。
網目。もしかすると地下ケーブルと関連があるかもしれません。ここは島が開発中の頃は工事用電源の基地があった場所ですので。
地下ケーブル？
網目のような相当量の電気ケーブルが地下に放られたままになっているようです。
それが索敵の邪魔になってるってことか。
ありがとうアイニス。今ので全部わかったわ。ケーブルにシャドウの位置がか乱されてるわけじゃなく、そのケーブル部の自体がシャドウに乗っ取られている。
それつまり足の下はそこら中シャドウってこと？
絞れなかったわけだ。
そんなのどうやって倒すんです？
It's fine. Meanwhile,
いて。
拍子抜けね。こんなに無防備だなんて。これでこの建物のフロアは全部。
ちっくしょ、力が出ねえ。いい加減にしろよ、千鳥。
頼みたいことがあるの。あなたの仲間に私の言う通り命令を出してもらうわ。通信くらいできるはずよ。
俺が命令？
言う通りにするなら何もしない。作戦の中止命令を出して簡単でしょ？今やってるのだけじゃない。 今後の作戦も全部やめるように言って。
作戦をやめろって。まさか君、あの連中の。
早くして。
参ったな。これでは手が出せない。
前にモノレールを乗っ取ったシャドウがいたと記録で見ました。おそらくそれと同じでどこかに本体がいるはずです。私が見つけます。
風か。
場所が分かったとしても問題は生き方だな。
放置された施設であれば今でも侵入が可能かもしれません。
だといいがな。
見つけた。ここのすぐ近く、このモールの中です。
この中？
地下にできている小さな空間の中です。四角い箱の形をしてるから多分人工の空間だと思います。
四角って地下室とかかな。
そういや、エスカペードのフロアやってるやつ、最近電源の調子がどうのってぼやいてやがったな。おかげで停電食ってでかいイベントが飛んだとかなんとか。
電源？
確か昔からあった地下の空間を部屋に改造したとか聞いたことがある。ひょっとすると。
間違いないと思います。
よくやった山岸。よし、準備が整い次第突入組で仕掛けるぞ。
シャドウの心臓部です。体がケーブルですから電気を攻撃に使ってくるかもしれません。どうか気をつけて。
Okay.
何をしてくるか分かりません。注意してください。
Do you have... You don't even have your debuffs yet. Kaboom! Okay. You have a very large health bar. Now we have an extra turn. It's fine. Goodbye. We're here to farm social links. Here's a useful skill, Rakunda.
敵の反応消滅です。お疲れ様でした皆さん。あ、そういえばリーダー、さっき順平くんの反応が見つかったの。多分寮に帰ってると思うんだけど、なんだかちょっとだけ様子がおかしくて。理事長もいるし何もないとは思うけど、私たちも急いで戻りましょう。
Was he feigning ignorance?
もう作戦は終わってしまったみたい。
Because Ikutsuki, you know,
わかんのかよ。
it was his Ikutsuki all along situation, right?
わかる。メディアが教えてくれるから。
メディア？
私の友達。
千鳥。
それよりどうして中止命令を出さなかったの？命より作戦が大事ってこと？死ぬことって 普通の人には一番の恐怖なんでしょ。違うの？
いや、俺はただ命令なんかしたことねっつうか、したくてもできねえっつうか、俺リーダーなんかじゃねえんだ。
全部嘘だったってこと？どうして理解できないわ。
なあ、一個だけ教えてほしいんだけどさ、最初から何もかも芝居だった。偶然あったことや怪我とか絵とか、花から俺のこと知っててはめてた。つかそっか、手の怪我、マジの傷ならすぐに消えるわけねえもんな。そっか。
あれは
順平。
もう戻ってきたの？
それは召喚機。
メディア、おいで。
やめろ千鳥。先輩、千鳥の銃を。
運が悪かったな。悪いがこいつは使わせない。
おいおい、何の
Was he pretending all along?
アイギス、彼女を拘束してくれ。
了解であります。
Was it Kutsuki pretending?
今の今まで気づけなかった。私にはこの力しかないのに。
山岸君でさえ何も感じなかったとなると、これはもうか乱する能力ってことだね。僕なんかもう全然さっぱりから。
聞きたいことがいろいろある。君もあのストレガとかいう連中の仲間か？
It's interesting that he didn't end up having a big like twist of a persona or something.
私は死ぬなんて怖くない。
千鳥。
メディア、私は。
話を聞ける状態じゃないな。精神がひどく乱れてる。しばらく安静にさせて様子を見るしかないだろう。
千鳥。
Okay, Sunday. Sunday is Mamoru and or Akinari Day. Oh no, wait. Oh no, I just skipped Sunday actually. Oh, does it? Or does it?
もう一度聞くぞ。千鳥というのは本名か？ストレガというのはどういう組織だ？君ら3人の他にもまだいるのか？
ちょ、待ってよ、順平。来ていいって言われてないでしょ。
千鳥。
順平、すいません。この場所をしつこく聞くもんだから。
気分どうだ？もう落ち着いたんだろ？
ああ、落ち着いたものさ。どんな検査も質問も全て無言の拒絶だ。そのスケッチブックも取り上げるべきか？
いいじゃないっすか、そんくらい。こんなもん取り上げたって何もなんないっすよ。
どうかな。召喚機を取り上げた時はだいぶ動揺していたみたいだがな。ペルソナの召喚機、君はあれをどこで手に入れた？
メディア、
返してよ、返して。
おい、むやみにそのことに触れるなと言ったろ。
じゃあどうすればいい？次からは誰かに代わってもらうか。
なんで取り上げるのよ、メディア。
白馬、看護師を呼んできてくれ。今日はもうここまでだ。いくつきさんには俺から報告をしておく。
はい。ほら、順平行くよ。
千鳥、一体どうしちまったんだよ。
Mamoru? Yeah, we can still use our Sunday. Are you here? You're here. Oh, Hella. Hello is Star. I forgot. Beef bowls. Okay. All right, and this time I'm going all out and ordering extra beef. Me too. You got a lot for you get a lot for your money here. It's been a long time since I was able to spring for extra beef, but you don't even pay for it. Think maybe I should buy some for them too? For who? Your classmates? No, I meant my siblings. I have 4 of them. Wow. Our apartment's pretty small though, so we have to pack them deep. Haha. That must be tough. Huh. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how hot it gets over the summer. You probably don't know this, but my father died 5 years ago. Oh, I do remember this. I guess his car fell off of a cliff. I'm not fishing for sympathy or anything. I just thought you should know. I do remember that part. That particular tidbit. Oops, running late. I thought the preschool is going to be letting out soon. See you later, Makoto. Strong guy. He jogs off. Strong guy. Being the early father figure, right? Having to grow up very, very quick. Hang out with Yukari. See if there are any changes. Okay. A source filled with beautiful flowers. Lilies are too overpowering and roses aren't really my thing. Maybe? I don't know how to pronounce that. But I know what the flower is though. We're gonna say Gaberas? Gaberas? Oh, sorry. I'm looking at flowers for my room. Hey, I think I'm gonna go with Gaberas. But which color should I get? Pink. Pink's cute. You think so too? I love pink. I mean, she's practically swimming in pink. I guess we have the same taste, huh? Then it's decided. I'll get them. But this Caberas might be a little plain. What other flowers do you think would look nice? Oh, you never seen my room, have you? Well, what good are you? Well, that's messed up. Yeah. But it's the truth. I mean, we'll see a room eventually, right? Actually, any flowers would be fine if they were from you, Makoto-kun. Whoa. Psych! Well, she got me there. Went a little hard. Caught me off guard. Wow, look at the time. What should I get? I'm actually pretty indecisive, you know. Ranunculus? Aren't bad either. I don't know what those are though. Okay. Just go to bed. It's all about the bed. The bed. Okay, the sheets.
どうだ、山岸。何かを感じるか？黙っていて困るのは君だぞ。恨んで拘束してるわけじゃない。無意味な戦いを避けたいだけなんだ。
千鳥は
またか。どういうつもりだ、順平。
彼女なんか言いました？
いや、
俺に話させてください。
リオリー、君はどうもこの件では冷静でいられないようだな。どうかしたのか？
それは正直わかんねえっす。けどなんかほっとけないっす。お願いします。
順平くん。
どのみち私たちでは手詰まりのようだ。いいぞ、話してみろ。
です。元気だったか？スケッチブック 取られなくてよかった。ここでも絵描いてんだ。絵を描くのだけはやっぱ本当に好きなんだな。
関係ない。
喋った。
こんな絵私以外には理解できないし。
おい、千鳥、腕。
またか。山岸、医者を。
Or healing powers.
なんすかこれ。なんで違う。
自分でやっちまうんだ。くそ。危なそうなものは取り上げたつもりだったが。
Probably the only one that can channel some sort of power outside the dark hour.
自分で。
理由はわからないが、放っておくとすぐそうするんだ。もっとも信じられない治癒速度のせいですぐに治ってしまうようだが。
話して。
じゃあ、あん時の手の傷も君が自分でやったのか。
言っとくけど、心配してくれなんて言ってないから。あんたの勝手な早合点でしょ。
やめろって。やっちゃダメだ。心配とかして言ってんじゃない。やってほしくないんだ。
すぐに医師が来る。もう戻れ。喋れるじゃないか。
I need to get a strength persona. Oh no, wait. Oh no, that was a star that I picked up. Oh no, wait. No. Yeah. I can free up a star slot. Dang, I'm not. I should be able to have enough slots for everything. What did I pitch just now? Because I have multiple. Oops. Who am I missing? Okay. Okay. Yuko? Yuko, where is Yuko? Oops. Wait, where's Yuko at? Oh, wait, we're not... Music, wait. HSK. Okay, let's see how his discussion with his father went. You hear a beautiful melody, okay. The hours flew by while you were having fun. Everyone, can I have your attention, please? With a big smile, the teacher began gathering everyone. It seems like Keisuke's piece really impressed the judges. They said you'll definitely be receiving a prize, Keisuke. Huh? I don't understand. What does that mean? It means you placed in the top 4. At best, you'll receive first place. And at worst, you'll receive an honorable mention. The judges were very impressed with your technique. They said that you played with great verve and precision. Congratulations, Kesuke. Hey, good job, Kesuke-senpai. Everyone's admiring Kesuke. Then that means you should tell your dad. That's right, my dad... that's right, my dad promised me. He said if I won, I could do whatever I want. So this means I don't have to listen to him anymore, right? Hey, we should celebrate. Yeah, that would be fun. No, good for you. But I feel like there's way more to this. Thanks, everybody. And sorry for causing you so much trouble, Makoto-kun. Well, we should probably get going. You're going to the party, right? It's not the end of the story. We're halfway. I don't mean to interrupt your party, Kesuke, but there are a few things I need to talk to you about. But don't worry, everyone. It won't take long. Please wait outside the faculty office. Pressure from... Huh. Well, Kesuke, the judges think you have a lot of potential. So if you're interested in studying abroad, they'll be willing to help you transfer to a school overseas. Me? Study abroad? Oh, Kesuke, there you are. I was looking all over for you. Come quick. Mikarin just fainted. Oh no. Huh? Oh, okay. I'll be right there. Sorry, Sensei. This is also sudden. I'll need some time to think about it. The doctor figure. He says he doesn't want to be a doctor, but he always trying to help people in need. A doctor's son with such talent. I have to say, I'm a bit jealous. It doesn't seem like anyone's in the mood to celebrate now. Well, I guess I'll let everyone know what happened. You can get going if you want. Fuka holding down the fort.
Oh my god.
My eyeballs. My right eyeball is kind of bugging me right now. Perhaps I'll call it a bit of an early day. Who are we going with? Yuko? Yuko should be today. Okay. 4th graders, right? 4th graders versus 6th graders. Or we're eating? So they aired the training program for that athlete, and as you spent, oh, because I don't have enough points to see the 4th grade versus 6th grader thing. No Shinjiro. Man, the Shinjiro social link was pretty boss. Japanese culture. Okay.
Yo, Chidolin.
Chidolin.
やめてよそれ。
そう、とんがんなって。
とんがんなって。
ほらこれ、スケッチブック。そろそろ使い切んじゃないかと思ってさ。
そんなこと順平に頼んだ覚えな。
へへ、やっとまた順平って言ったな。もう呼んでくれないかと思ったぜ。
どうだ？
なんとか話し始めた。ただ今のところ
それだけでも前進だろ。ところでお前、なんで来た？
千鳥、どうした？
この感じ、何かいるぞ。敵か？
違う、どけ。
No pills.
千鳥。
心配ねえ。ペルソナが暴れただけだ。
ペルソナが。
ちゃんと見てろったく。ペルソナが一瞬こいつ自身の首絞めてたろ。こいつらは俺らとは違う。ペルソナを飼いならせねえんだ。だから制御剤がいる。自分のペルソナに寝首をかかれないためにな。
制御剤。お前ストレガって連中のこと。
レールを外れて初めて見えたもんもあるさ。俺の持ってる薬を医者に渡しておく。あとは任せる。
待てシンジ、おい。
私俊平。
よかった。マジ死んじゃうかと思ったぜ。
何それ、なんでそんな顔してるの？死ぬなんて怖くないのに。
怖くないって。おい、
死なんて明日目が覚めないってだけ。ただそれだけじゃないの。
何言ってんだよ。つかマジで言ってるそれ？
俊平。
俺は嫌だよ。千鳥が死ぬなんて俺は嫌だ。
俊平。
怖くなきゃいいとかそんなことじゃねえだろ。千鳥が死んだら俺嫌なんだよ。
Man, these set of lines are like some of the more common straight up lines from many of the like shonen series scenes. Especially recently when I was watching ReZero.
俊平って変。
たく変はどっちだよ。
Classic line.
おい待てシンジ。どういうことだ。あんな薬なぜお前が持ってる？聞いたことだけはある。ペルソナの制御がうまくいかない場合、無理やり抑え込む薬があるとな。だがあれの副作用はお前も使ってるのか？
うん。
どうなんだ。
てめえに話す義理じゃねえ。
貴様はいつもそうだ。
てめえの言い分なんざ分かってんだよ。力があんのに使おうとしねえ。そういう半端なのが気に食わねえんだろ。聞き飽きたぜこの正論バカが。
全然分かってねえ。お前は知ってるはずだな。10年前孤児院が火事で焼け落ちた時、俺は妹を救えなかった。あの時の俺には飛び込むどころか止める大人の腕を振り切る力さえなかった。だから俺は力にこだわってきた。俺たちだけでも生きていけるように一緒に強くなろうって。なのになぜだ。なぜ俺に黙って薬なんかで力を抑えた。
こりゃ戦いに戻ったんだ。文句ねえだろが。
くそ。副作用は
今の俺にはやるべきことがある。こいつはけじめだ。俺にしか務まらね
え。やるべきこと。
いいか、いつまでも俺につきまとってんじゃねえ。てめえはてめえで信じた道を行きやがれ。
信じ。
Okay. Cuddy? Hey, what do you want to do now? Karaoke? Mommy, where are you? Oh yeah, this part. Still here. Mommy! A child is wailing. Hey, what's wrong? Are you lost? Mommy told me to wait here, and she gave me money, but she's not coming. The child is crying. Right. Hey, don't cry. See, you're okay. I'll stay here with you, alright? Hey, look, we can get help over there. The police station. Come on, follow me. Policemen will know what to do. You'll find your mom, so don't worry. Phew, what a relief. I'm glad he was able to contact his parents. What were they thinking leaving that poor kid all alone? Oh, this is where she talks about her mother. It makes me so angry. But I guess my mom's no different. What makes you say that? You really want to know? Sorry, I didn't mean to poke fun at you. Remember what I told you before, how my mom and I aren't very close? Well, if you ask me what kind of parent she is, I say a terrible one. She wasn't always like that though. After what happened to Dad, she totally changed. She's had more boyfriends than I can count, and she's even living with one guy. Honestly, I'd rather not know. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Keep this between you and me, Makoto-kun, okay? You're the only one I've told. Oh, that stays pretty... That's still the same, right? I think it's about halfway when they kind of branch off. Sorry, I don't feel like karaoke anymore. Let's go back to the dorm. Okay. A new path, right? Path.
君か。
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. We haven't sealed up one like a new social link in a while. Is it Edogawa? Okay. America. Fuka? Fuka, okay. We're kind of sealing up the potential conflict of interest between the female characters, right? Okay. I read this in a book the other day, but oh, we don't have enough points. Oh no. Oh no. Huh. Wait, can I interact with... Can we go on a walk? Oh. Not in the mood for a walk. I think this is where I need to rescue Bunkichi. Pretty sure. There's still Michael as well. Heckin' Ono Sensei. And his fandom.
今日は先輩たちは来ないぜ。けど召喚機とかはやっぱり返せねえってさ。
別に期待はしてないけど、だからここで監視してるんだろうし。
ああ、この前の怪我大丈夫か？手相がすぐ治っちゃうんだったな。そういや千鳥、今日は絵とか描いてねえの？
別にいいでしょ。
ああ、そりゃもちろんいいけどさ。あれ、この花しおれちまってんな。そうだ。新しい花なんか買ってくっからさ。千鳥なんか好きな花とかってどうした？
Oh. There it is.
花がそれ切り花だよな。すげえ。何どうなってんの？
私の少し分けただけ。
治癒の力ってこんなことまでできんだ。すっげえ。マジック見て。
別にすごくない。これだってその一つよ。
まあそうなんだけどさ、俺の場合それ以外が何にもないっつうかさ、俺この力を取ったら正直何もないんだ。正義のためなんて口ばっかでさ。俺ほら半端っていうかさ、何のために戦ってんのかつか何のために生きてんだろうな。
何のために何のために。
ガキの頃はさ、バカみたいな夢とかあったけどな。
夢？
メジャーリーガーアホだろ。
Major Liga, as opposed to like a puro, what is that, like puro no takyu, puro no takyu renchu ga, or renchu wa or something like that. Uro, what was it? Major League.
ま、ガキの時なんて
Interesting.
そんなもんだろ。
わかんない。私は小さい頃のこと覚えてるのは白い部屋。病院は嫌い。
そっか。ごめんな。
でもここにいれば順平が来る。だから今はここでいい。
千鳥。そっか。
Stoka. Interesting.
なら全然来るよ、俺。
Do we have enough points? We're falling behind in our social links, man. Okay. 4th graders and 5th graders? Kids are waiting for you. Hey, it's the coach and her boyfriend. The kid's eyes lit up. Coach, we raced one-on-one and we beat 2 of the 6th graders. We lost the other 2, but it was a tie overall. They're gonna let us use the playground now. We even became friends. They said we're pretty fast for 4th graders and told us we could play with them sometime. I knew you guys could do it. I wasn't worried at all because you trained so hard. Thanks, big sis. You guys don't have to call me that if you don't want to. Just call me coach. Aw. 1, 2, 3. Good luck with your boyfriend. Oh. Yeah. My boyfriend. Why does this seem like the end of some cheesy made-for-TV movie? Well, there they go. Are you relieved? Of course. I'm the one who get busted if anyone finds out about us using the practice field. To be honest, I was almost too lazy to help them, but now that they're not around, it feels kind of lonely. But teaching those kids how to race, it was pretty fun. I know, right? It was the first time I really put my heart into something. Me too, Yuko. I don't want to give you the impression I've been slacking off as a team manager though. This would be a perfect place to insert a mini game, you know? Ah man, all these social links could be embellished with like a unique mini game of their own. Maybe I was meant to take care of people. It's kind of what I really enjoy about Dave the Diver, where anytime there's like a character, they're part of a system, like a subsystem. Obviously, that would be an exchange of the whole Tartarus and their persona and all that stuff. Right. Maybe we should have a little party, you know, to celebrate our first attempt at coaching. Sure. I can't wait. Alright. Well, how about we have it at my house? That's moving a little quick. A restaurant would be expensive, and I'd rather not have it at the dorm with all those people around. Oh, I don't know if this conflicts at the moment with Fuka. Yeah, you see, I don't know if this is gonna conflict, so we might have a problem here. Those kids wouldn't have to listen to me without your help. Wouldn't have listened to me without your help. I'm so glad you were... Let's talk about this later. We'll have plenty of time at the party. Come on, let's go. The party of 2. Okay. So I haven't completed either of the ladies, so might have to decide. The Fuka is still behind. Or 7, another week out.
君と会ってからもう3つ目の季節だ。時間が流れるのは早いね。いろんなものが変わっていく。でも世界には決して変えられない決まりみたいなものもあるんだろうね。君はどう思う？そっか、君がそう言うならやっぱりそうなんだろうね。今まで君に話してたこと、いろんなものが見え始めたんだ。あの塔だよ。最近そのことばかり考えてる。僕らの関係は変わらないものかな。それとも変わってしまうのかな。でもこれから先に何が待っていようと、君と僕は友達だよ。絶対にね。
絶対。
また来るよ。それじゃあ、おやすみ。
おやすみ。デート？デート。え？Okay. That was so good. Nothing beats strawberry rice cake with red beans. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Patty seems to be enjoying her day off. By the way, Makoto-kun seems kind of nervous. Do you like strawberry rice cake with red beans? Absolutely. Isn't it amazing? I just love the outer skin. Wow, even our tastes are similar. I mean, I would inhale that. Oh, wait. I have a... Wait, I have a gift? Wait, what gift do I have? Oh, yeah. This is for me? Thanks. Doesn't seem to like it. It's fine. That didn't do anything. Yeah. No gift works. We didn't collect any gifts because of our quick runs. Wait. Can I walk Koromaru? Oh, I can't. Okay. So it's just a Xiaomi thing. Okay. Oh, this is the fission thing. Can't let others produce. Okay, I think we have to conclude, like, we have to lock in one of the female social links, like Fuka or someone. So that they don't get upset with each other. It does sound delicious. Yeah, strawberry rice cake. Man. With the red beans. It's subtle. I read this in a book the other... Oh no, I still lack... Wow, I still lack points on Fuka. Oh no. Hang on. We're gonna save a point here just in case they're not gonna conflict with each other. Oh no, I think we can wrap up Kenji probably. Kenji's a weirdo. It's not as weird as Toriumi liking Makoto Yuki, the MC, the teacher, and then Kenji is the reverse. Alright, let's see how he's doing with his marriage proposal plans. Hey man, I was gonna tell you this when we got to the ramen shop, but now's as good a time as any. I've decided to go to Kyushu with Emily, so this will be my last bowl of ramen, dude. Kenji sounds tormented. He seems pretty serious. Kenji's distracted by something at the station. What the? Is that Emily? Who's that? Who's that she's with? Oh, rip. Ms. Kano is talking with a young man at the station. Oh no, she's promiscuous. You can hear bits and pieces of Emily's conversation. I didn't think he'd get so... He's just a kid. He must have misunderstood my... I thought he'd been relieved that I was being transferred. He said he wanted to... The other students are... It won't be much longer. I'll pick you up on our wedding night. I can't wait either. Oh, rip. Emily? So today was when she was leaving. I didn't even know she was leaving today. I thought we'd be together forever. Kenji seems like he's going to cry. Let's confront Emily. Right. I'm okay. Thanks, man. It's not Emily's fault. I'm the one to blame. It's not... Why, Emily? Why? Kenji's crying. He fell in love with the teacher, so... Oh man, my nose is runny. Hey, thanks Makoto. If you weren't here, The only thing about red bean cake is that you can be particular about the textures. Sometimes it's smooth paste and sometimes more chunky. Yeah, you prefer the smooth paste? Yeah, I prefer my chunky. The slightly chalky. Yeah, I get the whole smooth and textury pasty thing. I like my oatmeal consistency. So red bean paste oatmeal consistency. I understand the whole smooth paste thing though. A lot of red bean buns and stuff can be a hit or mix bag, and especially like sometimes if you had like a boba tea or something or a drink with red bean paste, it could end up being like the protein chalky kind of. So I do enjoy my smooth paste more so when it comes to like liquid things. However, when it comes to like texture munching things, I tend to like my oatmeal consistency. Let's go home. Sorry, Kenji. Like, you'll eat them chunky, but it's not preferable. Yeah, that's understandable. When you say smooth paste, more like a very fine, buttery, smooth mashed potato kind of smooth paste, no? Like a smooth tomato paste kind of thing versus like a chunky tomato paste, you know, like with the tomato chunks in it. Although red bean paste is more like a chalky, it's more like a protein powder chalky. Or like a refried beans, but not a smooth refried beans, more of a, there's still like the husk, like bean husks in it. I don't mind either. Not too particularly a preference thing. I love the subtle sweetness of red beans. Have you ever had a cold like sweet, it's kind of like a red bean, it could have red beans, but it could also have green beans, like a sweet soup? I forgot what it's called. Let me see. Cold bean, I think they're mung beans. Mung bean soup? Yeah. Mung bean soup. Yeah, the Chinese, it's a sweet dessert soup. Tong su, right? Tong su. It's made with mung beans. It doesn't look appetizing, but it also is quite delicious. It's so refreshing for the summer. When I think of like a summer dessert, mung bean soup is one of them. Like it can be, that doesn't sound familiar. Yeah, it kind of looks like you put beans in it. It's kind of chalky, so that's what I think about when I think about mung bean soup. It's slightly chalky. Like, it can be thicker paste, but you prefer not to chew the husk. Yeah, the husk is what causes the... Definitely. Yeah, what is it? Li dou tongue or tong su situation. Ah, mung bean soup. Now I'm having some flashbacks. I'm kind of nostalgic for some. They also come in. It can also come in red beans as opposed to mung beans. It's a cold soup. Okay. So I'm kind of a couple of days behind on some of the social links here. Many of them are kind of a day or two behind. Yukari, wait. Alright, we're gonna learn a little bit more about her mother, her relationship with her mother. Oh, this is where she splurges. There's one more store I want to go to. You don't mind, right? Hold on, I've got a phone call. It's her mother. Oh, Yukari's expression has darkened. Hello? Yeah, what? So, get to the point, okay? Huh? It's not funny. What? How do you think that would make Dad feel? Fine, do whatever you want. Just don't call me again. She hung up on the caller. Sorry. Are you alright? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. You know who I was on the phone with, right? Yeah, it was my mom. She says she wants to get remarried. I don't really care if she wants to get married again, but I can't stand how she's been living. Running away from life, jumping from guy to guy. I don't think that's fair to my dad. Sorry, I'm okay now. Thanks. I'll never be like her. I'll never be that weak. Running away to forget your problems is the worst thing you can do. I've decided that I'm gonna live on my own. I'll show her that I can be happy that way. Okay, so this is playing out the same so far. Whether you are Makoto Yuki or Kotone Shiomi. Thank you. For some reason, I feel like I can tell you anything, Makoto-kun. Let's head back now. I'll do the rest of my shopping some other day. She does have a relatively nice ending to her social link. Although it might end differently now that you're Makoto Yuki. Because she's also a romance, a potential romance social link. Checking Kenji. Alright, Yukari. Strip mall? Going to the bookstore is kinda lame. Let's go somewhere else. Wait, let me see how much money I have. Oh no! Where's my wallet? Did I drop it? Oh, this is the confrontation thing. But when? I had it when I pulled out my ticket at the station. Wait, somebody bumped into me right outside the train station. Sorry, I'm gonna go back there and look around. I'll just take a minute, and then we have to run after her. Wait here, okay? I'll be fine, so don't come after me. Stay right there, you got it? Yukari warned you again as she ran off. We're running after her. You're alone now. What will you do? Or look around. Let's just wait here. Let's see what happens. Passerbys are staring at you. Doesn't seem like Yukari is coming back. What will you do? Let's wait a little longer. Passersby are staring at you. It doesn't seem like Yukari is coming back. You decide to look for her. Okay. Regardless, it's gonna end up. You hear a man yelling. Yeah. What'd you say? You better shut your mouth, person. Can I get a piece of that? Can I get a piece of that, bro? Oh, rough. Yukari's being surrounded by punks. It's fine. Wait. Do I let her handle it? I don't actually know what happens, and let's watch. Hey, what's going on over there? Oh, somebody called the cop. Somebody call the police. Ah, crap. Let's split before the pigs get here, right? So it kind of just resolves itself. Oh, Makoto-kun, were you the one who called the police? Thank you. Did we? That's a bit weird. We didn't call the police though. So that's what happens, huh? Hey, why'd you come after me? Didn't I say to wait? Okay, so you can't avoid it. Why did you help? Are you trying to belittle me? I got my wallet by myself. I didn't need your help. Yukari is trembling. It doesn't seem like she really means what she's saying. Sorry. Don't apologize. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm going home now. I'm alright now. Sorry. See ya. And she runs off. Or you saw her off. Okay, so no matter what, that plays out regardless of what you do. Other than saying the last thing. It always plays out. Okay. Okay. I think this is where we have the storm. Yeah.
Ah, ギリ振られちまったみてえだな。
台風上陸したってさっきニュースで言ってたよ。例年にないくらい大型で、しかも速度が遅いから居座りそうだって。
I don't know what was the deal with the storm. What did the storm do?
おかげで学祭中止だもんな。
Oh, that's right. The school festival got canned. There was no school festival in this.
まああれ結構めんどいことも多いし、それはそれでいいけどさ。
No cultural festival.
でも結局台風が来んじゃ外で遊びづらいよな。で、お前はこの連休どうすんの？
Missed opportunity. Curious if they add it back in. That would be kind of neat. Like what I mean is in P3R they added in.
そっか。案外お前、そう風花はどうすんの？
私は予定って言ったら映画くらいかな。
お、映画それってもしかして。
違うってば、なつきちゃんと約束してるの。映画の話結構するから。でもこの台風だしまだわかんないけどね。
ユーカリッチはやっぱ部活？
どうだろう。弓道場ってもろ外だから連絡来るまでひとまず部活は無理かも。
俺もだ。まったく台風でメニューが狂いそうだ。
桐城先輩はどうするんですか？
さあな。ところでより、君こそなぜそんなに人の予定ばかり聞くんだ？
え、俺っすか？俺の予定聞きたいっすか？
千鳥さんのところへ行くと見ました。精神的にはもう安定したということですが、解放するわけにはいかないであります。
もう愛ちゃんたら鋭いな。千鳥ん俺に来てほしいって言ってるんすよ。やっべ、言っちゃった。恥ずかしい。あ、話の中でも何でもとりあえず言っといた方がいいかななんて。
あっさ。
どうしたんだ？
なんでって言われても。
山岸にもわからないのか？
そういえば浜田君はこの連休はどうするの？僕は別に。
んだよ、寂しい小学生だな。
でもすぐそこの神社には行くと思いますけど。
神社ってお前どんなジジイ趣味だよ。
どんなジジイ。
いつもはそこでお参りしてるんです。願掛けって言うんですかね、こういうの。じゃあ僕部屋に戻ります。宿題結構出ちゃったし。
おう、わかんないとこあったら聞けよな。
Okay. Yeah, we just auto sleep. I want to know if Michael picks her mother no matter what. This is where we get the fusion.
こうして夢の中でお呼び立てするのも随分と久しいですね。
Oh, I learned that this voice actor, I think this particular voice actor, despite I really like his Igor, I think this voice actor passed away. And it had to be recast, like Igor was recast with the P3R. So, here's that.
さて、私がお手伝いを始めてより、幾ばくか季節も移ろいました。
At least that's what I think. So, RIP, right? Rest in peace.
特別なペルソナ能力使いこなしていらっしゃいますか？ついては新たなお力添えをさせていただきましょう。ペルソナの新たなる合体、4神以上の合体です。あなたならば必ずや生かすことができるでしょう。今はいささかお疲れのご様子。ゆっくりお休みになるがよろしいでしょう。では再び見える時までごきげんよう。
In the grand scheme of things, Igor doesn't actually have that many lines. Interesting. If you stare at his nose for too long, it kind of just makes you uncomfortable. Just look at that nose, man. Anyways. Igor and his honker. And we slept for 3 days. Okay. Let's take a look at our social links for a moment. Okay, that's... Okay. Gotta make sure I'm not like hard locking myself out of something. Michael. Gotta figure out if she's chosen a different parental. I doubt it. Hey, I know. Let's go get some takoyaki. Alright. Off we go. I made my decision. I'm going to live with mom. Okay, so she continues to make the same decision. So then we're gonna have probably the chat with her dad, and it might go differently. She can't cook or clean or do anything without me. She really needs my help. I don't want to worry. I don't have to worry about dad. Even without me around, I think dad would be okay on his own. It's kind of a bittersweet. Her dad is kind of fine, but the dude didn't really like, the dad wasn't all that happy either. But Michael is, you know, a treasure. Michael is trying to force a smile. So mom and I are gonna move pretty soon. Sorry. We'll still be friends though, right? Friends forever. Yeah, best friends forever. Forever and ever, okay? You can't ever forget about me, promise, okay? Big bro, as opposed to big sis. I need to get ready to move, so I'm going home now. I'll see you later. Yeah, so she chose her mom regardless. There isn't like a gender swap or a role reversal. Wait, can I walk Koromaru? Oh, I can! I can go on walks with Koromaru. No. Okay. So you can still do that. You don't have a social link with it, Koromaru though. Okay. I still gotta remember. Gotta rescue Bunkichi. We need Yuko. Genji's fine. Yeah. Karaoke studio. Okay. My throat is so dry. I think I overdid it. Brows glistening with sweat. Oh, we were just talking about karaoke today. Jiao went to Japan and he went to karaoke, or he looked at karaoke, and turns out it's like really open. I didn't even realize that. You're heading to bed, Beth? Thanks for chilling and hanging out. Good luck. Enjoy the Wakotabi update. I look forward to hearing what your thoughts are. Take care. Just so you know, this is just a pre-celebration for our coaching debut. Oh. So it does sync up. Okay. We'll still need to have a real celebration. Huh. Will they acknowledge the coach part? You still have time. You still have some time, right? What do you want to do? Cafe. Let's go to cafe. Perfect. I was thinking the same thing. I could use a cold drink right about now. Let's go. Do I have other present? Oh, a lucky charm. Nice. Okay. Oh, I think I'm also... We're gonna wrap it up today for this too. My eye's been bugging me a little bit. Man. So let's think about this. I don't think any of them... Yeah, I think we're good. I'm slightly worried about juggling the... Oh man. Yeah, thanks Beth. Okie dokie. We saved, right? Yeah, we saved. Alright. Oh, that's a wrap for today. So tomorrow we're actually gonna take a leap day for we might have to take 2 leap days depending on how big the patch is. So tomorrow we're gonna do our bi-weekly update for the Phantom X. So P5 the Phantom X. So it's gonna be a main chapter, the main chapter 4, the phase 2, and those patches are kind of big and long, so we might do 2 days. We also have to cover the Astrolab stuff. So we'll see about tomorrow. If I get an earlier start time, might be able to cover the whole thing. So day after, we're kind of let's look. What's today? The 13th. It looks like we're probably gonna conclude our P3P stuff probably around the 21st or something like that, because I think we're in our September timeline. So hopefully I didn't fall too far behind by being like loosey-goosey with our social links. I do want to see completing all the social links and then seeing what was in it's a real treat, like a real treat on the next to last, when the game ends, like right before the last day, right? The inevitable fate of your character, you get to see all the closures. There are certain ones that I feel like they have to tweak in some way because of some of the context. I'm genuinely curious. It's fun reading the resolution of a lot of those social links. So until then, we'll be back probably 2 days from now, or like maybe 2 sessions from now, reasonably. And we're going to be taking some time to cover P5X, which happens every 2 weeks, roughly speaking. Until then, if you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up P3P for yourself. Pretty much all this year, and more or less around this September, right? 30th anniversary of Persona. It's not, I didn't intentionally time this to start the Persona project on the 30th, but things just happen to work out that way. And also, P5X is going to have Xiaomi. In fact, I think Otone Xiaomi is probably going to show up, either a tease or even the banner. The banner is going to launch probably around Persona 4 Revival, if the timing's right. That might be what they're going to do, which is related to P3P, right? So that's after we play all the Persona games up to that point. Alright, folks. You're more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things, maybe some of the things in the game remind you of stuff, right? Always welcome. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.